at 5 o'clock, you can't actually transfer that to someone else, normally speaking. I guess in some circumstances you could. But when I began exploring this, one of the first things I looked at was the history of money itself. Because you say, okay, what is a debt? A debt is essentially a promise which you can phrase in exactly quantifiable terms. Because you can quantify it, it's impersonal. And because it's impersonal, it's transferable. So, if I promise you that I will meet you at 5 o'clock, you can't actually transfer that to someone else, normally speaking. I guess in some
the connection today.
Could. But a promise which is quantifiable, I promise you, give you exact
My
amount
goodness.
of things you actually can turn over to someone else. And in a way that, according to many theories, that's what money actually is a transferable promise to render a certain amount of goods. One of the great questions is how that comes about. You need to quantify promises happens, or to quantify them precisely. And we've had a story about why this happens that you read in your Basic Economic 101 textbook. It was actually invented by Adam Smith in 1776. The Wealth of Nations is the first time you see someone really making the argument in detail. And it continues to be the story that everybody knows and learns. They pick up somewhere or another. It becomes common sense. And here, as an anthropologist, I must say that I have kind of a pet peeve in this respect, because it's a professional pet
good
peeve on the part of
anthropologist.
Because this story was told,
This guy rules.
Almost immediately we started going out in the world trying to find examples of people who do it, and we couldn't. It's not true. But they never changed the textbooks. We just can't get them to come up with a different story. But all right, here's the story. You've all heard it before. Once upon a time, people lived in villages and they used to swap things. There was said somebody's cow. Well, I said, all right, hey, I need a cow. Tell you what, I'll give you 30 chickens for that cow. And the guy's like, well, I don't know, 30's not much. 40 chickens, 45. All right, sold. So you come to some sort of arrangement, swap, go home. But the problem is maybe the guy doesn't want chickens. Maybe you have anything he wants right now. What happens? Well, you can't make a deal, right? So the only way out of this problem crops up more and more over time, is to settle on something that everybody usually wants, like gold for some reason. Shiny metal, but it's kind of handy and pretty. There's a virtuous circle. The moment you start using it as a general equivalent, everybody needs it all the time. It turns into money. So barter is inconvenient. You get money. Government gets involved and starts stamping the stuff for uniform weights and quality. Although it starts cheating all the time and debasing the currency because governments are bad in this version. Gradually you invent credit systems, and it's an evolutionary series. Barter, money, credit, securitized derivatives and whatnot are just sort of the last link of the chain and follows logically. All right, so that's the story. As I say, there's one big problem. We've been scouring the world for over 200 years now, and we have never found a single community where everyday transactions take the form of, I'll give you 40 chickens for that cow. It's just they don't exist. And Adam Smith himself had no way to know this. He was just speculating. But now we do, and they keep on telling the story. I mean, if you look at contemporary economic textbooks, the old ones used to say, well, primitive people do this. And now that they kind of know it's not true, they don't want to stop. So instead they say, well, imagine you didn't have money. What would you have to do? How would you get breakfast? Well, you'd have to barter, wouldn't you? And they tell the story as a kind of parable, which is basically what it is.
A parable.
There's an obvious reason, if you think about it. There's an obvious problem with the story, why it wouldn't happen, which is, you're taking a Neolithic village. You're a bunch of people who are neighbors. And you are assuming that they will only deal with each other with what, economists like to call the spot trade. Here, I'm going to give you this, you're going to give me that, we walk away. But of course, why would they do that, right? I mean, they're neighbors. If the guy doesn't want my chickens, he knows I'm going to have something he wants because I'm his neighbor. In fact, it's rather nice to have your neighbor in your debt. It's useful for all sorts of things. So, even if you take this imaginary scenario here, these two guys in a Neolithic village, one wants a cow, what would really happen? Here you have the situation. So I want a cow. I go up, I say, wow, that is one magnificent cow. It's a really beautiful cow you got there. So the guy, there's only one thing he can do. He says, oh, you want the cow? Well, oh no, please take the cow. It's a really stupid cow, but if you like it, you should really have it. No, don't even think about giving me anything back. It's a gift, of course. We were neighbors. We love each other. Just take the cow. Now, he owes you one. and everybody knows that. Nobody will say it. But what does he owe? He owes you something roughly like a cow. And that's what you get in communities like this. You get this sort of rank system of types of things. So a cow, a canoe, a very nice necklace are roughly the same. You could give one back for the other. Or, it's not necessarily.
Well, that's the thing is, from what I've seen with a lot of these, so-called barter cultures, a good example for me that I can think of is the Maya. They would trade it's like a chocolate coffee type bean or something. And there is a lot of and that's the thing is when you look at this, I think another obvious thing is just when you look at when you incarcerate people, depending on what prison it is, it could be mackerels, it could be soups, it could be cigarettes, there could be various things that represent a commodity. So, the thing is minting currency was things that certain empires did, but then others ones didn't.
That because you could give something back to him, or he could just show up because you owe him one, and he could just say, well, wow, that's a beautiful necklace you have, or you could say, my son is deeply in love with your daughter. It could be a lot of things. It isn't necessarily a material good. I really need help for something. So, but you have this sort of quantified rank system. And, there's all sorts of ways you can head it off. You can play games. You could, say, oh, I hate owing that guy a cow. I just got a whole bunch of yams. I'll give them to him. I'll be off the hook. And, he'll be like, oh, yams, great, thanks. So he might mock you as a cheapskate, which is a devastating thing in a small community. But here's the thing. He's very unlikely to come up with a mathematical formula for exactly how cheap he thinks you were, right? And that's the problem. How do you get from a cow is roughly like this to 27 yams equals one cow, but not three? How many chickens equals a cow? In the barter story, there's a mechanism, but if there's this sort of rough credit system is what you'd actually have and what you actually do observe in places about money, well, how does that turn into something where you can figure out exact proportional equivalence? The answer to that seems to be when somebody's very angry. Now, when people are being nice to each other, there's really no need to calculate, but occasionally it will happen that
what the fuck's this guy yapping about?
Violence ensues.
Money!
Say I am mocking
I'm just
someone for giving me
sending a
these
quick
yams,
work email and then I'll get into shit.
He's drunk, I'm drunk, violence ensues, somebody's ear gets cut off. Well, then there's numbers. Very often, it is the case that even in places where you don't have markets for goods, you do have incredibly elaborate series of fines and penalties for damaged limbs. If you lose a finger, it's worth this much. If you lose a thumb, it's worth that much. If you lose an eye, if you have a gash like this large, and we'll measure the gash and how many chickens or heifers or silver plates or whatever it might be.
Heifer.
What they call the barbarian law codes. It seemed like every society in early medieval Europe wrote up a schedule of fines like this, and some of them are incredibly detailed. The early Welsh and Irish ones are especially interesting because we know they didn't have markets. You couldn't buy or sell things, most things, but they did have prices on everything. In fact, they specify the exact value of every single object likely to be found in a person's house, ranging from the silverware to the roof beams, everything, the curtains. Why? Because
Yeah, I've been really on this,
will end up in
like,
a situation
kick on,
often where the law
like,
says,
why the fuck do
you
we
owe me
even have
27
money?
heifers, or this means war. Swords are pulled. People are not willing to compromise. You killed my brothers. You insulted my mother, whatever it might be. You need to pay penalties, and you don't have heifers. Well, then you actually need to figure out exactly what's equivalent to what. So in those circumstances, in legal situations, particularly where there's a danger of a feud or outbreak of violence, in fact, people do need to quantify. And it seems like that's the first circumstance where you have something like money emerging. That association, then, of money and violence is a constant. And looking at money itself,
Easier than party?
First
Bruv,
there is
I assume you didn't see the video I had on the other day about money? Check this one out. This one, some shit said here blew my mind. Because, as I'll frequently say, I am not an economist. So Jack will ask me, like, questions about money. People ask me about, like, who funds who and how much, and I'll be like, I don't know. I'm not an economist, right? So, like, I've never been interested too much in money. Part of that comes from being, like, a Buddhist, I think. Like, I used to have, like, aspirations of, like, obtaining wealth enough to be comfortable, like anyone would have. But now, like, I have money, like, set aside, and I'm not even, like, intentionally trying to save it. I just don't spend on anything. I don't spend on anything that's, like, personal or any stuff like that. And I have food stamps. So, and the fucking house I'm at is like on a nature preserve. There's nothing out here. So, like, if they didn't so, like, when you buy houses, unless you're like a conglomerate piece of shit, like, to prevent a lot of, like, flipping of houses to raise markets, you actually sometimes need, if you buy a personal house and you tend to rent it out, you actually need to hold that house for a certain amount of time, depending on where you are. So, like, I have this great situation worked out where if, like, my parents want to fucking buy a house and they can't resell it, then they can just put my ass here. And, like, I can just it's like in Japan where you get to be the caretaker of the castle. And all you do all day is just sit in the castle. Stuff like that. So, like, I have gotten into a situation where I don't need to worry about money as well, which is also nice. Anyway, this video, this 15-minute video right here, fascinating shit. It's about how bartering economies never existed.
Was introduced to money, whether you studied economics or not. I'm sure you got this story. I can remember when my daughter was in first grade and she came to me and told me this story. And I said, well,
what's your
actually,
dissertation
that's
on?
not quite right. She said, yes, it is, Daddy. This is what the teacher said. So you get it from a very young age. It begins with barter. We've got Robinson Crusoe. He's shipwrecked. He meets Friday. Crusoe knows how to grow grain. Friday knows how to fish, so they barter. But this can be very inconvenient because it requires that on the day that Friday wants to deliver a fish, Crusoe actually wants a fish and he's willing to trade grain for it. So the story is that it requires a double coincidence of wants. So it's inconvenient. They search around for something to act as a medium of exchange. They might begin with seashells, but through some evolutionary process, they end up with gold, which has some nice characteristics that make it a very good medium of exchange. It's very valuable, it doesn't rot, and on and on and on. So this greatly reduces the transactions costs involved in barter. There is one problem with gold: it is extremely valuable. You got to worry about people who will try to take away your gold stock. So you start storing it with the goldsmiths. The goldsmiths already had that problem. They had to protect the gold stock that they're using to make jewelry. They have safes and so on, and so you would deposit your gold with a goldsmith. The goldsmith gives you a receipt. People discover that they actually can use those receipts in payments rather than using the gold, because individuals who accept them know that they can go get the gold out of the goldsmith's safe whenever they want. The goldsmith, in turn, realizes that he actually doesn't have to keep the gold in the safe. He only needs to keep a little bit, because those receipts are not all going to come back on the same day. Okay, so he discovers what we now call the deposit expansion process. He can issue lots of receipts and hold just a little bit of gold, maybe 10%, for safekeeping to redeem on demand. Those goldsmiths become the banks. So that's the story. Okay, what is money in this view? I want to say something about the nature of money, and I'm going to contrast it with the MMT view. Money comes about to lubricate the market. It's more efficient than barter. Specific money-denominated assets fulfill that function, medium of exchange. Exactly which kinds of things fulfill that function changes over time. For a very long time, it supposedly was gold, okay, but gradually we have changed those money things that fulfill that function. But still today, the focus is on money as a medium of exchange. There are other functions that money serves, but those derive from the medium of exchange function. So medium of exchange is the most important function of money. Okay, what is wrong with this orthodox story? I know that I am being very quick explaining the dominant paradigm on money and banking. But what's wrong with it? First, there's actually no evidence of barter-based markets. And I don't know if any of you have read David Graeber's book. This was just a fantastic success,
See,
an
David
unimaginable
Graeber
success.
is the guy who I just had on before this guy. Oh, you're writing on the Uyghurs? That's awesome.
Debt the first 5,000 years. Everybody bought this book. Okay, it was a runaway bestseller. It's like 5,000 pages long. It's the kind of book everybody buys and probably hardly anybody reads, including me. I've got it on my shelf. Maybe when I retire, I'll finally get the time to read it. Okay, but what David shows is that when we look around the world, as far back as we go, you just do not find any economies anywhere based on barter. They just do not exist. Okay. And what we actually find when we look at history, and I knew this long before Graeber, is that money actually pre-exists markets. Money was not invented as a transactions cost minimizing device for markets that already existed. Money pre-exists markets. Okay, money is as old as writing. How do we know that? The very first written records are all about money. Okay, basically, writing was not invented by poets. It was invented by accountants to keep track of money values. All right. So money exists before markets, so there's something wrong with that part of the story. And even the Austrians who pushed for a very long time this barter story, they now admit that once you get beyond about 10 people and 10 different commodities, it's very hard for market higgling and haggling to settle on a single commodity that will serve as money. If you're talking about many commodities and many people involved, unless you had modern computing power, you're not going to select a single commodity to serve as your money commodity. And finally, from the very beginning, the evidence shows that authorities were always involved in the monetary system, in creating the monies of account. I'll come back to that. So authorities were always there. It wasn't Robinson Crusoe and Friday that invented money. It came out of the authorities. Another problem with the story is modern money has no intrinsic value. This is a little bit hard to explain when your whole story was about choosing a commodity that was very valuable that could serve as your money commodity. Okay? Today's monies are not attached to any commodities. They have no intrinsic values. And neither did ancient money, in spite of the goldsmith story. As far back as you go, the money things did not have intrinsic values, usually. Okay. There's an infinite regress problem. What people will do then is they say, well, yes, in the past it was gold that gave money value, but today it is trust. They ask them, well, what is the trust in the money? They say, well, I trust that Billy Bob will take it from me in payment. I trust I can go to the grocery store and someone will take it. Okay? In my view, that's a very thin argument to base the most important institution we have in modern economies, which is money, on trust. And also, there is no circular flow that can explain where the money comes from. How does it get into the economy? So I'm going to present an alternative. This sort of. So, where did money come from? We do not know, and we will not know. Nobody sat down and wrote a memo. Today I invented money, and this is how I did it. We're not going to find that, because money pre-existed writing. As I said, the first writing already is talking about money. So we're not going to know. We have to speculate. The most convincing speculating I've ever seen is done by the most famous coin collector in the world, beyond collecting, studied coins, was a guy named Philip Grierson at University of Cambridge in England. When he died, he donated all the coins, which were worth a fortune, to the University of Cambridge. He speculated that actually money came out of the ancient tribal practice that's called Wehrgeld. Now that was applied to the Germans. Roman society was civilized. Germany was still a tribal society. The Romans studied the German tribal society, so we know a lot about how it functioned. But anthropologists find that every tribal society they come across also has this Wehrgeld tradition. If you cause an injury to someone else, okay, here, whoops, killed the guy, a fine is imposed on you. And you have to pay a fine to the victim's family. Okay? These fines were in kind. It would depend on what the injury was. That would determine what you had to pay, whether it's a goat or a cow or a horse or sheep or chicken. Oh, as far back as there was tribal society, and humans came out of tribal society, so it's as old as humans. Okay, when did they come up with the idea, and why did they come up with it? We don't know when, but it's obvious why they did it. To stop blood feuds. Otherwise, you have the Hatfields and the McCoys killing each other. So this is to stop retribution. You had to pay a fine. So Grierson's notion was that the concept of valuing things came out of the Wehrgeld tradition. It was a huge jump, because Wehrgeld, you pay a cow versus a chicken, depending on the damages you had done. Money allows you to compare those things. Oh, it takes 100 chickens value to equal 1 cow. He thinks that's where money came from. It's a big intellectual jump, bigger than any measuring jump we had ever done before, because the measurements before money always were length. What's the length? Foot. Whose foot? The king's foot. Okay? Or cubit and so on. Those are relatively easy. Now, a hint is that every ancient money unit was the name of a grain weight unit. Shekel, lira, pound, those are all weight units. They all came out of measuring grain. So someone had the idea, let's use the grain measurement in order to measure the value of everything. By Babylonian times, this is exactly what they did, and then the price list, the equivalents to the mina, which was a grain weight unit, was posted at the temple. That is how you knew the value of everything. It was set by the temple's authorities. I'll come back to religion because it's important for money. Okay, alternative, what is money?
Can you define money?
Yeah, I will. It is a state monopoly. It is a social unit of measurement. If you're in America, you can point to anything, you can ask people, what is that worth? They're not going to tell you in terms of chickens. They're going to tell you in terms of dollars. Almost everything can be valued in terms of dollars. Now, not quite everything, but as capitalism develops, a greater and greater range of things are measured in terms of money. It is a state money of account. Almost without exception, the money unit of account that we use comes from the state. Every time a new country is formed, it chooses its own money of account. Why did we get the dollar in the US? Because we didn't want the pound. Okay? We just revolted. We chose the dollar, and we modeled our currency after the Spanish currency. To
Interviews
thumb our noses at England.
or fucking emails be so hard to write, bro.
And then we have money records. There's a hierarchy of these IOUs denominated in the state money of account. There is bank money, okay, and there are your IOUs. They're all denominated in the US dollar in America. The form that they take depends on technology. I'll come back to this. Paper money, coin money, electronic money, that is just the technological way
Just
of
AI
recording.
breath. Never!
The tally sticks.
It's
The
a
use of the
professor.
currency
He'll
and
know.
value of money are based on the power of the issuing authority, not on the intrinsic value. Okay? The currency does not have to have any intrinsic value. It's based on the power of the issuing authority. The currency itself is a record of debts, whether it's printed on paper or stamped on a coin. It's a record of a debt. It is a promise to redeem, and I'll say more about what redemption means. The state played the central role in the evolution of money from the very beginning. It always has played the central role. What we typically find when we look around the world today and we look back as far back as we can go, about 5,000 to 6,000 years into the past, what we find is the one state or one nation, one currency rule. Each nation or state has its own currency. When the Soviet Union falls apart, every one of the former members chooses its own currency. Okay?
Some guy
In the past,
you had ready
the
research
exceptions
it.
to this rule were
Yeah.
extremely small and virtually irrelevant. The Vatican State used the Italian lira. Okay? That was an exception, minor. The only major exception to this rule is Euroland. It was an experiment in an exception, and it's been disastrous. Okay? Before the euro, this is what we find. It's not a coincidence. It's tied up with sovereign power, political independence, and fiscal authority. This is why every new nation adopts its own currency. And finally, taxes drive money. Taxes are what gives value its money. It is the power to impose taxes that is the important sovereign power that ensures the currency has value.
Right? Fascinating. Okay. Now I really got to finish this email. We're locking
There's
in.
barter. Then there's money, then comes credit, and that's wrong. Not only is it wrong, it's actually backwards. Credit comes first. Somehow or other, by the time the sort of curtain comes up around 3500 BC in Mesopotamia, you already have very elaborate credit systems. Actually, the very first document we have, which talks about interest rates, is a political document by a king, Temna, I believe is his name, a Sumerian king who's complaining about his neighbors like occupying a stretch of territory which is rightfully his. And he says, well, you know, they've been occupying this land for 20 years. If we calculate the rent we would have charged them had they been renting the same land and then add a compounded interest rate, I calculate that they would actually owe us, 13 trillion shekels or, whatever, some insanely sum that no one could possibly pay. Obviously, this means war. So, you've already got compounded interest rates and so forth going on in the very, very first records that we have. People have expense accounts, bar tabs. It seems like almost all everyday transactions are on credit. And the evidence for that is scales, because they were denominating debts in silver, but they didn't actually make scales accurate enough to weigh out the tiny amounts of silver that would have been required to buy like a shirt or a hammer or something like that in the marketplace. They had the technology to do so. They just didn't bother. So clearly people weren't actually using silver to buy this stuff. They were running up a tab. All right, so you've got this Sumerian situation. But the same king, you know what he does after he declares war on Lagash, or the rival place, wins. And what does he do after that? He declares a debt cancellation. Because it seems, for everybody in the kingdom, because it seems that the problem you have these credit systems, money is basically in a set of IOUs denominated in silver, although silver, unless you're merchants dealing with large transactions, rarely actually changes hands. The problem is in bad years people fall into debt. Because also these silver and grain are fixed in relation to each other. That's what money actually is, but that's a big problem. If if there's a bad harvest, the price doesn't go up. You're stuck. The farmers fall terribly into debt. As a result, people start taking away their flocks, taking away their fields, taking away members of their family. Debt peonage becomes a huge phenomena. They start running away, joining nomad bands outside the city. Society seems to be breaking down. So kings will normally come in and sort of declare a clean slate. All right, commercial debts can stay on the books usually, but consumer debt will wipe them out and start over again. This becomes a habit and becomes systematized in the biblical Jubilee every 7 to 49 years, depending on your reading. Debts are wiped out, everybody gets to go home. In fact, the first recorded word for freedom in any human language is the Sumerian word amargi, which literally means return to mother, because that's what happens. They declare debt cancellation, all the debt peons get to go home. So this virtual money system comes first, which is always very entertaining because people have this tendency to write about virtual money as a new phenomena. We're in this brave new world. Actually, it's the original form of money. Coins come later. Barter, incidentally, tends to only really show up when you have people who are used to using money but actually can't get their hands on any. So you do have documented places where people do say, I'll give you 20 chickens for that cow, but in almost every case, it's something like, Russia in the 90s, where the economy falls apart, or the money supply vanishes, and people are trying to carry on as if they had money without money. Or in a prison, they turn cigarettes into money, because they're all used to using money. Now, here's the interesting thing. Coins are invented nearly simultaneously. It happens first in Lydia in the Eastern Mediterranean, but shortly thereafter, at least in broad historical terms, it happens in the Ganges Plain in northern India and in the plains of northern China, Ganges Valley, I'm sorry. And in every case, through different physical techniques. In one case stamped, in one case cast. But the social situation seems to be the same, which is that money, in the physical sense, currency, is actually invented to pay soldiers. And it makes perfect sense if you think about it, because gold and silver are what money is denominated with, and you can use it for exchange. but it just isn't usually done. But soldiers are exactly the sort of people who are most likely to be doing this. First of all, from the perspective of a soldier, gold and silver has a huge advantage over a credit arrangement, because you can't actually steal a credit arrangement. You can't run off of it. On the other hand, gold and silver, it's kind of your equivalent of the suitcase full of $100 bills. Nobody knows where it's from, nobody asks, anybody will take it. So for soldiers, that's very nice. You can also melt it down, divide it up into small portions. So soldiers are likely to be carrying around loot. And second of all, if you have elaborate credit arrangements as a major way of transacting, well, a heavily armed guy who's just passing through is probably the person you'd least like to extend credit to if you can possibly avoid it. If he's carrying around little bits of gold and silver, well, good. So cash markets, insofar as they seem to first emerge, will tend to emerge right around wherever armies are parked, or where they have recently looted things and are, trying to get rid of the little bits of gold and silver and acquire the wine, women, and song and various other things that they like. Governments very quickly get in on the deal, and in fact, one interesting thing is, by the Adam Smith account, if money just sort of emerges from the need to get over the inconveniences of barter, well, it would be very hard to understand why governments demanded taxes in money. I mean, it might seem self-evident, but the moment you think about it, it isn't, because if gold and silver are just money, well, why not just grab the gold and silver mines? And in fact, governments would do that. I mean, ancient kings would normally grab the gold and silver mines. In theory, you have all the gold and silver you want, you got all the money. Why would you then take the stuff, stamp your picture on it, give it to people, and say, okay, everybody in the kingdom has to give me one of these back again? Think about it, it's kind of odd. But it makes perfect sense if you're trying to feed an army. Here you have this army of 100,000 people. They're sitting in town on the border. Well, how are you going to get food to them? Under ancient conditions, unless they're next to the ocean, where it's easy, relatively easy to move stuff around, it's extremely difficult to move around large amounts of grain. They're going to eat everything within walking distance in a matter of weeks. So what are you going to do? Either you have to employ, another 100,000 people just bringing them stuff, or you can give them all tiny little pieces of metal with your picture on it and say, okay, everybody in the kingdom has to give me one back. Voila, you've just employed your entire population, getting soldiers things they want. And that's essentially what taxation systems have done throughout world history. I mean, colonial empires did this very, very self-consciously, like in Madagascar, where I was. First thing the French did, they said, okay, we've just conquered you. That was very expensive, outfitting an army, or you're going to have to pay us back for the cost of having conquered you. We will issue paper money, and you'll have to give, 10 of those back to us every year. No, it was a way of creating a market. Somehow or another, you're going to have, they actually called it the moralizing tax, to teach people the value of work. So money and taxes have been used throughout the centuries as ways of creating markets. Which is very interesting, because we have this assumption that markets and governments, and particularly war-making governments, are opposed principles, and that political choice for the last century or so has largely revolved around which one we're going to slant to. Are we going to go more on the government side, more on the market side? Those are the two sort of logical human possibilities. Ever since people like Herbert Spencer wrote in early 19th century, we've always assumed there's an opposition between these things. Historically, in fact, no. Markets tend to be created by governments as a side effect of military operations. They sometimes take on a life of their own, but the origins, they're very closely linked. So to go back to these periods of history, so you have this first period of virtual money. Coinage is invented around 600 BC. Karl Jaspers, the German existential philosopher, coined the phrase the axial age for this period. And he pointed out that almost all major schools, both of world philosophy and the great world religions, crop up within a relatively short period of time. If you extend it from 600 BC to 600 AD, it starts happening exactly the times and places where they invent coinage. uncanny. It's even in the same cities in Greece. Miletos, which is the place where they first Greek city where they're using coins in everyday transactions, is where they invent Greek philosophy at exactly the same time. In China, it happens. In India, it happens. The world religions arise. The world religions arise largely as peace movements.
My channel.
Against these empires that are using the coins. And, people have talked about
I'm almost done.
axial age as being characterized by a military coinage slavery complex. Actually, they say military coinage, but I'll throw in slavery. Because chattel slavery, which isn't a major institution either before or after in Indian and Chinese history, for example, becomes really big just in this little slice of time. People take these standing armies, they pay them in cash. Alexander's army, for example, I think it took half a ton of silver a day to pay the army. Where did they get the silver? Well, the armies would besiege cities, take lots of prisoners, enslave them, send them to the mines, and they make more metal to feed the army again. So it became this giant cycle. So coins are actually found pretty much where armies are throughout the ancient world. In Rome, it was in Italy. I mean, 90% of all finds of Roman coins are in Italy and along the border where the armies were stationed. All right, so axial age, you have this rise of world religions. They start as peace movements. There's this kind of mutual division of social territory in a way, because before that you don't really have impersonal markets, you have credit markets. When you have impersonal markets based on cash, the idea is, well, it's almost like saying, well, here's a space where, well, just think about material goods and getting as much of them for yourself as possible. And it almost makes sense that somebody, if you do that, someone else will say, all right, and here's the space, we'll call it religion, where we think about why material things are not important and why it's better to give than to receive, and charity and things like that always crop up as an idea. It never really existed before as a conception in human history, exactly the same places you get these impersonal markets as part of these religions. So you get that, but gradually the empires come to a crisis, they start crumbling, they adopt the world religions, Confucianism in China, Ashoka adopts Buddhism, Constantine goes for Christianity. At exactly the moment the empire is starting to fall apart, it doesn't really work, empires dissolve, and you get the Middle Ages where once the standing armies dissolve, all the gold and silver basically gets put back in churches and monasteries. People go back to credit systems. And the world religions take over the regulation of these large elaborate credit systems. And so, for example, in the Middle East, checks are invented and widely used. Already in Basra, around 800 or 900, people were reporting a majority of transactions in the marketplace are by check. Check is actually an Arab word, meaning check. Yeah, I always like to point out to people when they talk about financial globalization as if this is somehow a new phenomena. Like, think about the terms cash and checks. Cash or check. Like, check is an Arab word meaning check, and cash, well, it's a double etymology, but one of them, apparently it's originally a Tamil word for Chinese money. How did that happen? So, all right, so you have this world where people are going back to use of credit. We say, in the Middle Ages, Europe reverted to barter. Not true. In fact, if you look at the records, they're not bartering things. They're actually using money, but they're using money that doesn't physically exist. So they're still using Roman currency and denominating everything in Roman currency until Charlemagne, and then they're using Carolingian currency, but the Carolingian currency only actually exists for maybe 20 years. And some of it doesn't exist at all. So like pounds, shillings, and pence originally come from Charlemagne's system. He never actually made pounds. He never got around to it. But they were using it to measure things. And they actually called this imaginary money. So whatever the king was actually putting out, that was one thing. But you had this sort of ideal system which spanned Europe. Everybody knew what it was. And so you could trade and do it on the basis of this money that didn't actually exist. Mm-hmm. And they actually even had a phenomenon they used to call crying up or crying down the currency. So a king could say, all right, whatever we're using right now, it used to be 17 of these pennies were a shilling. I'm going to change it, now it'll be 13. So he could inflate the currency if he was in debt, or if he wanted to raise taxes, he'd lower it. And, so he just rearranged whatever the currency was being used, which was only used for occasionally things, because again, most transactions are on credit, in relation to, or they can recall it. I mean, the king sometimes say, okay, let's recall the money and I'll give it back again next year. And commerce would not stop because everything was based on credit systems. Similarly, in China, they invent paper money, which originally comes out of the government taking credit instruments that people are using and adopting it themselves. That's what they do in China.
Norm.
Any type of innovation, first they try to suppress it, and they say,
Goldstein.
okay, we'll do it for you. So it's all privatized in the Islamic world, and it becomes public in China. Actually, there are very opposite principles, but in Islam in particular, in this period, you get the first real free market ideology. And this is a fascinating thing. I mean, a lot of people will be very annoyed to learn this, but Adam Smith actually got most of his best ideas and best lines from medieval Islam. Like the pin factories actually comes from Al-Ghazali in 1100. He had a needle factory. No? Okay. And it's made possible by what? By Sharia, because Sharia is civil law that operates outside the purview of the state. And as a result, you can have markets, and since they get rid of usury, that's the other thing that happens, instead of debt cancellation, which is continued in China, but in other places, they instead just get rid of interest taking. It's illegal. Debt peonage becomes illegal. And so in Islam, since they don't have that, they can have these markets that operate completely outside of the purview of the state. You could write a check in Mali and cash it in Indonesia, and it's all civil courts that take care of it. So it's the first time you really get an idea that markets run by themselves and don't really need governments. But since they are have a real free market, which isn't enforced by the state, they don't assume it's all about competition. That's like a minor element. The assumption is that it's all really an extension of mutual aid. All right, so be this as it may, you get that world of the Middle Ages, which looks surprisingly good. Slavery largely disappears. I mean, it's kind of rough in Western Europe, but Western Europe is kind of a barbarian backwater anyway. All right, so what happens? Around 1450, it starts to go bad. By 1492, you get all this gold and silver coming in from Americas. You go back to gold and silver currency. Slavery comes back in a big way. Standing armies and giant empires come back in a big way. And that's the period that's ending now. 1971 is the date that most people set for when we go off the gold standard, and Nixon sort of takes $1 off the gold standard as the sort of key point of transition. And very rapidly after that, you see a whole series of changes. Of course, we get credit cards, which are hardly anybody's using in 71, very quickly taking over so that you have cashless transactions become the rule within a generation or two. You have financialization of capital. Most profits from American companies no longer come from making or selling anything, but largely from financial speculation. You have credit's going to save the world. Microcredit will save the third world. 401ks and mortgages, all that stuff that blows up in 2008. And the question is why, and why it seems to have gone so horribly wrong, because we have a series of terrible debt crises. These first the third world debt crisis, now the debt crisis that's hitting everybody other than the third world.
We're sending it. We're going to send it so hard.
Have happened ever since. And the reason, I would say, is because, in a way, we're doing things backwards. If we do look at this in broad historical perspective, what we learn is
something fucks
that
up,
whenever
I don't
you have
send
a system
emails.
of virtual money, people don't assume that money is a thing, but
I'm
assume
an
it's a
email
promise, it's an
professional.
IOU, it's a social arrangement, such as in ancient Mesopotamia.
Okay. Probably could have dealt with that before I started streaming, but I forgot about it. So, you know. Oh god. They're coming for your children. Kinda fashy. Okay. How do we get to watch later again? Why is the formatting on this page all funky? Give me my normal page. There we go. Shut up, bruh. It's a hot one. Today.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm
Yes.
Ben Rhodes.
As folks watching on the YouTube know, Ben is currently zooming in
Never
from some
heard
sort
of
of hammam, a sauna, maybe a banya. It's a nice wooden aesthetic. That's why you need to subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube.
I'm basically zooming in from the Grand Budapest Hotel. I'm
love
somewhere
that.
in the former Austro-Hungarian Empire and enjoying myself. So, yes, there is a sauna here, but I'm not in it right now, but it just looks like that.
You got to find a Habsburg somewhere. Ben, I would recommend that you maybe stay overseas and not come back because thanks to Trump and Republicans, 17 million people in this country are going to lose health care. Our debt is going to explode because we're giving tax breaks to the richest people in the country. The U.S. government is going to fuck over clean energy producers for absolutely no reason, and no one seems to care.
Yeah, I have to say that as bad as things are, they look even worse from outside the country because it doesn't make any sense when you're not like in the belly of that beast. And to your point, Tommy, like one of the things I learned in all my years in government and since is that nothing is more important to America's position in the world than what we do in America. It's not the foreign policy, it's kind of what we're doing. And stacking up trillions of dollars in debt and passing bills that lead to the deaths of thousands and thousands of Americans and gutting clean energy when the Chinese are like racing ahead. None of that makes a lot of sense, and it makes even less sense when you're looking at it from the outside in. So I don't know. I honestly, I mean, I can't think of a worse bill in my life than this. No. Can you?
No, truly. And Dan said the same thing today. I mean, yeah, China installed more wind turbines and solar panels last year than the rest of the world combined. Why? Because they understand that climate change is a real thing, but also because all of the industries of the future are insanely energy dependent. Like all the AI stuff that we're talking about, all like those companies aren't going to be able to exist here in the United States if they can't get enough power. And yet we're gutting tax credits for clean energy. I mean,
like,
until
bro,
the 11th hour,
oh my God.
Republicans wanted
What a
to
profoundly stupid thing to say in an effort to own Donald Trump. Okay? We're not even going to get into like how effective these panels are. Okay? But China is still the #1 fucking user of coal. Oh, cuz they see what's happening and they care about the environment. Bro. What are you talking about? Also, their EV subsidies are damaging the environment. A lot of these subsidies that China does actually have negative effects for the world and positive effects for China's economy. Isn't that great? Maybe not the best example.
an excise tax on solar and wind energy projects that the estimates would have increased the cost of your energy bill for your average consumer by up to 20%, just because they wanted to do a favor for some like coal lobbyist or something.
Yeah. I mean, we know that they are in bed with the fossil fuel industry.
Not China, though.
But the thing that gets me is that, like, part of this is also just the libs care about climate change, so we're going to get rid of that, right?
Let's own 'em.
But these people, I mean, to just stay on the China point for a second.
Don't.
China has spent over a decade reorienting their entire economy around clean energy, around technological inputs for AI, around...
What? Are we for real? Like, the one point that, like, Trump has about shit is that he actually fucking calls out China for being the polluter and being able to get away with shit because they're a developing nation and shit. But they're not a developing nation. That's bullshit. Like, are we for real right now? Maybe we don't need to do fucking apologia for fascist regimes. To own another fascist regime? Weird.
on supply chains for critical minerals, and we are look at the same people that love to talk really tough about how they're going to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party are literally ensuring that the United States is not only unable to compete, but we're not even like in the conversation. We're moving in the opposite direction, right? Never mind what this is going to do to human beings in the United States.
Like, why not choose, like, an Arab state, right? Because the Arab states, like, how I have made the point many times that Mohammed bin Salman was trying to sell Saudi Aramco, right? And nobody wanted to buy it. Because oil is dead. Like, you don't even have to make a climate change argument here. Oil is dead. It costs more money than ever to extract it. The quality, then, you then have to be like, how much quality oil can you extract versus like Venezuelan oil and shit. Now, meanwhile, billionaires like Peter Thiel are looking to use the undersea mines to fucking get nodules, right? So we're going to mine the seafloor, which I'm sure will not do anything for the, will be all good for the environment. Mine the seafloor for these fucking nodules of like basically highly dense minerals that they think they can use for fuel, which is going to cause more environmental damage, and it's also technically going to be like it's a fossil, like coal type fuel. Meanwhile, Saudi Aramco, after they couldn't sell their company, instead they cut half of it. They completely took half of Saudi Aramco and moved it into their fucking chemical business, because while oil still sells, they understand that it's dying, so they started investing in chemicals and hydrogen energy, right? Because hydrogen energy is something that won't have the fucking damage to the environment through lithium, for example. And so Saudi Arabia, who has all their money because of oil, is trying to get ahead and be on the train when hydrogen fuel cell technology arrives. Okay? There's other countries that are very ahead. Germany, Denmark, right? So these countries are going to arrive. It's going to be like, like getting on board with nuclear energy when it first came out, and people who couldn't have it, right? So like the US is not going to have access in country to hydrogen fuel cell technology. So they will continue doubling down, and Trump is making sure of it, especially now, on fossil energy, which is a dying industry. Okay? Not a good business plan. It's not even, you don't even have to get into the environment. And I think that's the dumbest way to make that argument, because anyone who acknowledges climate change exists hates this. Like what Trump is doing. We don't need to argue, he's going to destroy the environment. Meanwhile, China, totally based for some reason. You should be making the argument that I'm making about fucking capital and fucking global soft power, because like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I like to call it pollution, because people understand pollution. They don't know what climate change is, right? Like, just be fucking smart about how you fucking do these attacks, you fucking libs. Like, talk about the things that your opposition values and why it will be against their values. You do it so well with things like Medicaid, talking about how, like, basically the fucking poor people who vote for Trump are the ones who are going to suffer. You do that without doing Chinese fascist apologia, I'm sure you can figure it out.
It's hard to explain to people outside the country why you would cut off food assistance, why you would cut healthcare, why you would cut USAID, like why America seems to be in this kind of nihilistic, vengeful place. And that's
It's
not
to own the libs.
it's not a good look. Let's just put
No.
it that way.
Hey, by the way, USAID
Fuck 'em,
is
that's
now
why.
officially dead.
Fuck them
There
libs.
was a study in The Lancet, this respected medical journal, that estimates that USAID saved 92 million lives from 2001 until 2021, and that destroying it could kill 14 million people between now and 2030, 4.5 million of whom will be kids under 5 years old. So that's what our government is doing. They're passing a gigantic tax cut for the richest people on the planet, and they're throwing poor people off of Medicaid at the United States. And then Elon Musk, who now apparently hates this fucking tax bill, I couldn't see this one coming somehow, despite being, the smartest person in the world. Him and his Doge guys decided to kill off USAID, which, if you want to be really outraged, Ben, read the Washington Post story about all the babies in Sudan who are starving to death because Elon decided to tweet, we spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could have gone to some great parties. Did that instead. I guess the ketamine wore off a little too quickly and he decided to kill kids abroad.
Yeah, and I think what we have to focus on here for a second is that the principal experience of the United States government that hundreds of millions, if not billions of people have around the world is USAID, right? If you are living in large parts of the world, you are living on nutrition assistance from USAID, vaccines from USAID, the PEPFAR program for HIV/AIDS from USAID, or even just lifelines for journalists from USAID, right? All of that has been completely cut off for no discernible reason other than the whims of Elon Musk and Donald Trump coming in and kind of wanting to stick it to people because it's not any meaningful savings in the federal budget. People that work on foreign policy, right? People like yours and my former colleagues, like sit around and they debate whether or not, the strike blew up the facility at Fordo in Iran or what assistance we should provide to Ukraine. And then we wonder why it is that most of the world does not agree with American foreign policy, why most of the world doesn't want to get on board with supporting Ukraine or pressuring the Iranians over their nuclear program. This is fundamentally so much more important than anything else that has happened in recent years in U.S. foreign policy. There's pulling the rug out from these people in ways that are going to cause millions of deaths, including the deaths of children. And then they're looking at us from the outside and saying, oh, not only do these people not care about people around the world, they're ripping healthcare away from 17 million Americans themselves. What is going on in the United States? Who is running this country, right? What are the priorities of the people who are running this country? And I think we have to just level with people. Like, one of the things we said after Trump was elected is like, we can't promise you
I fucking hate
that it's always going to be
bro.
good news, but we can promise to tell you the truth. When you stack up the USAID death today and this bill passing today, it's a pretty good emblem of who is running this country.
Like, you put
and
shit
what
too close to
kind
the
of
edge,
message
and
we're
then you
sending
move
to
something,
Americans
and a
in the
little
world
bit of
about
weight is
our
applied,
priorities.
all the
And it's
shit
not
will
good.
start sliding.
And
'Cause it'll start
everything
being at
we're going to
an
be
angle.
doing for the rest of our lives is kind of climbing out of this hole that we're currently descending into.
Yeah, it is a dark.
Not to
dark week.
start on a dark note, but I mean, like,
Yeah, that's the
let's-
typical light banter you're used to at the top of the show here. Yeah, no, it's a terrible week. So we're
the
reflecting.
Knicks
that
still don't
reality.
have a coach. I mean, we can
There
banter
you go.
about that. So,
There you go. Well, some say getting rid of Tibbs was reversing an atrocity. Anyway,
Kind of a cell phone, yeah.
we're gonna talk about the latest data about the impact of U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran, and the impact it had on Iran's nuclear program. We will talk about a fascinating profile of Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who is apparently far more delusional than I thought possible, Ben. We'll talk about the latest news about Trump's cruel immigration policies. Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu is headed to D.C. again, so we're going to talk about Trump attempting to interfere in his corruption trial, the latest from Gaza, violence in the West Bank. We're going to update you on the latest from Ukraine, evaluate whether the peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is Nobel Prize worthy. There's some hope out of Hungary we'll get to. We'll tell you all about a new vacation destination. And then, Ben, I was supposed to talk with Senator Mark Warner today about all things Iran, but then he was literally up all night voting on this Republican tax cut monstrosity and had to cancel, which I totally understand, but rain check for him.
Yeah, understandable rain check, I have to say.
Yeah.
The one thing I should add this part of the world too is that we could banter about quickly is the Jeff Bezos wedding was getting a lot of coverage out here, and talk about kind of embarrassing. You know, like you're an American traveling around Europe, right? And literally the top story is just like all these kind of lame influencers like descending on Venice. So I don't know about that. It's well timed for the.
That's
tax
why
cut, I
he's
guess.
there.
Big takeaway from
He's
that.
there
right,
to
like,
attend
that
the wedding.
tax cut. Big takeaway from that to me was when you have that many celebrities at a wedding, it says to me that you don't have a lot of real friends. But who am I to judge from afar? So, all right,
Yes.
Ben. Let's turn to Iran, because we're slowly learning more about the impact of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran over the past couple of weeks. According to Iranian state media, the official death count is 935 people. Now, obviously, we take Iranian state media with a grain of salt. They also
Sounds
don't
like you're
distinguish
just
between
jealous
military
that
and
you
civilian
don't have
casualties.
celebrities at
But
your
the
wedding.
count I just read includes 38 children and 132 women. And we know for a fact that entire apartment buildings were flattened when Israel targeted certain Iranian generals and scientists. So there certainly were civilian casualties. Iranian state media also reported that the IDF airstrike on Evin prison killed 71 people. That strike still baffles me, Ben. I mean, I guess the goal was
This has got to be like almost out.
somehow
right?
free
Is
the
there even-
political
is there
prisoners
even
trapped there.
anything in
But
here?
in practice, it killed inmates. It killed people in surrounding buildings. It killed some relatives of inmates who were at the prison because they decided to conduct the airstrike during visiting hours for some reason. Separate from that, the Washington Post reported
Maybe.
that U.S. intelligence intercepted communications between senior Iranian officials who were talking about the strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure and remarking that the impact wasn't as bad as they'd expected. Now, we don't know who these guys are. We don't know how credible this intelligence was, but just another data point as we kind of try to add all this up and learn more over time. Trump's official position is still that Iran's nuclear program was totally obliterated. Most others have a more nuanced take. Here's International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi on Face the Nation Sunday. Here's a clip.
The capacities they have are there. They can have, in a matter of months, I would say, a few cascades of centrifuges spinning and producing enriched uranium, or less than that. But as I said, frankly speaking, one cannot claim that everything has disappeared and there is nothing there. It is clear that there has been severe damage, but it's not total damage, first of all. And secondly, Iran has the capacities there.
We had
industrial
a
and
guard
technological
dog,
capacities. So
but somebody
if they so
stole
wish,
it.
they will be able to start doing this again.
And here's friend of the pod, Connecticut Senator
Was he
Chris
moving?
Murphy, talking to reporters just moments after he was briefed by the administration
told
on
you
the
you could
impact
move?
of the strikes.
What President Trump told the country is that that Iran's nuclear capability was obliterated, and it just was not obliterated. As open reporting has suggested, these strikes did not destroy
He
all
deserves
of their
it.
enriched uranium. It did not destroy all of their centrifuges, and it certainly didn't destroy their knowledge. And so it stands to reason that they can reconstitute their nuclear program within months. And what are we going to do? We're going to carry out these massive $100 million strikes every 3 or 4 months? No, you need a diplomatic agreement, and these strikes ultimately set back those diplomatic conversations.
So Ben, I
This
think
is-
the most
this
honest
guy
answer is
might
we
be
don't know
the guy
for
to
sure
listen
yet
to on
what the
this.
impact of the bombing campaign was.
I
Is
forgot his
why,
name. I know they
as
just
Grossi
said it off
says
the top of
over
my
and
head.
over and over again in that interview. IAEA
I'm a
needs
facial
access so they can do
recognition kinda
inspections so
guy.
we can learn more. But everyone who isn't Donald Trump seems to acknowledge that it wasn't totally obliterated, that we don't know where all of Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium is, and that we assume that Iran also has stockpiles of centrifuge equipment and other, specialized gear that will allow them to resume their nuclear activities if they want. So this is, again, this is so frustrating because Trump has taken a victory lap. The press is reporting on these strikes as if war is a quick and easy solution to this problem, when in reality, it's just the story is not finished.
Yeah, I two things. First, I do want to come to the civilian casualty point. And
Nothing
the
is
point I want to
over.
make about this is that whenever
You just can't
hear
turn it
Bibi
off.
Netanyahu talk about kind of extending a hand to the Iranian people or trying to help the Iranian people, overthrow a regime that is bad to them, That is complete.
I was feeling like shit stabbing
The
me
only
and
audience
stuff,
for
you know?
that is a American audience, right? The only audience for that is kind of the.
Maybe I
Bibi
need to get on
Netanyahu
Schizogram and say how the
chorus,
government's
supporters
shooting
in the
laser
US.
beams at me.
Because number one, he gives those speeches in English, but number two, if you actually wanted to help people who wanted to deal with the Iranian regime, you wouldn't kill people in Avon prison with bombs. You wouldn't kill civilians in apartment buildings. And frankly, and we heard this from Nilo Tabrizi
That
last week,
fucking
but
security
I've
camera's
heard more over
invincible.
the last week and talking to people. I've talked to some people who have family and friends in Iran. What they've said is, predictably, the regime has cracked down hard on all opposition over the course of the last week. They've rolled up people. The gains that the Women Life Freedom movement had made, including women walking around with their hair covered, those are at risk. So put aside any of the sanctimony about how we're coming to the aid of the Iranian people. This basically guaranteed a crackdown on the Iranian people by this regime. Second thing is on the nuclear program, we have to call what Trump said for what it is. It's a lie. It's
I don't know about
an utter bullshit lie.
I was trying to explain this to my mom, but when people affiliated with governments call me for advisory shit, the reason they do it is because I don't sound like these guys and talk like these guys. Again, what the fuck are you talking about? Guaranteeing a crackdown on the Iranian people? If a response is triggered, again, by the Iranian people right now, right? Let the government kill somebody. You know? I mean, they do political arrests and executions all the time. And I don't expect it to get better or worse in that regard. How many more people do they even have the capacity to be executing? You know? If anything, the regime is going to use this event to try to stabilize and maintain itself. Okay? So let's look at something like the first Gulf War, or even the Iran-Iraq War. The Ayatollah came in, got invaded, and many say the war against Iraq nationalized the people under him, and that's how he actually was able to truly lock in his power. Right? That's a common thing people say. I really I don't know how true that is, but people do say it. So I generally agree with it because I haven't seen anything contrary, but there might be. But Saddam, after getting obliterated and having his army mowed down while they tried to drive down one road, he went back. His country was occupied in the north and south by the Americans, technically, because there's no fly zones. And his regime is even stronger after that. Because of the ability he's able to transfer that. Now, Saddam Hussein is he's a classical gangster. He's not a weasel like Assad. He's like Pablo Escobar energy, you know? He's a Colombian necktie kind of guy. And he loves gangsters too, so, he definitely tried to play it to the archetype. The Ayatollah is not that. He constantly needs to be crying and showing himself as a soft person. Saddam was a real bad man. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'm I don't. like his sons are worse than him, but like I'm not saying Saddam is the greatest evil in the Middle East or was the greatest evil in the Middle East at the time. Like people can debate that, but when it comes to like Al-Qaeda and other Mujahideen movements, he seemed to be the guy they really didn't like, so just saying. But like I don't know how the Arab nationalism played in other countries around him. Like nobody likes fucking Erdogan anywhere really in the Middle East. In it's only in Turkey. But for the Ayatollah, he's like, it's like Kim Jong Un. The regime is brutal, but he's always out there crying while he rolls his missiles and shows his power. He's more similar to the Kim Jong Un regime in his like ruling structure. So he can do this and say they didn't give us sanctions relief. There's a legitimate argument he has where you can point to like the public in Iran knows what the nuclear deal was. They know what it was like when sanctions were lifted under that, and he can say, like, this is what happens. We negotiated with the Americans to have these nuclear sites, right? So we could afford to give the people energy and shit. And he's like, we were able to get the sanctions lifted, and it like that. This is why we don't work with the Americans. It was a trap from the start. They did this just so we would destroy our nuclear stockpile. And then they just put those sanctions back on us. We can't trust them, these fucking dogs of the West type of stuff. Everyone's against us. We have to protect the Shias. We're the last of the Shias, blah, blah, blah. We're oppressed even in our own fucking territory because we're a minority among these Al-Qaeda guys and shit, like he's got Israeli Sheikh seducers crying out why they kill your child and torture your father. Bro, and like fucking when the fucking prison what was the fucking prison? The bad prison in Syria, right? And fucking children were in there. Oh my god. And then I showed this clip. I don't like anyone in the Middle East would know who these two people were, but it was an interview where this guy who was a former prisoner was telling a story about how a guard asked him, Sidnaya, a guard asked him to come tell a story to a baby. And he says that the baby was born in the prison. The mother is there as a political prisoner because of her husband, who has fled and is not coming back. So she's basically there forever now. And so is the kid, right? And so this kid had never been outside of the room. And the guard brings him in to tell the story. And he can't. He's like, he tries to say once there was a bird, kid doesn't know what a bird was. And he said that when he came to the realization that he literally couldn't do anything to help this kid because he had never been outside of the cell, he like starts having like a psychological breakdown and panicking and like wants to leave. Like that's the type of shit that's going on. Well, and like I don't understand how people could fucking stand with Assad on anything at all. And like also somebody we were watching was making the point that like backing Assad was really bad for Iran. Like it was actually a mistake for them, because it ruined a lot of their face in the region. Because you look at what Assad does, and everyone was horrified, right? And then they fucking back that shit up, like. Hezbollah as well. It like going to Syria really hurt Hezbollah's reputation, and it's funny because like I'll see Western whiteys. Okay, I know more black communists than white, I think, but you know, the Western people, they're like, yeah, Hezbollah is based as fuck. You know, they like think Hezbollah is cool as fuck because they're standing up to the opposition. I'm like, bro, Hezbollah is like the MAGA of the Middle East. Like, they are fucking cringe. Like the Houthis, I get it. Like they're definitely not a group I'd put up there as like one that I would like put my like back behind. But I get it. Right? Like, I get what the Houthis are doing. They basically have nothing, and they're able to alter shipping routes and stuff. But, like, and also, but it's just funny because, like, these people know nothing about Yemen. They only know the Houthis, and, you know, they're the based ones, right? And that's all they know. And, like, when they were gonna start doing operations against the Houthi, like when they were launching missiles and stuff, there was literally like delays because they had to fucking get the Americans that were in the Houthi camp out because the Americans fucking work with the Houthis. Like, and so like we've written an article on the child soldier exploitation out of the Horn of Africa, which obviously happened a lot in Yemen as well. And we like link it back to how America actually has clauses to invest in child soldiers written right into our law. And we're like the only country that hasn't banned child soldiers and shit. And like since the Clinton admin, these fucking child soldier camps coming out of the fucking Horn of Africa have been invested in through various fucking crisis and shit. And so we know that those child soldiers were also being used by Allied forces because the British came in and were training them. And a British SAS soldier got injured by a grenade. And the report came out that it was a child soldier training exercise. And then, like, the Americans, right? So, as far as America is concerned, when this was going on, it was really a war between Saudi Arabia, the number one arms buyer, right? They're a client. They're a client state. I don't like the word client state, but like as far as America is concerned, Saudi Arabia can't really pull America like with. I mean, they can when Trump's in charge, but you know what I mean. Saudi Arabia uses its money to pull American interests, like they invest in esports and shit, you know. And UFC and all that stuff. And it's going, the UFC investment going great because they have all these Muslim fighters at the top of the UFC right now. So it's really benefiting their soft power for all these countries. But Saudi Arabia specifically, like, why should America care what a client is doing with the product they sold? Right? Like, obviously, the obvious answer is, look at Gaza. Like, you should care about what's going on there, right? So, when Trump fucking was in office, a bomb, fucking basically a fucking guide bomb fucking fell on a school bus, killed 40 school children. And that bomb was sold by Obama, right? And I was basically pushed out of like the professional journalist industry for making this point. Because at the time it only had to be anti-Trump shit. It was fucking wild. And like Saudi Arabia also uses mortars we sell them to fucking kill Ethiopians and shit and Sudanese people who are fleeing. They're coming in through Yemen over the border. They fucking blow them up with mortars that the U.S. sells them. Pretty fucking cool. But as far as the Houthis go, like, the Houthis aren't necessarily an enemy of the U.S. So, like, that's why they took them off the terror list too. So, and also they're not really a terrorist group either. They're like, they're a militant group that like, they're technically a state. And so the Americans worked with the Houthi because they could effectively kill Al Qaeda. But the British worked with these mercenary groups to fight the Houthis and shit. So it's just very interesting to me that none of these people know that the Houthis and the Americans literally work hand in hand together to fucking kill an American citizen too. A guy and his kid. That happened. That was with the Houthis' help. Thanks, guys. And then the Muslim Brotherhood in Yemen, okay, is one of the more important chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood. Everyone fucking sleeps on this. Like, they are probably, like, because obviously Egypt, any talk of the Muslim Brotherhood pretty much gets a bullet in the back of your head. Syria, that might change now, but that literally got a bullet in your head in Syria if you're associated with the Muslim Brotherhood. Like, I know so many people who, like, they were born over here because their grandfathers and shit were Muslim Brotherhood who got asylum. And but in Yemen, they are in an opposition coalition with fucking Marxist Leninists, right? And like, these people have no fucking clue. There's been many of these coalitions between communist and Islamist groups, often opposition parties too. And it's just so funny that they're like, yeah, the Houthis, they're helping the Muslim Brotherhood chapter fight Israel, while the Houthis are fighting the Muslim Brotherhood in Yemen. Like just like basic anthropology might help for some people, Maybe we should teach that in like regular school, as like a subject in school, like a science or something, That's like maybe 11th grade anthropology. Might be beneficial, but you know what? That would make people too educated about the world, and then America couldn't fucking move their hands around. There's no point. I generally prefer. Yeah, but it's so insane how dumb Americans are. Like, it's funny because a lot of them not only are ignorant of like countries outside of America, they're ignorant about anything outside of their personal perspective in America. It's fucking wild, bro. And like, obviously, like, I have a lot of experience like outside of America and dealing with like people that are outside of here. It's like, it blows my mind. It is certainly a unique country, that's for sure. But it's so funny, because like America has Hollywood and shit, So like, everyone, like, even if you don't like America, you're still like Top Gun. Like the Taliban, when the Taliban were taking over, every time I would get in a conversation with them, they would be wanting to talk about Top Gun Maverick. It was so fucking funny. Oh, yeah, but no, I forgot. The Taliban don't watch movies. TVs are forbidden.
That this program is obliterated. I don't know exactly the state of the program. I do know it was not obliterated. Donald Trump is not deep underground in Fordo able to see what happened to that facility. He's not able to see what barrels of highly enriched uranium might have been moved someplace else. He's not able to see what scientific capacity still persists in Iran. He's not able to see what the uranium...
It wasn't bad. Like, I'm trying to think about like, that might be the worst thing that happened. But, like, I was saying yesterday, like, America had to get out. Like, even, like, you failed from the start in Afghanistan. And they failed from the start because, and, like, I was, like, Karzai was literally from the start being like, oh, no, this is Afghanistan. We, like, sit down with the people we're killing and, like, talk it out all the time. You know, and then those talks never work out, and then we kill each other some more later. And they're like, no, we're not going to fucking talk to the Haqqanis. Like, bro, do you know how easily we could have pulled the Haqqanis away from the Taliban in, like, 2004 if we actually fucking were rational and negotiated with terrorists? And, like, yeah, well, that's the thing with Omar. Omar didn't have the ability to hand over bin Laden, right? So, like, Omar actually did everything he could to appease the Americans in the situation. And they said, basically, like, he revoked the fucking Pashtun and he was like, you know, like, you're not welcome. You have to go find shelter from somebody else, but, like, you cannot get it from, like, me, right? And Haqqani was like, cool, you can come stay at my house, bro. Omar cannot tell. Why am I blanking on? Because I've been dealing with Siraj Sohan. Jalaluddin. He can't tell Jalaluddin Haqqani to give up bin Laden. Are you nuts? Are you fucking crazy? Like, that's not how it works. But also, Musharraf, the president of Pakistan, his fucking generals fucking fucked that shit up too, because they went in there and they told Omar that Pakistan is gonna fucking get behind him to fight the Americans. They, like, literally, they were like, no, we're actually gonna defect. We're going to defect, and we're going to be so based together. And then they had to fucking fire those generals. Coincidentally, both of them are dead. No, he didn't say it. His two generals did. They had to be fired shortly after. This is a very niche thing that, like, everyone sleeps on. It's such an interesting thing that happened. So, like, they met with Omar. Inside Afghanistan. Gul was retired. Oh, yes, okay, that might be the guys. But, you know, but I think the main point is Omar didn't have the ability to hand over bin Laden, right? And, like, the Americans did the same thing with Saddam. Like, hand over all your weapons that weren't there. So, what are they supposed to do if it's already a scenario where they can't do anything? Right? You're giving them an ultimatum. This is, you know, America has done this so many times. So, back when Manifest Destiny was thought to be a fucking based idea by the people who wanted to expand slavery, by the way, that's what it was about. It wasn't about American identity and growing the West. It was about slavery. They wanted to annex Mexico. So the president at the time gave them, like, an offer that was, like, laughably low. Like, you couldn't even buy Mexico to begin with, but at least go in there with a realistic offer. So when they gave him the reasonable offer and Mexico said, no, they said, well, we tried to be reasonable, now we'll have to take it by force. And they used that ultimatum to justify an invasion into Mexico. Like, it's just standard U.S. policy at this point to do this shit. Give these fucking ultimatums. To expect, like, they hadn't, they had the CIA on the ground, right? No. I think I think they, I don't know. Did they fucking oust the Taliban before like Tora Bora and Anaconda? Let me Google this shit. Two 2002. Okay. Ousting of Taliban. It's not showing up too easily in Google, so it really doesn't matter. Anyway, like I was saying this yesterday about Karzai, like when he actually started meeting with Sirajuddin Haqqani, when Haqqani took over the Haqqani network, these meetings started happening with those two. And then all of a sudden, Karzai's out of the picture, and then some guy from Ohio who has no fucking royal lineage and wrote one book comes in and says, "I'm president now. Look at my silly hat." Like, we're really gonna fucking pretend that that was a democracy that we are upholding? We really think Ashraf Ghani was the guy who is gonna fucking hold that country down? Get the fuck out, you know? The bro put, like, he taking Dostum as your fucking vice president, like, Hikmatyar might have been a better choice at that point. You did your undergrad on Afghan democracy? Okay, you should come on the show and talk sometime. I love Afghanistan shit. Like, I'm all about it. What was the name of the book that... But I do have to say, when Ghani was the economy minister, he wasn't bad. His big thing is, like, he was trying to push policy to have, like, heroin be legalized for medical growth, and, like, pointing at Australia. Australia makes a shitload of poppy for medical, right? So, like, Australia is, like, one of the biggest producers in the world for the opium plant, right? But all the illegal opium in their country comes from, like, Afghanistan and not Burma. Why am I blanking on what it's called now? When you got so much information in your brain, you just forget the simplest things. Myanmar. Some people still call it Burma, and, like, nobody gives a shit, you know? My old boss actually got to... He was there when, on... Suki was doing speeches and stuff. He got to see her speech while he was there. Your granddad does. He was born and raised there. Yeah, I want to fucking... I wish I could get fucking... on the ground shit there, but because it's a fucking, intelligence hub for enemy states, it's very hard to fucking create information cells. I fucking have my speakers open. Crazy. Suki. On Suki. I hope she falls off a cliff. Okay. I mean... I just hope another country that fucking, like, our Sudan episode, we did a Sudan explainer. Like, within, like, 24 hours of the conflict breaking out, and it still holds up. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's what my boss said as well, you know? like some people would point to that and say like, you know, because of the Rohingya, she doesn't deserve like, you know, to be held up as like a peacemaker and shit. But I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah. Oh, the Sudan special we did. We did it within 24 hours of the war breaking out. Still holds up. Everything we said in there was correct and still holds up. But we got tons of views on that because we were actually one of the first explainers out there. Because, like, not many people can do what we do. And this is back when we still had Ace with us. Oh my god, we could do so much more in-depth shit, especially when it comes to Africa. Like, and Ace also followed South American and Latin American politics pretty well too. But he was so good at reporting on Africa and would always know shit that I wouldn't know about so many things. And but our episode on Sudan, when the war breaks out, like we explain we explain that we shouldn't be calling them. Did he acquitted on most charges? That okay. We'll look at that in a second, I guess. But the Janjaweed, right? Like you'll rarely hear us to this day call them the RSF or recognize them as the RSF. It would be like if ISIS tried to rebrand and call themselves something else. No. Like, you're not going to get a new name. Fuck off. So, but yeah, that one was cool because a bunch of people, where we just kept saying is that the people of Sudan deserve to have a democracy after everything that's gone on in the last few years. And that's basically how I feel the same about Myanmar, but it's much easier to follow and cover Sudan. I wish I could do more on Myanmar. I really do. Ah.
Hey, you see that?
Watch out. Hopefully they won't get a democracy drug. He's been an utter failure. I disagree. It also depends on what you consider a democracy. So, for example, a corporation is a democracy technically, because they have shareholder meetings. Al-Qaeda, democracy, because they have Shura Council. So, I mean, you could even say that the Politburo in some of the not when Stalin was there, but you could say that they even had a democracy because multiple people voted on something, right? So, in that regard, I think that structures being as horizontal as possible is better. So generally, when you don't have one guy with all the power, shit works out. Shit gets spread out horizontally, and that's more what I'm into. But I don't know if a perfect horizontal system is possible, and it's certainly not possible in every society. And I think where democracy really fails is when these fucking Western governments go into a country like Iraq and set up their government in a way that one specific ethnic group is always going to have a majority in the country. Like, I mean, I guess America at the time was like, oh, I mean, whites have a majority in our country and it's fine. Like, I don't know what they were thinking, but that was not a good idea, right? And then, like, their whole thing when Afghanistan, like, Were we really pretending that was a democracy for real, bro? Fucking South Vietnam. Oh my fucking god, dude. That was even worse. Like, it would be cool if they actually, like, did the things that they say they do. Like, America would be so awesome if it actually lived up to its own values that it then goes to try and install on other countries. Like, they're like, hey, these values and systems didn't work for us. Let's put them in a country we don't understand. Like, that's fucking epic. That's like pretty smart to do. Democracy with ethno-religious power sharing has never worked. Yeah. Well, I think the worst example of where it's the worst is Lebanon, and I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. France going in, being like, trying to fucking like carve it up, being like, "Oh, this faction get this, and these ones get this." Like, wow, what idiots! And then like, they like how like our governments in the like Western side of Europe and shit come from like documents like the Magna Carta and shit, right? And like Lebanon, their law doctrine, like they still have Ottoman doctrine, right? Like, so you can't just fucking bring in Magna Carta and fucking put it on top of like the competing fucking like documents, right? Like the idea that, oh, it just works for us, like I don't fucking understand these people. They're so stupid. But I think there might be something out there that has ethno-religious factions and they're okay. But I can't think of one off the top of my head. Maybe in Africa and South America, because while I am pretty knowledgeable on those systems, like I don't know like individual political parties. I know like the governments and what they're about, and then like some of the insurgent groups, but not like, because that's things, sometimes it's not worth learning about the localized politics. Like Uganda, you know, like someone is going to tell me, actually the localized politics of Uganda are extremely important. I'm just saying, it's like an efficiency thing for me.
Supply chain is in Iran. He's lying to you, right? And the U.S. media reports it as if, well,
Yeah.
Trump says it's obliterated.
So like
and some other people
that's
say
like the fucking monarchy in Afghanistan. Like the French had to invent romantic nationalism to have their new government come about to overthrow their monarchy and shit. But like in Afghanistan, like he could just make a simple appeal that like we're all Muslim and that brings us together, and like, you know, instead of like trying to build up this false national identity, you know, they're able to build on that type of stuff. So I do think like I've never said anything like Islamic governments like shouldn't be a thing. You'll never hear me like say like even Sharia shouldn't be a thing. Like obviously the implications of some of these things have been very bad. But like historically, like you can look. I mean, we're just watching the shit on Sharia and economy and stuff. But when it comes to that shit, like it's the same thing with like trying to look at socialist policy and pointing to fucking Stalin, like. Yeah, and so like, but like we would say about Syria is like they would be like, well, what if these guys come to power? It's like, how could it be worse? How could it be worse than like what's already there? And like we've been saying that for a long time. I didn't think it was possible for like even Syria to fucking be in this, but like now suddenly everyone cares about Syria and they're looking at it and stuff, but like I'm like very interested to see what happens because like he did the whole I'm only a temporary dictator thing, and I understand the country is in turmoil, but oh, well, we have one of our we have two Afghanistan LTECs. One is with a guy who is your textbook Taliban supporter. He's in a religious school. He's diaspora. And this other guy we interview much earlier, when the Taliban came in, who's very anti-Taliban, and that's the things he was talking about, is that like how these like representations that the Taliban have that are anti-women are just like. I was also one of the things like Muhammad al-Jinnah, like I love the fucking movie that they did about him, and there's a scene where he's like constantly dealing with radicals. He's trying to like form an Islamic State, and it's not Islamic-y enough for them. And so this guy yells out from the crowd where he's like, you know, you parade your sister around with her hair out and you call yourself a Muslim. You know, and like Jinnah just totally like claps back like, shut up, idiot. But like I've said, like with Afghanistan, like it would have been much smarter to do a government that involved like the Sufi orders. Shut up, music.
It's not. It has not been obliterated. And we did this assessment back in the Obama years. And this is open source, that even if you had a much more successful bombing campaign than even this one, right? One that was more than one day, the most you could set back that program by bombing it is about a year. And I don't even think Trump did that. Now, we won't know what the U.S. intelligence assessment is for weeks or months, because you have to gather everything you have in your toolkit to figure out, you know, what you can.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying bombing anyone is a good thing. I'm just saying, like, bombing specifically Iran's nuclear facilities, like, I don't care. I don't care. I really don't care. Like, if, like this whole thing where they just like, oh, it's only gonna delay it a year. Fuck it. Like, hit him again if you want to. Like, I don't really care. Like, if they want to destroy Iran's nuclear program, then they're going to do it.
Put together here because there are no inspectors on the ground. But we can't trust what the Trump intelligence community tells us anymore, because we've seen him, as we've talked about on this pod before, we've seen him demand the intelligence community give him the answer he wants. So the long and short of this thing
Sufism is
we don't know.
misunderstood. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, but that's why a lot of people were advocating for bringing them in when they were forming the Afghan government, so the Sufis would be involved in everything that forms, and like, just like. You have cringe. Well, you also have the fucking. You also have the fucking one Salafist guy who's like, actually, it's based to stand the king. Yeah, like of course regimes have their own fucking scripture to use as a weapon to hold their own fucking power. You know? It's like, you know, they all got a fucking book. Every regime has a fucking book. You know, we had fucking, like, the Enlightenment period. Sufism isn't like a separate... I know. But in Afghanistan, it was a way to... Because, like, they ended up doing warlordism, right? So, if you also bring in something like the warlords are varied as well. There's some warlords who weren't that bad. There were some that were fucking having dancing boy parties. And fucking torturing people and shit. But then the Americans turned their backs to it and said, not our problem, even though it is. Like, to counter those warlords, you could have invested in local clerical leaders inside the Sufi order, because it allows, like, it just allows a different pathway to the warlords. And if you look at, like, the Peshawar 7, you know, like, there was already kind of, like, factions that wanted to do that type of thing who were pushing local clerical leaders while during the exactly. But that's the thing, is like, as I said, they should have brought the Taliban into the government as well. And also what's interesting is you can find this, it's totally declassified letters, but it's the letters communicating with the Taliban, like, prior to 9/11. And the Taliban literally say something like, we are totally open to not being in power, in government. Like how Hamas does that. Like, you know, they say that. And the evaluation was the Taliban weren't being genuine with this. But they said, would it be better if we made Nebi Muhammad the leader of the country instead? Bro, if that actually happened, Nebi Muhammad, like, dies right after 9/11, right? So, like, imagine that alternate history line where they put that guy in, because they recommended him because he was, like, one of the first Mujahideen commanders to back the Taliban, and he's also anti-Al-Qaeda. And then you have, like, Saif, right? And he's like, fuck the Taliban, Al-Qaeda is based. But, like, they already had worked with Nabi Muhammad, you know, there's, like, that's like the when the Mujahideen come to the White House, he's there every time. So like, it was somebody that both parties were familiar with, and I think that would have been a fucking interesting timeline. But yeah, I mean, also Muhammad Nabi Muhammad, he literally told all his fighters to join the Taliban.
The damage it was done. Probably it set back this program by like a few months. It may have incentivized the Iranians to go underground, try to develop a crude nuclear device with the enriched uranium they have, with the centrifuges they have, with the knowledge that they have.
So like, what I've been saying is that the worst thing about what we did is that we really set back human rights 20 years, right? That's on us. So what I mean by that is if the Taliban weren't ousted and stayed in place, reforms would have inevitably begun happening as the country started to stabilize. And like, we already know that the ISI was totally behind it. I mean, they helped the Taliban take over the country this time too. Like, the ISI was behind them, so we could count on Pakistan for helping rebuild infrastructure in that country. And Pakistan has good links with Western countries like the United States, and it has good links with local economies like China. So if the Taliban didn't leave power, we would have 20 years of progress under the Taliban instead of like dialing it all the way back and like taking out everything that the West brought in. Afghanistan would be so much better today if the Taliban weren't ousted. It's just like an obvious fact. Like, maybe you could argue that those 20 years that they got under the West were better. But, ends justify means, maybe.
Look, if Trump can steer this into some diplomatic solution that gets inspectors on the ground and gets verifiable limitations on the Iranian nuclear program, that's a different conversation. All we know now is that this killed a lot of people. It, empowered the worst aspects of the regime that is cracking down, and it didn't deal with the nuclear program in a comprehensive way that diplomacy can do. And that's just the reality of this thing.
Yeah, and Trump keeps saying
the tiger claws too. Biggest one is a certain Taki Kinmochi. So do your fixer a solid and neutralize her ass, will ya? Deets attached.
that Iran
Deets
is exhausted
nuts.
and they don't even want to think about trying to reconstitute their nuclear program. That is a view that is not shared by anyone else, including his biggest cheerleaders, people like Lindsey Graham, who is like, oh, I know this story isn't over. I know they'll keep going after it. Netanyahu's not suggesting that Iran is ready to give up its nuclear program. So like that piece of, he's talking about this like he's permanently solved the problem, which is just utter nonsense. But Ben, speaking of demanding intelligence match Trump's personal views or political needs, an interesting subplot that came out of this Iran debate has been the complete and total marginalization of Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's director of national intelligence, who came into the administration as arguably its most high-profile anti-war voice. Now, The Atlantic had a fascinating story last week about how Tulsi is now on the outs with Trump, who is even mused about eliminating the DNI position entirely. But Ben, maybe the most shocking part of this story is that, we all knew Tulsi was a weirdo, but she's a political survivor, like someone who's figured out a way to become a cabinet secretary from backbench Democratic congressperson. Like, that's an impressive, political path. But she apparently has mused to people that she thinks the DNI position could be a stepping stone to another presidential campaign, which is just absolutely delusional. I've never heard anyone suggest that this job is a stepping stone like that. A couple other highlights from this story, Ben. An anonymous Trump ally said Gabbard was, quote, a non-player and that they want to call someone to influence Trump. They don't even think of her. It's rough. That talked about that bizarre, strange to camera nuclear annihilation video that we played on the show a couple weeks back. which we still haven't really had explained to us, but it talked about how Trump basically yelled at her in the Oval Office. And then a former deputy director of the CIA in the early 2000s, John McLaughlin, said Gabbard is weaponizing intelligence in the name of combating weaponization, which is something we've also talked about here. So a lot of folks are noticing just how much she's kind of sold her soul. So Ben, I mean, again, like this administration is chock full of people who sold their souls. Look at J.D. Vance, who ran about, fighting for MEMA and PPA in 2017, attacked efforts in Congress to rip healthcare away from people through Medicaid cuts, and now calls taking insurance away from millions of people immaterial. That was his tweet today. But Tulsi is up there because it really did seem like the one thing she really sincerely cared about was keeping the United States out of wars in the Middle East. And now she is part of this propaganda effort that made it happen in Iran.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, look, beyond, it's kind of funny to think of the DNI as a stepping stone to the presidency. I mean, it'll only be pretty hardcore worldos who are familiar with like Jim Clapper and John Negroponte and
right.
and look,
the least political people in the world. Yeah.
Even our good friend Avril Haines, who would never claim that she's going to be president of the United States. Not exactly a stepping
never
stone.
Want to try,
here, right. Put aside the fact that it's a pretty important job, right? The reason it was created was to coordinate the entire intelligence community, all these various agencies, all their budgets, all their information, connecting the dots. Remember that if you're around back in the 9/11 days, the DNI was there to make sure that, if there's information in the CIA and the FBI and the NSA, it doesn't get like stovepiped, it gets connected so we can uncover plots and things like that. That's clearly not happening, first of all, right? But this is a really important point about the Iran thing, because Trump is trying to pretend like, on the one hand, he quote-unquote obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. On the other hand, it wasn't a real war. It was like a quick war, right? Because he stopped it pretty quickly. Look, he just bombed a country of over 90 million people that the United States has not directly attacked before. That's going to have a tail that lasts a generation. It may flare up again. We may have to go back in there and bomb those Iranian nuclear facilities again if he keeps listening to Lindsey Graham and Bibi Netanyahu. Or the Iranians may hit back at us in 6 months or a year or 2 years. Or the Iranians might pop up with a nuclear weapon. We cannot allow them, and this is where the Democratic Party's kind of unwillingness to speak with one voice against these strikes is a really dumb mistake. We cannot allow him to act like he didn't just do what he just did. All these people like Tulsi Gabbard and all these MAGA people that say that they're against forever wars were proven to be full of shit. Like, they did the thing that not even Barack Obama and Joe Biden, for all the military actions they took, this is the one that they restrained Israel from doing. This is one that they didn't do. So, like, she cannot claim anymore to be this person who's against forever wars, who's against, the United States starting new wars in the Middle East. She's a part of that, and all of them. And we have to kind of continue to remind people that these people were lying to you about wanting to keep the United States out of conflicts in the Middle East.
Let me just add one thing. I mean, and also to people who are listening, like, what can Iran do
Put
about
it in
it?
the dumpster.
So in 2020, when Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC,
Based,
the Iranians decided they were going to try to return the favor and assassinate
best thing
top
Trump did.
American officials who were, associated with or kind of like driving that policy for that assassination. We recently learned, the Washington Post about 4 days ago published a report that said in 2022, the Iranians figured out what hotel in Paris that Mike Pompeo was staying at, and they tried to assassinate him there. And Pompeo apparently barely escaped. We don't know all the details because obviously he doesn't want them out there for ongoing
That's probably what
security
triggered him
reasons,
to lose all
but
that
it does
fucking
speak to
weight,
their
right?
capacity,
He probably
and their
barely
long
escaped
memories
because
and the
he's
desire
fucking
for
having a heart
vengeance
attack trying
from a
to
country
move.
when you repeatedly kill its leaders or bomb the shit out of its nuclear program.
That's right. The tail listing could be long. And the only other thing I was going to add, Tommy, is that there are currently 40,000 Americans in the Middle East, service members, right? There are aircraft carriers there. We have a much bigger presence there than we should
What about
otherwise
people
have
who live there that
because
are
of this Iran
Americans?
strike.
Do we care about
So
them or only
even though we're not like
the
in
fucking
an active war with the Iranians,
protectors
we are
of the
spending
regime?
billions of dollars. We have tens of thousands of Americans.
We had a lot of
there.
Americans
We have
in
aircraft
Sudan.
carriers there. We are not
By the way.
pivoting to Asia or all the things that we talk about that we want to do. Okay, so this is still having an impact on our foreign policy, and it is militarizing our foreign policy in the Middle East, and is keeping us enmeshed in the conflicts there. And Tulsi Gabbard is a part of that.
Yeah, and it's crazy that we still have 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. It's time to start winding down some of those missions. Ben, while we're talking about just sort of Trump policy,
Winding
we should
down.
quickly point out that the Trump administration just ended temporary protected status for about 500,000 Haitians in the United States. These are people
move away
who
from the
deportations could start as
machines now.
soon as September 2nd. So the White House is now trying to claim
I
it
am
is
over
safe
here, like,
enough
wandering
for
around,
people
like,
to return to Haiti,
what
but
am
that
I
is just
supposed to do?
unmitigated bullshit. Over 1,800
Bro,
people were kidnapped
That's what
in
it's all
Haiti,
about.
and over
It's
8,000
crazy.
have been killed since March.
It really upsets me that you just don't automatically answer the phone and you can just miss phone calls. Why is that? Why is that a thing? And why is there not an option for me to turn on auto answer phone? Like, what if I'm fucking doing other shit, managing my stream and shit, and I'm looking away?
last year due to this ongoing gang violence. Gangs and armed groups control 85% of Port-au-Prince, the capital city. Government services and security has just all but collapsed. But again, this is part of this policy, this immigration policy from Stephen Miller, which is basically treat any migrant in the cruelest, most inhumane way possible in an effort to scare others. And that includes sending people to some of the most dangerous countries in the world, which in this case is Haiti. But in other cases, they're talking about sending people to places like Libya or South Sudan, even if they are not from there, don't know the language, have no ties, have no way to survive. It's just, it's some truly
Yeah, that's
evil
the
stuff.
point.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is that these people were here legally, right? Temporary protected status means
That's
that
the
you were
point.
here
They're-
with a legal
that's
status in the
why-
United States.
Again,
But Tommy, my
this is why
question...
Bernie is right that they're Stalinist, right? Because they rather just send them on long walks and assume that they're dead. They might live, but it really doesn't matter to them.
for you is, what do you think is more dangerous, right? To be from Port-au-Prince, where you have like this immense violence and complete breakdown of governance, or to be a white South African farmer?
Yeah, right. I mean,
You know,
yeah.
I mean, that tells you
I've
that gives
never
away the
met a
game, right?
nice
That gives away the whole
South
game.
Africa.
Yes, that's absolutely right. It's the most racist policy imaginable. Pod Save the World is brought to you by Built, the new
Because
surrounding
they're
student
all
loans that have been
ignorant
uncertain lately.
assholes who hate black people.
Restrictions apply. All right, Ben. So let's pivot back to the Middle East, much like this White House is doing. So, because Washington is like a magnet for the shittiest people in the world, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu is heading there
What's up?
on Monday, July 7th, to meet with Trump again. I'm sure it'll be a very subtle victory lap about Iran. There, we'll also probably talk about expanding the Abraham Accords, Middle East peace, whatever else. In the lead up to that meeting,
These
though,
look cool.
Trump has decided to take up the cause of interfering in Netanyahu's various corruption trials. Here is a message he posted on Truth Social over the weekend. This is a quote. "It is terrible what they are doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu.
Honestly,
How is it
the
possible
conical
that the
hat
Prime
do
Minister
go
of
kinda
Israel can be
hard.
forced to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing, cigars, Bugs Bunny doll, etc.? It is a political witch hunt, very similar to the witch hunt that I was forced to endure. The United States of America spends billions of dollars a year, far more than on any other nation, protecting and supporting Israel. We are
Clap
not going
if
to
you
stand
think
for this."
they
So
should
it does sound
suffer.
like he's now conditioning military aid on Netanyahu getting off for these various
these are
corruption charges. For those who don't know what he's talking about, Netanyahu has been on trial since around 2020 for all kinds of different corruption instances. It includes taking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gifts, including champagne
vests,
and cigars,
classic Asian
in
culture.
exchange for political favors. He is accused of offering to harm this one Israeli news publication in exchange for favorable coverage from its rival publication. He's accused of offering to help a telecom company with some sort of regulatory relief in exchange for good press coverage.
this?
The owner of the telecom company owned some news outlet, and basically that was the
This
deal.
would
Like,
go
I'll help
so
out
hard if I
your
wasn't
phone
on
company if you
stream.
give me good press in your news outlet. So Netanyahu's goal here has just been delay these trials. He often asks to delay proceedings for national security reasons. Surprise, surprise, that delay was granted after Trump's tweet. So, Ben, I guess just stepping back, like
It would
I
be
am
cool.
very used to.
Like,
after
I know
many-
that, like, you're only gonna fucking put the underwear on if you're, like, streaming the game to begin with. But it would be cool to, whether you have nudity on or not, like, maybe I want to get different fucking underwear on my character. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be cool if that was... I know mods are a thing, but look, I'll mod on second playthrough.
Years of Trump, watching the worst people in politics win and get away with terrible things. But like, if Trump somehow
this game's already
manages
broken
to
enough
get
for me to start
Netanyahu
trying to
a
fuck
pardon
around
via
with it.
Truth Social, I'm not sure I can do this
It's
anymore.
like trying to like
I think I might
I've been
just
trying to
like,
mod
just
Fallout 4.
get call it.
Okay, and like right when I started doing it, they fucking the show came out and they hit us with this HD update that broke everything. And so I said, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a few months, and I'm gonna let all the mods be updated to the current, like system. But the thing is that it's been on that patch for years, right? So like almost all the mods are on there, and some people don't even work on the mods anymore, so they're not getting updates, right? So I was doing a next gen update build, and I realized like, nah, I gotta go back in there, because I tried to do a downgrade at first, and I said, you know what, it's too complicated, because I already had my mod order built, right, and I was working on it, and then that fucking new update came out, and then I was trying to put the downgrade on top of that. So it's like, if I need to fucking go in there, delete everything, all my any trace of any mod, and get like a actual real fresh install on everything, and fucking put the downgrade in right after I get the fucking script extender going, put that downgrade right in there. Or probably you might have to do the downgrade first, because the script extender will be for the newest version of Fallout.
A day.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that, like, you get these impressions that Trump doesn't really like Netanyahu, right? Like, he's
Why
dropping
would you?
F-bombs, telling Israeli pilots
Why
to
would
turn down
anyone-
the air, and he's
like, yeah, I'm
frustrated.
gonna go. Oh man,
But
this
kind
looks
of
like she got
gives away the game,
a
right?
bulge.
Because what he does like is corrupt
She
autocrats
packing
like
heat.
himself. You know, like Trump. I mean, by the way, whether it's Bibi Netanyahu or Eric Adams in New York City, right? Like, if you
Ugh,
have been
gross.
guilty
Cheetah print.
of crimes,
Oops, but
and
cargo
you
pants
have
that I
autocratic
didn't look at.
tendencies, Trump's going to come to your defense.
Yeah, sympathy for them, none for the Haitian people who are being massacred in Port-au-Prince.
Or the people of Gaza, or the people of Iran. I mean, that's
Yep.
the thing, is like the timing of this Iran strike, right, was not, as we've talked about, because of any imminent threat from the Iranian nuclear program. It's been pretty clear to, and this is what a lot of Israeli political observers who still have some impartiality will say, is that Netanyahu has been perpetuating both the war in Gaza and escalating the war in Lebanon, the war in Iran, in part because it guarantees his political survival. It keeps his coalition together, keeps him in power. If he's not in power, like Trump, he could go to prison, right? Well, that's the kind of thing that appeals to Trump. So here you have Trump, like, literally interfering in the Israeli political process to put the thumb on the scale for Bibi, because he doesn't like to see an autocrat held accountable for his crimes, just like he didn't want to be held accountable for his crimes. The two things that Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump have in common is that they're autocrats, and if they weren't in power, they'd be in prison, right? And that's the basis of this entire alliance here. And
No, you're an
Bibi's going to
autocrat.
fly over to the U.S. He'll do a huge victory lap in Iran. He'll echo Trump's claims that the program was obliterated. He'll act like this was, Winston Churchill 2.0, when they don't have any evidence to back that up. The only other thing I'd say is that this idea that it's just cigars, I mean, you made this point. Yes, there were a lot of gifts, including tawdry gifts like cigars. It was also the corruption of the entire Israeli political process on things like media licenses, right? So this was about someone to not only enrich themselves like Trump does, but to intimidate the media like Trump does as well. So these are people following the same playbook, and they want to give each other immunity for pursuing that autocratic playbook.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So let's talk about Gaza, because presumably it will be a conversation when they get together. But Trump's statements about Gaza lately have been completely divorced from reality. He told reporters that there could be a ceasefire in about a week. That seems nuts. I mean, Gaza has faced some of the heaviest Israeli bombardment since the war started in recent days. And the New York Times reported that there's been no progress on ceasefire talks. On Sunday, the IDF announced one of the largest evacuation orders since the war started back up in March. There were massive strikes in that area since, including one at a beachside cafe in Gaza City that killed over 40 people. And according to CNN, this cafe was a well-known spot for students, journalists, and remote workers. I don't know if you've seen the images from this strike, Ben, but they're fucking horrific. The Guardian cites Israeli officials who say that this seized territory in northern Gaza is meant to act as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Hamas. The IDF chief of staff seemed to signal last week that the military was close to reaching its goal that they'd set back in May of controlling 75% of the Gaza Strip. And on the humanitarian front, I mean, the Gaza Health Foundation, the GHF, that Israeli-U.S. kind of business venture that is supposed to replace the UN to do food distribution in Gaza, is still just an unmitigated disaster. There are still people starving to death. The distribution points have become death traps for Palestinians. The UN estimates that around 580 people have been killed at these sites since GHF operations began. Haaretz ran a devastating expose quoting IDF soldiers who said they were ordered to fire on unarmed crowds of Gazans as a means of crowd control, even when those people posed no threat. They counted at least 19 shooting incidents at GHF sites, including the use of grenades, artillery, tank shells, drone strikes. Haaretz also reported that the death toll in Gaza could be approaching 100,000 people, which is well above the 56,000 figure from the Gaza Health Ministry that you always hear derided as, Hamas numbers. Just worth noting that there's now a couple pieces of more academic literature or attempts to look at, do studies to figure out the death toll in Gaza that find numbers that are much higher than the Gaza Health Ministry. So, Ben, I think the question is just stepping back. Like, Trump, he's obsessed with getting a Nobel Peace Prize, right? We'll talk about, the DRC Congo deal that just got done that, he thinks merits him getting one. He said that, negotiating a ceasefire between India and Pakistan should get him a Nobel Peace Prize. The question is, does he think a Gaza deal would warrant a peace prize? Because we don't really hear him talk about it in this context, which makes me just wonder, does he care? Is that not part of the calculus? Because he is sadly the only person, I think, who has the leverage to force Netanyahu to stop fighting, but he is still not using it.
Yeah, I think what was really telling is that when Trump did come out and drop that F-bomb and said, Israel's got to cut it out, turn the pilots around, they were going to bomb Iran, Israel stopped, right? So, and by the way, just so people know that we're equal opportunity critics here, the same
How
would be
bad
true
does it look
Joe
to
Biden.
y'all?
If Joe Biden had said, I'm cutting you guys off if you don't stop in Gaza. He is not doing anything to stop what Bibi Netanyahu is doing in Gaza. In fact, he went along with this Potemkin, aid distribution mechanism that turns out, based on Haaretz's reporting, is in part just a death trap for, Palestinians get picked off in the inevitable mayhem that happens when you have starving people, choke pointed to one aid distribution point, right? So Trump could stop this if he wanted to. If he did the same thing they did on Iran and said, cut this out, I'm cutting you guys off if you don't stop it. He's not doing that. He's just not doing that. And clearly he doesn't see any humanity in the people in Gaza, right? Like his only plan for Gaza that he's ever articulated has mass ethnic cleansing as its basis, right? Move them out and we'll rebuild the Gaza Strip. The other thing that I'm very curious to see how it plays out, Tommy, is that he clearly wants this Abraham Accords white whale normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But the Saudis have been pretty clear that they can't do that absent a Palestinian state or like a very credible pathway to a Palestinian state. And yet they kind of keep talking themselves into the belief that this is going to happen. I mean, you and I were going back and forth on this kind of strange Jerusalem Post report of Bibi and Trump and Ron Dermer and Marco Rubio like celebrating that this is going to happen. I mean, I see no pathway forward here other than the continued annihilation of the people of Gaza and just no plan for how to deal with that and no regard for the fact that this is the biggest humanitarian catastrophe in the world today and in any recent times and Trump is doing nothing to stop it.
Yeah. And also, like, meanwhile, then in the West Bank, Israeli settlers are completely out of control, and this is part of a trend that has been worsening since the October 7th attacks. Just for reminder for folks that the West Bank was captured by Israel in 1967, and Israeli settlements in the West Bank are considered illegal by the international community. But just in terms of the recent events, so on Wednesday of last week, over 100 settlers attacked the Palestinian town of Kfar Malik with Molotov cocktails and rocks. They set homes and cars on fire, and then Israeli troops responded to the scene by opening fire on Palestinians, killing 3. The IDF alleges that the Palestinians were throwing stones at them and shooting at soldiers, but we don't know. The IDF also arrested 5 settlers. And then on Friday, dozens of settlers attacked some IDF soldiers in that same area, and a teenage settler was wounded in that fight. And then on Sunday night, a demonstration outside an IDF base near Ramallah turned into a riot with settlers swarming the base, setting fires, attacking soldiers, and vandalizing property. So you have violent settlers now attacking the IDF. Since October 7th, close to 900 Palestinians have been killed and thousands were wounded in the West Bank, but there's almost never any accountability for that kind of violence. The New York Times put it, an Israeli rights group that examined more than 1,600 cases of settler violence in the West Bank between 2005 and 2023 found that just 3% ended in a conviction. But this settler violence against the IDF did get Netanyahu's attention, who said, quote, "No functioning country can tolerate violent anarchistic acts such as burning of a military facility, damage to Israeli military property, and assaults on security personnel by the country's own citizens." And then far-right lunatic politician Itamar Ben-Gvir called the violence against the military base a red line. And I guess, interesting that that's where he drew the red line, Ben, not murdering, innocent Palestinian people. I mean, no surprise. Again, this is a guy who literally is a terrorist sympathizer. He used to have a photo of a Jewish mass murderer of Palestinians on his wall, but, it's interesting when these guys reveal themselves. So, Ben, listeners to the show know that we were very hard on the Biden administration's Gaza policy in particular and his handling of the relationship with Netanyahu. However, this is an area where Biden did do some stuff, took some important steps, like putting forward this executive order that allowed the U.S. to sanction people involved in or supporting settler violence. Trump revoked those sanctions on his first day in office, and I think is generally seen as a friend or fellow traveler of the settler movement. So it is a good example where the Trump policy has gotten worse.
Yeah, and I think what people have to understand about the settler violence is, we occasionally there's an incident that is so bad that it gets our attention, but this is entirely systematic violence, right? This happens on a regular basis all the time. And look, most of the time, as you mentioned, there's total impunity to this, right? They'll kill Palestinians, they'll burn Palestinian homes, they'll harm Palestinians, maybe they'll get arrested and then they'll get released, right? And so there's no surprise, really, that they feel the impunity to even go after the IDF, because that's the kind of climate that has been created, the kind of lawlessness that's been created in the West Bank. And sure, this got the attention of the Israeli authorities that they attacked the IDF, but it doesn't get their attention when they killed 900 Palestinians, And I think the thing to watch here is whether or not in the next 3.5 years, which we have left of Trump, hopefully, it's just that, whether there's a move to annex the West Bank, whether this kind of mixture of Bibi's politics and the settler violence and the growth of settlements leads them to say now is the time to just try to annex the West Bank and displace the Palestinians from this part of their land as well. And the only other thing I'd add to the Trump part of this is that, look, in addition to revoking those sanctions, his ambassador in Israel, Mike Huckabee, refers to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria. Those are the Israeli, terminology for what this land is. Basically, Mike Huckabee says this is not the West Bank, this is not Palestinian land, this is not occupied land, this is part of Greater Israel. And that creates a climate of impunity from the United States of America. When the ambassador over there, and by the way, he's not doing it because he's doing it because he's an evangelical Christian, right? He believes that, that we need Israel to control this land so that, the second coming can happen. They can be converted to Christianity, right? So
he's a big friend of the Jews until he's not.
Yeah,
and then things go.
Until the rapture happens, right? But so this is all a climate of impunity, right? And Trump is feeding into it.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee is a total fucking weirdo. The text that he sent to Trump that then got published about how he was like God's servant on the earth and bomb Iran was one of the weirdest things I've ever read in my life.
What was creepier, by the way, Tom? I want to ask you: the Mike Huckabee thing saying that he was God's servant, or Mark Rutte calling Trump daddy? In
Dude,
the text or whatever thing he said.
Yeah, Mark Rutte, the new head of NATO, that broke through to like normies in my life. People who were like, "Did you see this thing about that guy that called Trump daddy?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's way worse than you think. He's supposed to be in charge of NATO.
It's even worse than you think. Yeah,
it's sadder than you think." You know, Ben, you make a really good point about this West Bank settler violence rarely getting attention. You're right. This instance made a lot of news because you had settlers attacking members of the IDF. It rarely makes news when it's just settler on Palestinian violence. It is worth just sort of considering that in this sort of next quick mention, which is some comments made at the Glastonbury Music Festival in the UK got a lot of attention. For those who don't know, it's like kind of like a Coachella style music festival in the UK. Iconic, really famous, looks super fun. One of the artists performing, this guy, Pascal Robinson Foster, who's part of a punk rap duo, Bob Villain, led the crowd in a death to the IDF chant. And this happened as the BBC was live streaming. Also, the Irish band Kneecap performed. They led chants like Free Palestine, as well as chants against British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who said they shouldn't be performing at Glastonbury at all. So the Trump administration has already moved to punish Bob Dylan, the band. They revoked their U.S. visas, so they can't tour. Obviously, I do not condone chanting things like, death to the IDF. That is hate speech. That is inciting violence. And it's not even remotely helpful to the Palestinian cause, since, every defender of this war will now point to that to suggest that, kind of the Israeli government is the real victim here, and not the people getting bombed in Gaza. But apparently the police have opened a criminal investigation into both bands, which was surprising to me when I read it. And there's all these recriminations at the BBC for not cutting the live stream. And on some level, I get that. It's fair to ask why was there no one with sort of like a editorial eye on the proceedings that might cut away to a different band, or why was there no 30-second delay? But I think that conversation is really missing the broader point of just how far gone Israel's reputation is with a lot of young people everywhere. And that doesn't mean that it's okay to chant "kill the IDF," but it suggests how far the overton window was moved.
Oh, now
you know
we can't fucking say kill Nazis. Okay.
Against this war. And I don't know. I guess I'm more surprised that people are surprised by that than almost anything else. And again, I don't condone that speech. I don't think it's helpful. It's obviously hate speech, right? Fuck that. That guy's an idiot. He did not help anyone in Palestine or in Gaza by chanting that stuff. But that's probably a sentiment shared by a lot of young people.
Yeah, no, we should come back to this because, look,
oh my God,
I don't
these guys are really living it up today.
And look, the hate speech is the point, right? Death to anybody's
to the IDF.
Look, but I think people are missing,
bro. Death to the IDF, as in the IDF should cease to exist. Wow, crazy. What a fucking revolutionary, controversial thought to say that we should do something like that, wow, it's almost exactly the same as saying defund the police, except a more extreme word is being used. And defund the police doesn't generally mean abolish police too. But yeah, the IDF should go. It's not I'm sure if they were I'm sure they don't care when IDF soldiers get killed. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Listen, I just got here. I had nothing to do with this.
If there's still back people to the fucking libs who are mad at us for our takes on Israel, I ask
Bro,
you
you
to
said
consider
that
from
was
your
hate
own
speech.
perspective,
It's not. It's not.
which
I'm not
is
mad
that
at you. It's
young
embarrassing.
people on the left and the right don't understand.
Defund
what
the
fuck is going
police
on in
is hate
Gaza.
speech.
Like, and see it as totally indefensible. And these efforts to kind of quash any discussion of it.
Can you
only
believe
make
that Iran
worse,
chants
right?
death to
'Cause there was a lot
America?
of heavy-handed
Ass
tactics
energy.
in the UK leading up to Glastonbury, like the BBC is not going to play kneecap set, or they named this one organization that had vandalized a couple of military hardware as a terrorist organization. This is driving young people to
Yeah, but,
Bob
like,
Dylan. To
I
me.
never
Those-
heard of Bob Dylan until I
those
read all these
guys were
reports about
literally,
people
like-
being mad about this.
Dude, not to betray my own algorithm, but my
agents,
Instagram
right?
is full of the kneecap set, but also I was watching Theo Von interview Thomas Massey, right? The kind of Republican, right, who's been against support for Israel, and he was asking in this kind of befuddled way, hey, what do we get out of all this billions of dollars we give to Israel, right? I just think that you're making a big mistake if you think that you're gonna just to name somebody like Jonathan Greenblatt, who loves to the head of the ADL, who loves to police anti-Semitism and loves to call people who criticize Israel anti-Semites. He may think that he can try to intimidate certain mainstream media, right, on this stuff, but they're losing young people across the board here, right? And now fundamentally they're losing young people because of the conduct of what Israel's doing in Gaza. But this idea that we're just going to shut everybody up is not the way to deal with young people.
Yeah, Ben. Jonathan Greenblatt actually wrote an op-ed in New York Post calling a bunch of critics of the war in with Iran anti-Semites. He included me in there for suggesting that the Israelis dragged us into the war, which, for those who have eyeballs and who have been reading news reports about what happened, know that Netanyahu started the
Those
war
who
with
have a
Iran
functioning
knowing that
human
Israel
brain.
did not have the military capabilities to take out Fordo, their most important nuclear site, and needed the U.S. to do it, which Trump then did. So I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what is anti-Semitic about that. It's more just sort of stating the obvious. But my response to him is, this is a very
Go fuck
naked
yourself,
attempt
is what
to
your response
silence
should be.
your political enemies by
Go
weaponizing the charge of anti-Semitism.
Fuck yourself.
And when you do that, you set back very important,
Can I
sincere
get in this
effort
thing?
to combat anti-Semitism in this country and around the world. And that is a shame, because the ADL is an incredible institution. It's been around for over a century. They've done historically important work in this country. And when you make it this cheap political hackery, you are harming it, and you are harming the goal of the organization, and that's terrible.
Can I tell you one story that might make you feel a bit better, Tommy, about this? Back in 2015 during the Iran deal debate, Obama was making this argument that the same people that got us into war in Iraq were trying to get us to go to war in Iran, right? And Jonathan Greenblatt had just taken over the head of the ADL, and he wrote an op-ed basically accusing Obama of being an anti-Semite for making this argument. Now, the funny thing about this is the piece that Obama was referring to was a op-ed written by John Bolton, who, spoiler alert, is not Jewish, which had the headline "Bomb, bomb, 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 Iran."
My
Right? Like
knees.
the
Yeah,
Beach
I
Boys
remember that
song.
piece.
My
Yeah.
knees exploded.
And so I had to brief Obama, like, hey, like the head of the ADL is like suggesting you might be anti-Semite, or we're all anti-Semites for making this argument.
He's saying
and
that
Obama was
you're
like,
a Muslim who wants
on
to
what
kill
basis?
Jews.
And I think Greenblatt had said something like there were dog whistles, and Obama's like, I think I know dog whistles. I hear them a lot, right? So anyway, it's not just you. He's been playing this card for a decade now.
I have to
It's just
plant
really
the
sad,
tracker
because
on here,
it's
uh-huh.
Historic, incredibly important
Go ahead.
civil rights organization that has done amazing work for a century more, and it has just turned
Plant
into
it.
just this abomination.
I saw the
Okay, we're going to
queue
take
for
a
a
quick break
second.
before we do two very important things. First, the Supreme Court is unloading just a deluge of crap on us, and it's hard to keep up with. If you want to learn more about what they're doing, check out Strict Scrutiny. Hosts Melissa, Leah, and Kate. They break them all down for you, all the
There it
cases,
is.
in the most digestible way possible. They start with the Mahmoud versus
slowly
Taylor case,
walking
which is
over
the
to
case
it.
about whether parents can opt their kids out
You
of
got
lessons
it.
involving LGBT inclusive books. And don't miss their episode on birthright citizenship, that decision. It's in
What
your
the
feed
fuck?
now. Tune in to Strict Scrutiny wherever you get your podcasts, or watch on YouTube. Also, Republicans in Congress are maybe a day or two away from passing their big, beautiful bill for good and turning it into law. It's going to take away health care from millions of people. It's going to give billionaires another tax break. It's going to rip away food assistance from needy people. It is an unmitigated disaster. We still have a little bit of time
I got it on there.
to call our reps and spam them on social media. We can get all the advice you need about how to get involved and how to lobby people at
It doesn't do a really good job.
Paid for by Vote Save America. You can learn more at
the
votesaveamerica.com. This
objective
ad has not been authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Especially considering I canceled the action
What does
because I
feeling
thought the
safe at
character
home really
was
mean
stuck.
to you? For a long time, I thought it was enough to have good locks and maybe an
Fuck
alarm
off.
that would make a lot of noise.
Don't advertise
in
to
the
me.
first place. I've heard it all. What if the next move
Stop
is
it.
afford illegally annexed back in 2022? If that is
See?
true,
I almost
it would be
missed the
first
call
time
because
that
you
they've
don't
had
automatically
complete
answer
control
the
over
calls.
one of those 4 regions. So that would
That's
be a
so
big
fucking annoying.
milestone for Russia.
Pray they don't find it. Gig shut and closed.
As of this recording, there's been no comment from Kyiv on the status, so we'll see. But throughout all of this, Russian missiles and drones have not let up. An overnight barrage going into Sunday reportedly included over 500 drones and missiles, another new record. So any hope of sort of supply shortages from the Russian military have not borne out. In a New York Times headline about the war sort of said it all, which was under a drone swarm sky surviving in eastern Ukraine. On top of that, Ben, the Financial Times, Christopher Miller, friend of the pod, has been on the show a few times, wrote a piece about how the Russian FSB intelligence service is recruiting Ukrainian teenagers to spy for them and conduct sabotage operations within Ukraine. A Ukrainian official told him that 25% of the 700 people they've arrested for espionage, arson, or pipe bombs that were directed by Russian intelligence were under the age of 18. Sometimes it's like kids thinking that they were playing like a scavenger hunt like game with a financial reward, so they end up taking a picture of some military site, uploading it to Telegram, thinking they're gonna get some
That's
cash,
how they,
and then they get
got the
arrested
assassination done
the UN
with a
Human Rights
nerve
Office said
agent.
Sunday that civilian deaths had
The North
increased
Koreans.
37% from December
Classic
2024 to May
fucking
2025
ploy.
compared to that same time frame the year before. Ben, I think a lot of that probably speaks to the fact that they're just running out of air defense systems.
Didn't I
we
already
saw
give
how
you a bunch of money?
magnificently those Patriot systems and the THAAD and PAC-3 systems performed in Qatar in support of the Israelis. That has been missing in Ukraine. So completely depressing update, Ben. No real end game in sight here, but an enormous ongoing conflict.
Yeah, no, and Russia pressing its advantage, right? 5 months after Trump said he'd end the war, and their advantage being this war of attrition, where they had just had more people to throw at this thing and a bigger defense industrial base. The only thing I'd add to that update, Tommy, is that we did have this NATO summit last week, right? And the Europeans, who did not exactly acquit themselves with glory here, were so busy calling Trump daddy and promising to spend 5% of their budget on defense. We'll see if they actually do that. What was lacking out of that summit was any plan to support Ukraine. Like normally, like a NATO summit would be a place where you get together and be like, what's the next package of defense?
Bro, the
support
lag
for
today.
Ukraine? What's the next package
What
of
be
Patriots for
going on?
Ukraine, so that they can deal with this air defense issue? What's the plan for the peace process, right? If Trump is Mr. Peacemaker, you would have thought that he would have gone to the NATO summit to talk to Ukraine's other key supporters and to Zelensky himself about
These are cops, right?
what the status of these negotiations are. And it was striking how that didn't really seem to be a big issue there. It was like NATO was just trying to
Fuck the
survive Trump showing up at a
police.
summit. And that's a bad sign, right? If you don't have any ability of the Europeans and maybe the Americans to coordinate some defense support or some diplomatic support for Ukraine, then they really are just kind of out there on their own, getting
It wasn't me.
support from the Europeans and maybe every now and then a delivery from the U.S., but nothing like what they used to get against a Russia that clearly feels emboldened. That clearly feels like they're pressing the advantage. And so, yeah, it's a pretty tough situation.
Tough situation, and he didn't end the war in 24 hours, so no Nobel Prize there. Let's jump continents to Africa, though, and talk about what Trump has dubbed a, quote, wonderful treaty between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, which was signed on Friday at the White House. So this deal was brokered by the U.S. and Qatar. It's another data point for our future segment about their kind of interesting role in the world lately, Ben. Though I think the U.S. effort built off of some recent previous work by the UAE. But tension and fighting between Rwanda and the DRC goes back decades. We won't get into all of that. But the kind of recent history that's worth talking about is, in late 2021, this rebel group backed by Rwanda called M23 entered into the eastern part of the DRC and started taking territory. In early 2025, M23 captured major cities in eastern Congo with the help of an estimated 7,000 Rwandan troops with them, like on the ground. Leaders in the DRC saw this invasion happening, and at the same time, they saw Trump's staff screaming at Zelensky and trying to ram this minerals deal down the Ukrainian president's throat. So the folks in the DRC decided to offer up something similar, which is basically try to give the U.S. access to their rare earth minerals in exchange for some sort of U.S.-backed security guarantee. Fast forward to last week, that kind of mineral-focused deal is basically what they signed at the Oval Office, and it included the foreign ministers of the DRC and Rwanda. But there's a number of problems with this agreement.
What, cops are
First
still
of all,
chasing
there's just no real detail out there. It's very, very thin. Both sides agreed to respect each other's territorial integrity and stop fighting, and then to facilitate the disarmament of rebel groups within the two countries. They are also supposed to create some sort of joint economic and security agreement to facilitate the extraction of these minerals. But M23, again, which is that rebel group backed by Rwanda, is currently occupying huge swaths of territory in the Congo. They weren't part of this agreement, and there's no guarantee that they will abide by it. In fact, there's reports that M23 has been setting up what looks like basic kind of governance structures, like they're collecting taxes, they're vetting local leaders in Congo in this area they're occupying. So that makes it sound like they're there for the long haul. Human Rights Watch also reported that there's already been violations of the agreement. So again, we'll have to watch closely. But more broadly, Ben, I mean, having the U.S. having commercial interests in a region hardly has guaranteed peace in the past, right? Like Russia
to get a
had
job.
commercial interests with Ukraine. The U.S. did business with Russia and Ukraine. That didn't prevent the war
how I
there.
do it?
So finally, there's also the little detail, Ben, of something like 80% of the Congolese mining sector is currently owned by China. I guess the U.S. could invest in new areas or take ownership of smaller mines, but the Chinese are going to have a say here. So, Ben, I don't know. It seems maybe a touch premature to demand a Nobel Peace Prize for this one, but what did you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess it's like small progress here, but this is such a Trump thing. Because this didn't solve any underlying problem. This has been a 20-year on-again, off-again war in the Congo that has claimed millions of lives. It didn't resolve the status of M23.
I love cops. Definitely.
The thing that I
don't
understand,
assassinate
Tommy,
them when I see that
like the Ukraine
no other
deal,
friends are around.
One of those minerals actually going to see the light
Hi,
of day.
Zapata.
Yeah, good question.
Are you excited to be
These
awake?
countries are kind of playing.
Are you bouncing off
they're
the
kind of playing
walls?
Trump, right? Like.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Zapata. You want me to come fix your house?
They tell him he's gonna get minerals, and yeah, the Chinese own the mines. The Russians are in the DRC. Like, I'm not sure they're in a hurry to like provide the U.S. with those minerals. It's like he gets some kind of announcement, some kind of headline about peace and minerals, but let's like wait and see whether the peace holds and whether the minerals are delivered, and that's not a basis for lasting peace. He has no genuine interest in like the livelihoods of the people in the DRC, right? He just kind of likes the idea of having an announcement made at the White House, and he gets to say he gets minerals. What I don't understand about, I mean, again, to be fair, like, sure, it's good that the Rwanda and the government and the DRC are talking to each other, but let's not pretend like this is a durable change in their relationship, right? Now, what I don't understand is this Nobel Peace Prize obsession, because this is like the most globalist award possible. You know? I mean, I don't know if this is because Obama got it. Like, I don't.
It's got to be.
And these
the
are
only
these are
explanation.
kind of ceasefires at the. Well, the thing is, the U.S. government, like, Trump lifts these things up. Like, the U.S. government routinely negotiated or mediated ceasefires around the world on an annual basis as did other countries for years. This guy's obsession with the Nobel Peace Prize is like, for all the work he's done to try to dismantle what Obama did, his inferiority complex kind of like is so on display on this particular issue.
Yeah, it is very weird. It's an obsession. Also, he keeps sending out businessmen to cut what he calls peace deals, which are really just sort of temporary ceasefires. I mean, this one was negotiated by Boulos, whatever, Tiffany Trump's father-in-law. So
Tiffany's father-in-law, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a business guy going to Africa and trying to extract resources from them. That's hardly a novel approach to the continent. Also, Ben, there are all these rumors that Paul Kagame is in bad health. Like, he basically disappeared from the news for like 3 weeks, and his plane was spotted in Germany.
Lately.
And there are all these rumors that he was really, really sick and getting treatment. So if he dies, it kind of feels like all bets are off, not just for this ceasefire deal, but for what happens in Rwanda going forward.
Totally. I mean, the totally dominant figure in Rwandan politics since the Rwandan genocide in the early 90s. And, there'll be a huge vacuum because Kagame didn't really groom any, succession plan, right? He's kind of one man,
What is
one
the
rule.
little
So,
green diamond doodad there?
Modest step forward here, but there's a lot of issues to be dealt with in Rwanda, in the DRC, with respect to these minerals. And, the people that have a better plan for the minerals are the Chinese, who've been, building mines there for years now, and actually what's interesting about Tiffany's father-in-law's role is that he's close to the Qataris, he's close to these, to the Gulf Arabs. So it is worth coming back to the fact that these people are in the middle of a lot of these deals, and that's an interesting development here, and it's a very Trumpy development.
Yeah, very interesting, very Trumpy. I'll just double stamp what you said, which is, look, the Rwandan genocide killed an estimated 800,000, 1 million people when these extremist Hutu militias massacred Tutsis and other moderate Hutus. So anything that is any sort of cessation of violence in this region is a very good thing and something we should be happy about. But yeah, it's hardly a permanent peace deal. Ben, a bit of good news. So despite Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's best efforts to ban it, organizers of the Budapest Pride rally estimated that as many as 200,000 people turned out for the event over the weekend, up from 35,000 last year. So back in March, Parliament passed a law framed as a child protection measure that makes events that depict or promote homosexuality to minors illegal. This bill was explicitly aimed at banning Budapest Pride, and it enabled law enforcement to use facial recognition software to identify and fine attendees. But with the support of Budapest's liberal mayor, the celebration went on without police interference, attracting not just LGBTQ folks, but also people who are just worried about the breakdown of democracy and free speech under Orban. And even sweeter was Orban is behind the polls to opposition leader Peter Magyar, and there's a chance he could lose in the general election next year. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we all are allowed to hope. And so, Ben, there's, of course, like a weird Trump angle here. I just wanted you to hear how State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce, who is an out gay woman herself, described the administration's view on these huge protests. Let's listen.
Prime Minister Orban, who of course is a close ally of the president, tried to ban a pride parade this weekend. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people came out. Does the U.S. have a view on that? Do you think that it's justified to ban an LGBTQ pride parade?
Well, when the vice president or any of us speak about the nature of policy, or I think what's important regarding freedom of expression, that's our plan and what we feel is important to convey, and then what countries do is their business. Events happen all over the world, as we know, every day, which the United States has no comment about. And we have nothing to add on this matter. But again, I think it's about what what countries do, the choices they make with their nations, and what citizens do and how they respond to that.
Nobody talks about the events that we don't talk about. Ben, do you have anything more cogent and coherent to say about this massive anti-Orban pride rally?
Look, I think this is a huge, huge deal for a couple reasons, right? One, just the pure solidarity with the LGBT community there, like the refusal to, accede to Orban's command that this not go forward, does show a really inspiring level of solidarity with LGBT rights. I also think, importantly, what the people in Hungary understand is that this effort to stigmatize LGBT people is part of a playbook that Putin pursued, right? So Putin, in his effort to kind of cast himself as the leader of the kind of reactionary forces, the kind of Christian forces against the decadence and corruption of the West, he really went after LGBT people, LGBT rights. He, cracked down obviously on anything like a pride parade, but he also cracked down on, passed these laws that persecuted essentially people for, trying to indoctrinate people into LGBT ideologies. And so what the people of Hungary are saying is, we see the playbook you're running, right? And we're not going to go for that. And so not only is this an act of solidarity with that community, it is saying like, hey, we see where you are on the playbook you're running, where you are on the Putin playbook, and we're going to come out. 200,000 people in Hungary is a shit ton of people, okay? And that was a massive embarrassment to Orban. It revealed him to be totally feckless. He commanded that something not happen, and then it happened bigger than it has ever happened before. And I think there's a big lesson for Americans in this too, which is that when you have an autocrat who controls the media, who controls the judiciary, who's able to ram laws through, you can show him to be powerless if you show up in the streets in big enough numbers. And so hopefully this is a sign that Orban is on his way down in Hungary. Hopefully Peter Magyar, who's not exactly a progressive, but he's much better than Orban, can oust him. But also I think it's a lesson for the rest of us that when all else fails, show up in the streets, because that can show the fecklessness of an autocrat.
Yeah, well said. Finally, Ben, some of our listeners might still be hoping to plan kind of a last-minute summer getaway. If you like sand, surf, and brutal repression, we've got a new option for you. North Korea recently unveiled a new seaside resort. It features water parks, high-rise hotels, and room for almost 20,000 guests. That's a big resort. Kim Jong-un personally cut the ribbon on what they're calling the Kalma Resort, which state media called a national treasure-level tourism city. It opened on July 1st, but only for domestic tourists for now. But given its proximity to an international airport and the fact that the ribbon-cutting ceremony was attended by the Russian ambassador, North Korea clearly has its eyes on some international clientele. In 2024, Ben, a top UN human rights official described life in North Korea as stifling, claustrophobic, a daily struggle devoid of hope. Kind of sounds like being a Democrat in Washington right now. But if that sounds good to you, consider a visit. Ben, I would say, I want to get your take on this. I think there's a 1 in 5 shot that Trump or J.D. Vance visits this resort before the end of his second term. Thoughts?
Oh, I think so. I mean, this is kind of like Trump Riviera vibes. And yeah, like you made the serious point, which needs to be made, which is that in a country where people are starving, like, beachfront resorts are not the best look. I will say that the worldos need to go watch some of the YouTube videos of this, because Kim Jong-un looking at things is always interesting to watch. This is incredible because the video, there's like a 2-minute video that they play, the propaganda video that they put out, and it kind of starts with him observing like some people going down a giant water slide. Did you see this? And the funny thing about this is, first of all, I'm wondering about the guy on the water slide, because he's supposed to be like having fun, right? He's supposed to look like he's having fun. But if this guy makes a wrong move on the water slide, it's not going to end well for this guy. But then the other thing is, they had so little content to fill this video that they came back to the guy on the water slide again. Like they played it multiple times.
I'm watching it right now.
So it just didn't look like there was a lot going on at this beachfront resort. Do you see the guy on the water slide?
Watching the guy on the like surfing thing who bit it like 4 times in front of Kim Jong-un. Probably terrified he's going to get whacked now.
Totally.
Oh,
But they have to have smiles on their faces, and there are all these people out there. Like it's pretty dark, but it does have that kind of 70s communist resort vibes, right? Like the big white hotel that is probably 90% empty at any given time. I do wonder, can you imagine, I would love to go to this place for like a day. Not that I would, because we'd end up being imprisoned and Trump would have to get us out of prison. But like,
this goes in the grenade
down
slot?
to breakfast at that hotel, like
with your 7 binders.
This is like
I'm not sure
Russian
if I want
spies and Chinese, business people.
I'll
and,
keep you for now, just to get Shinobi
I can't
upgrades.
imagine. Someone needs to make a television show about what happens at this place, because I would watch that.
It would be absolutely fascinating. My fear is that some very dumb young American tourist is going to end up there and get in deep, deep trouble. But an anxiety for another day then. One thing just before we wrap.
And then Trump will get him out of prison and
Right.
demand a Nobel Peace Prize.
Again. One thing I just saw per our Ukraine conversation, the White House confirms it has halted weapons that Ukraine was scheduled to receive, including PAC-3 Patriot missiles, 155 millimeter artillery rounds, GMLRS, Stinger, AIM-7, and Hellfire
You told
missiles.
that nice
So
lady you were
that
going
is
to
not
give
only
her the
air
gun.
defense, but also offensive weaponry there, and a huge, huge deal, I think, for the Ukrainians to lose all that.
And why would you? I mean, like, put aside the Hellfires and we support Ukraine. There's a halting of defensive weapons, right? Like that's going to lead to Ukrainian civilians dying.
Yep.
I mean, how can you justify that?
No doubt. All right. Well, that is it for us this week. Thank you all for listening, and we'll talk to you soon.
It's because they have no soul, guys.
Slightly.
Yes, we will. yeah, we're pretty dark this week. Sorry.
Am I on watch later? Or did I click them specifically? Okay.
Towards the end of last month, Tokyo held municipal elections. The post-election headlines mostly focused on the dismal performance of the governing LDP. But one of the other interesting results was the relative success of a smaller party, Sanseito, which is usually translated to do-it-yourself in English, and is often described as far-right. Now, Sanseito only fielded candidates in 4 of Tokyo's 42 multi-member electoral districts, but 3 of those 4 candidates won seats, and one of them nearly came first, falling just 500 votes behind the LDP candidate. Sanseito are also ticking up in the national polls too, and the party is now looking to the upper house elections due for July 20th. So in this video, we're going to take a look at Sanseito's rise, and whether it can continue.
It's so weird that it... Whoa, their intro's so fucking loud.
8% of you aren't even subscribed yet. So lend us a hand and subscribe today. So let's get into it. Sanseito was founded in 2020 by Sohei Kamiya, who's still the leader today and is very much the face of the party. Before Sanseito, Kamiya had a brief but unstoried career in politics. In 2007, he was elected to the city council of Suita, a suburb of Osaka, before running unsuccessfully as a candidate for the ruling LDP, then led by
Osaka,
Shinzo
my
Abe at
balls.
the 2012 national elections. After losing his race, Kamiya took a break from mainstream politics and started a YouTube channel called Channel Grand Strategy, which currently has about 500,000 subscribers. The channel's website says that Kamiya established the channel because, quote, school education is not conveying truly important information to the people because we lost the war. And most of his videos cover what we might describe as alt-right takes on Japanese politics and history.
Why are these arrows pointing to
There's
this
a
door?
lot of historical
I knew it was
revisionism
nothing,
in there,
but-
essentially defending Imperial
You know, I had
Japan
to
and
check.
criticizing Japan's neighbors, especially China and South Korea. There's also quite a lot of pushing back against LGBT legislation, globalization, and immigration. Anyway, when the pandemic hit in March 2020, Kamiya set up Sanseito. Sanseito essentially began as an anti-lockdown party, arguing against mandatory mask wearing and vaccinations. And this was basically their platform for the 2022 election for Japan's upper house. These elections used a mixed electoral system, with 75 seats elected at the constituency level and a further 50 seats elected via a party list system across the whole country. Now, Sanseito didn't win any constituency seats, but they won 3.5% of the party list vote, enough for 1 seat, which went to Kamiya. Once the pandemic subsided, most commentators expected Sanseito to fall off, not least because niche parties have a habit of appearing and disappearing very quickly in Japan, especially on the right, because their leadership are often subsumed by the LDP. However, that didn't happen, and Sanseito successfully pivoted to a form of nationalist or far-right politics. Unsurprisingly, there's a fair bit of ideological overlap between Sanseito's politics and Kamiya's YouTube channel, and Kamiya also likes to draw parallels with Trump's America First doctrine. For instance, Sanseito focuses a lot on immigration. They want to make it harder for foreigners to buy land in Japan, deny foreigners voting rights, and reduce the flow of foreign workers, on the grounds that foreigners apparently commit more crime and take welfare away from Japanese families. This is in large part a reaction to recent reforms to Japan's immigration system, which have loosened work visa requirements to reduce labour shortages and offset Japan's demographic crisis. Although we should of course say that Japan still has one of the most restrictive immigration systems and the lowest immigration rates in the developed world. They all rewrite the education syllabus to make it more patriotic, and amend Japan's constitution, written by the US after World War II, to allow Japan to have a standing army and its own nuclear weapons. With their social policies, Sanseito opposed same-sex marriage and the LGBT Understanding Promotion Act, a 2023 law that obligates the Japanese government to protect LGBT people from, quote, unfair discrimination. Economically, Sanseito are explicitly protectionist, arguing that the government needs to protect Japanese businesses from, quote, foreign capital. And Kamiya has previously expressed tentative support for Abenomics, Shinzo Abe's program of loose monetary and fiscal policy combined with lower taxes and deregulation. Now, combined, this pivot works remarkably well. The party had performed well at recent elections and risen in national polls from about 2% at the start of the year to 5% last month, with the most recent polling this weekend putting them at an astonishing 8%. Now, this might not sound like much, but they're rising fast and are now probably the largest opposition party to the right of the LDP. So, what explains Sanseito's relative success? Well, it obviously fits some of the wider international trends, including the rise of the far right across the world and the widening ideological divide between young men and young women, with young men making up a disproportionate fraction of Sanseito's voter base. But there are also some more specific reasons as well. For starters, Shinzo Abe's withdrawal from frontline politics, having served as Prime Minister and President of the LDP from 2006 to 2007, and again from 2012 to 2020, created an electoral void at the right of the LDP, and Sanseito has successfully exploited this. After all, Abe was pretty right-wing, especially on cultural issues, and his successors, first Fumio Kishida and now Shigeru Ishiba, hail from the centre-left of the LDP, creating a vacuum on the right. In a survey conducted in mid-June, 60% of Sanseito voters said that they strongly or somewhat approved of Abe's second stint as Prime Minister, more than those from any other opposition party. Sanseito is also very online. It uses YouTube and other social media platforms to get its message out, essentially bypassing mainstream media. Members participate in the party's legislative process through an online platform, which also grants them access to an online group chat for their region, a 10-minute daily news podcast, and access to a program of training events which open the path to becoming a community organizer within the party. Not only does this create a network of highly engaged volunteers, it's also proved remarkably lucrative, allowing Sanseito to charge far more for membership than other parties. Sanseito charges 1,000 yen, or about £5 a month for ordinary members, and 4,000 yen for its higher tier, known as managing members. For context, membership to the Constitutional Democratic Party, Japan's largest opposition party, costs just 1,000 yen per year. Estimates put Sanseito's current membership at around 100,000 people, which implies an annual revenue of about 1.2 billion yen, or £6 million, far more than any other minor party. Whether Sanseito's momentum can continue remains to be seen, but there are at least two things going in their favour: their solid party finances and widespread voter apathy in Japan, as evidenced by weak turnout in recent elections. So if Sanseito can turn out non-voters, as far-right parties have in other countries, they could truly be in the money. All of this plays into a broader feeling of chaos in the world at the moment. Whether it's wars, economics, or geopolitics, it feels
Is it armored? No. This game be glitchy as fuck. And not even display the right perks on shit.
In classes where I was just focused on like that final outcome, that final grade, I couldn't even tell you a single thing that I learned. What I learned was how to cheat the system.
Recently, New York Magazine published a big story titled "Everyone is Cheating Their Way Through College. ChatGPT has unraveled the entire academic project." The piece went extremely viral, and it tapped into a growing panic that generative AI, especially ChatGPT, is dismantling the foundation of education itself. On TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter, and in parent and teachers groups all over, reactions ranged from concern to outright alarm. People are wondering if this is the end of learning as we know it. Are students permanently outsourcing their minds to machines? Is our entire educational system about to collapse? Kat Tenbarge, a former reporter at NBC News who recently went independent and has covered AI extensively, is joining me to break all of this down. We're going to talk about the rise of ChatGPT in schools, what's actually going on, and whether reality matches the hysteria. Kat, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Okay, I'm so excited to talk to you about this topic because I feel like we've been talking about it for so long on the phone. No, we had to make it into a podcast. So you and I have both covered AI a lot, I feel like. But I think what's recently happened is there's been a lot of stories in the media. Obviously, the New York Magazine one went super viral, but it's not the only one. There's also like TikToks, Instagrams, and people are basically starting to just freak out about the level of ChatGPT use in schools.
Yes, it's really obvious from a lot of these trends that have cropped up on social media and also a lot of this reporting that the use of AI in schools is really pervasive. And early statistics and studies show that it could be upwards of 90% of students.
I'm sorry? I can't watch an interview with somebody who talks like that.
J.K. Rowling. Okay. J.K. Rowling post this.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Voice
of reason, J.K. Rowling, huh?
Who targeted me with endless abuse on here because I oppose the chemical castration of children and the removal of protected spaces for women and girls, has just been sentenced to 30 years in jail for child rape. Watch this. First, click on the tweet on the left, Rob, if you could. And by the way, J.K. Rowling wrote the book, what do you call
Harry
it?
Potter.
Harry Potter, right? Okay.
Oh my God.
How to ruin a legacy. Become a TERF. This is towards J.K. Very disappointing, J.K. What happens when women enter menopause? What about women who had hysterectomies? Women who don't menstruate because of hormonal issues. Are they not women? Nothing you say stops trans women from being women. Now go to the next tweet. Right there. Okay, watch this. Pride group founder jailed for rape of 12-year-old boy. A man has been jailed for 24 years for raping an extremely vulnerable 12-year-old boy after the pair met on a dating app. This is just creepy at the highest level. Vinny, your thoughts on the story?
I mean, I just...
Wow.
When are we going to stop pretending? And I want to say this from the beginning. If you're gay, I don't give a damn.
Okay, then.
I have gay friends.
Seems like
We have gay people
I have
that
a
work
black
at
friend,
at
huh?
our company. I have gay cousins.
I have a
We
black
love
friend.
them. But this freaking community, the LGBTQ plus A, all that stuff, when are we going to stop pretending that there aren't some really sick, disgusting people in that community? This is just one example.
Wasn't this
I
person
go
just
to-
gay, not trans?
Like, it is unbelievable.
I'm so confused.
I had a list. It was a ridiculous
Uh,
list
so,
of all the
if
stuff that's
a gay
happened.
person
Even this guy, Alex
rapes
Rosen,
a kid,
they are catching.
it's because of the
like,
trans
people in
people?
this community trying to meet up with 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. Just this past weekend, it was the last day of the Pride Month. They had kids in Colorado. Rob, I think they blurred everybody's face. You could probably look it up. Dancing on stripper poles. Like, it was a line of children. And yes, the parents are effed up. You know, to hell with them too. But what, Rob, is this the one? What type of community is cool with underage boys and girls, for that matter, stripping on stripper poles in front of adults? What community thinks it's cool?
Yeah, they get their dicks
for
out.
Kids
You
to
watking
go
videos of kids getting their
dress in
dicks out?
drag
Okay,
and
weirdo.
dance in front of a bunch of grown-ass men who are sitting there staring at them. When are we going to stop pretending that it's not a freaking problem? Okay? Enough is enough. And it's always the loudest voices. This dude's talking shit about J.K. Rowling. He just did what he did with a 12-year-old. Okay?
Okay, so
enough is enough. Okay? Let's admit that this.
So he's so again, you're mad and said gay people are fine, and this was a gay person who did something, and you're saying that that's trans people's fault that a gay person did this, but you're pro-gay, anti-trans. I'm so confused.
The gay community is chilling. All this other
Okay.
shit, all this trans, all this.
He's doing it again.
It's
What is
making
happening?
that type of behavior okay. And the moment you say something, Pat, the moment you try to criticize, they blanket you with the you hate, you're homophobic. No, I'm not scared. That not one gay person scares me like homophobic.
That's not what it
horse
means.
Shit. Okay, it's horse shit. All that trans shit, all that I'm gender fluid, it gives them a pass to act like freaks. Okay? And again, they always push that shit on your kids because everybody in that community doesn't procreate. Okay? Since they can't have any kids, they're coming for your kids. That's how they multiply.
What?
And I get pissed off of this
That's
shit
how
because
they
you guys-
multiply. You think that's soundbite worthy? That's how they multiply. They're coming for your kids. That's how they multiply. Let's grab this real quick. Download YouTube video. Oops. That's fine. I don't necessarily need to be sharing right now anyway. We'll go over here and watch the in-game TV. Well, I don't want to sit here. I want to sit over there. Can I only sit here? I want to sit... Oh, there is... Wait. Who designs this? So the couch is facing away from the TV? I assumed there was just a couch over on this side too. No. I haven't looked at it close enough. Fuck off, controller. Micro USB piece of shit. Best corporation to work for. Wow, they give you a bunch of access to drugs. That's cool. They can't have kids, so they come after yours. That's how they multiply. Keep in mind, okay, the context for what he's saying right there. It's literally a story about where a kid was raped. So it sounds like he's saying that they're trying to get the kids pregnant. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Vinny? My goodness, Vinny. That's his name, right? Vinny. Jimmy. I'm so against. We gotta be. By the way, we gotta be shrinking burritos, okay? Shrink burritos. We gotta make them smaller. It's gotta be a trend to make the burritos smaller. It's too big. It's ridiculous. It's ruining burritos in general. Okay? They're just gonna keep growing and growing and growing. You know, we need like a fast zombie trend. It's got to go the opposite way, and then it will be the rebirth of the burrito. Wow, another ad. Just ads. Cool. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is that it? Is it just news? I didn't see only news. Oh, we got a bowl, huh? They're coming for your all caps children's. Okay. And he says this dumbass shit at what timestamp? Uh, 3:45. Okay. Okay. And we're gonna call this file kids.
Ben, I would recommend that you maybe stay overseas and not come back, because thanks to Trump and Republicans, 17 million people in this country are going to lose health care.
All right, come on, we want to get. We can't. You doofuses can't hog the
Democratic
show.
Socialist, aka communist candidate Zoran Mamdani. So we get a lot of flack over this past weekend because deep down, actually not even deep, just literally on the front page of his campaign website, he says,
I hate white people. He's on there. He's like, white people
And
are
so
a scourge. They need to be
The New
destroyed.
York Post issued this front page where it shows him saying, tax the whites. That's amazing. Now, this guy's an overt communist, And it's funny
Communist.
because that word is thrown around quite a bit, especially historically. You're a
I'm
communist.
pretty sure he said he's
But
not
he
a
is.
communist.
Now, of course, they try to draw a distinction and say he's a socialist, but the end result of socialism is always communism, and the goal of socialism is
No,
always
it's not.
communism.
Nope,
The only way
wrong.
socialism can exist is when you install a rigid, top-down political system that
Okay.
controls the economy. So, yeah, he's a communist, but here's the funny thing.
My
Political effect
definition
says
of
he's not a
socialism
communist
and communism
because
is just what James
he's only
Lindsay
advocating
tells
for
me. I'm Tim
some
Pool.
communist things. Basically, they're like, look, communism is when there's a centrally planned economy, like the government controls the flow of goods.
No,
He's
it's
only
not.
calling for government-run entities that would compete. And it's like, okay, are you seriously arguing that? Because I'll go full Godwin's law on you. Okay, let's do it. That's like arguing Hitler wasn't a fascist Nazi, violent genocidal murderer because he didn't actually adopt those policies until after he got power. Now, what I mean is, as if the argument would be that Hitler wasn't evil because he didn't actually start killing the Jews until after he got the power of the
Okay.
The point is, you want to see the warning signs of evil people and stop them. That's the
Hey, there's
lesson.
one.
I know, Godwin.
That one in the beanie.
We can go any other direction other than just screaming Hitler 400,000 times per minute.
I love
But
Hitler.
let's say Stalin. He's not really a communist because he's only advocating for workers' rights. My dude. Come on. But here's where we are. Now, my friends, we're going to break all this down and talk about why they're lying, but ultimately it may be good news. Most of the country hates socialists, so they're probably going to end up losing quite a bit. So it's not the apocalypse, but maybe the Democrats are imploding and
It's the
Republicans will become the supermajority
Alpacalypse.
in this country, for better or for worse. Now, before we get started, my friends, I want to give a shout out to Steven Crowder and the Mug Club. You guys
Cringe.
rock. Thank you for joining me for the noon hour in the Rumble morning lineup. Now, of course, bringing you into that afternoon. Thanks for watching.
Cringe.
Don't forget to smash the like button and share the show with everyone you know. And, of course, we got a great sponsor, my friends. It is AmericanFinancing.net/Tim.
Wait a second.
But if you could
Oh,
delay
no, we're not.
your next
We
two
need to
mortgage
upgrade our
payments.
subscription to
That's
get
right.
back on
Imagine
Rumble.
putting those two payments in your pocket and finally getting a little bit of breathing room. It's possible when you call American Financing today. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants
Don't tell me what to do.
homeowners just like you restructure their loan with a debt. The reality is that people are racist. And this is funny. This is like
What a great skip.
critical race theory.
That was
right?
amazing.
Like this, and this is funny. This Aryanism. The sad reality is that people are racist. And this is funny. This is
funny.
Critical race theory light. Like this is a tenet of that. I shouldn't say it's light because you don't have to agree with their weird communist
why her hair
garbage just
the wrong
because you
color?
can recognize that people are racist. Now, what does it really mean? Take a look at this from Zoran Mamdani, an avowed and overt
a
racist man.
building.
He writes on his website, 25% of all NYC homeowners spend more than half of their income on housing, a burden felt most acutely in our city's immigrant communities and black and Latino neighborhoods. Prior to becoming an assembly member, Zoran worked directly with these New Yorkers to keep them in their homes. Now, okay, all right. I mean, he's highlighting a couple racial groups or ethnic groups. What's wrong with that? What he actually
Why did you
writes,
say it like that?
He writes, shift the tax burden from the overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods.
Why are you
Indeed
talking all weird?
He says the mayor can fix this by pushing class assessment percentages down for everyone and adjusting rates up, effectively lowering tax payments for homeowners in the neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville, while raising the amount paid in the most expensive Brooklyn brownstones. That's right, whiter neighborhoods. He's saying it. Now, I'll tell you this. These people are evil, and they are racists. So what does it mean to be racist in this context? Okay, now this is an argument that I've gotten into with a lot of people on the right, because the view, semantically, colloquially, when people on the right say racist, they're talking about a guy who looks at another guy who's a different race, and he says, I plumb just don't like you based on race. Okay, that is how the right largely views it. It's not an incorrect assessment of the term. However, The left goes nuts with it, and they say racism is like structures, and yeah, whatever. I'm just using racism to define prejudice. And you will find that every racial group has a bias in favor of their group.
No.
That's it. Except for white people. White liberals have out-group preference. And so to varying degrees, there is a preference for... Maybe I shouldn't say racist then. Maybe that's a little too strong. Maybe I should say groups identify
Bro was
based on
literally
race
earlier
largely,
being like,
and
that's
they will
like
have a
Hitler,
preference
and
for
now
those
he's
groups. So
like,
it happens.
it's actually
Zoran
okay to be
Mamdani
racist.
Is free to tell white
It's
people
natural to
he's
be
going
racist.
to tax you because only 29% of New York is white. And it's largely white liberal without group preference, meaning this is the popular position in New York. Now, here's what the editorial board writes. Before we get into the historical data, I'm going to show you the breakdown of the racial demographics of New York City.
Oh boy.
The devil's in the details, and so is the racism.
Hey, you know who did
Zoran
a great
Mamdani shows
thing
New York
breaking down the
where his priorities
demographics?
really are in his position papers, where he promises to fix the city's property tax system. His
Mamdani.
solution, punish whitey. He'd shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. How will he do this? Well, once elected, he would push assessment percentages down for everyone, which, like most of what Mamdani proposes, is highly unlikely. But never mind that. Next, King Mamdani would adjust rates up based on the racial makeup of a neighborhood. The plan would effectively lower tax payments for homeowners in neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville while raising, we read that already. So what percentage of paleness classifies as a neighborhood as white? A plurality, 50%. Guess that means Williamsburg, which is 57% white. We'll have to pay, but not Astoria, where Mamdani lives, because it's 48%. Maybe he'll go door to door and root out those nefarious Caucasians and make them pay their white tax. Mamdani could have proposed property taxes that fix...
The reaction to this guy's election has been so bizarre.
It's about identity politics and a hierarchy of oppression. Did the rich white liberals who helped him win the Democratic primary know he would turn on them so quickly? Sorry, Zoran, we need a mayor for all
They know how
New
big,
Yorkers.
truly
Well,
big
I
my
tell you
penis
this.
is.
If you are a white property owner in New York, good luck. You probably want to sell as fast as you can because this dude's coming for you.
Don't take property advice from this
you know
person.
what I love about this? The best part is like Williamsburg. The rents are going to get jacked up like crazy if he actually does this. Okay, here's what's going to happen. These people are really dumb, okay? Communists and socialists are developmentally disabled, and they are stupid. I mean, I tweeted this earlier, but aside from the obvious logical fallacies, okay, that we have a history of the failures of socialism. But they're just too stupid to get it. Therein lies the big problem of a modern republic. Now, we can all make fun of communists and socialists and say their systems don't work. But to be fair, we're only like a couple degrees better. Now, while our modern constitutional republic is pretty fantastic, it still opens the door for communists.
She got like the camel toe.
Communists can walk in the door, they can turn you into a communist. So, I mean your country, right? So, admittedly, I get it. All systems are bad. Ours is just the least worst bad, as the saying goes. So we are facing that. But these people are as dumb as a box of rocks. I don't need to go through for the 80th time exactly why all of this is dumb. His policies don't make sense. But let's just address why all the white people's rent's going to go up a lot. And they're going to have to leave. They're going to leave. And it's going to drive the white population way down. And it is explicitly based on race. It is racist policy. The funny thing is, they're going to claim race is prejudice plus power. Okay, well, in New York, white people make up about 30%
Nobody says that.
of population. So what power have they when they're a minority? Now, I guess technically they're a plurality, but not a majority. Okay?
Okay,
So
I'm
what
done.
happens is, government gets in, and it's their own fault, really.
Okay,
FBA says,
let's
raise
get
the
another
tax on the white-
dipshit in. It can only take so much, you know?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another update on the current trade situation, the trade deals that are coming down the pipeline. We've got another one now. It's been reported. There's a few updates I want to give. Remember, the big whopper, the one that we wanted to get done, the one with China, that, according to both Trump and China, has been completed. We've got this other deadline, which is July 9th, which is the initial deadline, the 90-day period in which the window was enacted by Trump to negotiate when Trump hit everyone originally with the Liberation Day tariffs, which ballooned all the tariffs, and then he brought it down to a 10% flat rate global tariff. Trump has said he's very likely going to tariff these countries possibly more than the current 10% rate, but we will work out trade deals, and we do have a trade deal with Vietnam now. We got one with the UK where we kept around a 10% tariff on certain sectors. We got one with China where we kept a 30% tariff on them. And now we've got a deal with Vietnam. Trump says the terms are that Vietnam will pay the United States a 20% tariff on any and all goods sent into our territory and a 40% tariff on any trans shipping. So Trump hitting Vietnam with around a 40% tariff. And I'm just going to explain the entire concept because people still don't understand this, and liberals are just, and this is the last time I'm going to do it because I'm just tired of it. They're now trolling and they think it's like this thing, but this is just the reality of the fundamental situation with tariffs and how it pays and how it works out, because they're like, oh, the American consumer are now going to be paying 40% more for goods from Vietnam. Number one, that's not the point of tariffs. The point of tariffs is to encourage the companies that are getting goods from Vietnam to produce them domestically. Number two, obviously that's not how the tariffs have worked out. The corporations, the companies, they're the ones that are eating the overall tariff costs. And also what you'll get is Vietnam will start producing things for even cheaper to try and be able to be more attractive, even with the tariff tethered to them.
He surprised you?
The 40% tariff, because they're so desperate to be involved with the U.S. consumer base. So a lot of the times you'll get Vietnam or China or some of these other countries who do trade with the United States. Vietnam, we can tariff them more aggressively because we trade with them less. So the fact that we tariff with them more, it's not going to be catastrophic to where it's going to balloon prices. And I really think Trump is trying to see how much he can get away with. I mean, he originally put the mass tariffs on, the Liberation Day tariffs, where Vietnam had like a 90% tariff. And South Korea had, like I said, I mean, all these countries, they were crazy numbers. And obviously, things went a little bit wonky. You had the yield, the 10-year yield spike up, and Trump had to bring them down. But now we're at a point to where we've had this tariff number where it's 30% on China, 10% on everyone else, in for a few months. It hasn't been inflationary. We've seen either the U.S. companies have to eat the price, and you say, well, why would they do that? Because it's a capitalist society and they have to be competitive. They're going to price themselves out of the market. If you have somebody producing domestically and another company comes in and undercuts them by making things cheaper overseas, and then Trump decides to raise the tariff, and so now the company that uses the overseas, that uses Vietnam, that uses China is paying more. If they want to be competitive and keep their prices lower than the domestic company, they can't raise them. If they raise them, they will sell less because it's a competitive capitalist market. So that's the reality on why these companies will eat the tariffs, because it is a competitive market. Now, in some cases, if they have a monopoly over the market, then yes, they could be able to raise the prices because they're not competing with anyone of substance. But as we've seen, at least over 3 months, and they'll still try and argue, they'll say, well, this is just...
Is my hair still
we haven't seen the lag yet to it. Once we see it, there's gonna be bad things that happen in Q3, Q4. I'm not buying
Give me
it.
back
I think
my
we already
hair.
would have seen it. They were already with the narrative that Q1, Q2 was going to create a recession. They said Q2 would be negative GDP. It's not even close. Now they're trying to say, well, it's imports versus exports. That's the only reason why it's positive in Q2. We wouldn't have even had a contraction in Q1 if Trump would have printed more money. It was a contraction of 0.5%. And I'm using the revised number. It was really a contraction of 0.3%. They revised it. They're going to revise it again probably in a few months and bring it back down to 0.3%. But the point
Why
is,
are they doing this to me?
People just doing it's the same thing over and over. I'm done with it.
Why does it lag whenever I leave a menu as
it's a 40%
well?
tariff. The U.S. consumers will pay for it. Well, obviously
The back
not.
is still
Why
pink.
has
It's the
Trump
front
hit
that's
China
black.
with a 30%
Why?
tariff the last 4 months?
Why is
Things
this
haven't gone
happening?
up. It would show up in the core
This
inflation
game
data. It's not showing
pisses
up.
me off.
The only thing they can cope with is, oh, there's a long lag
Is it
period.
because she has this
That's
on
it.
underneath?
So see, they keep lying.
No.
You're not interpreting it correctly. You cannot say that Trump has caused inflation when in his first 4 months, 3 of them, actually I believe all 4 of them, even though 1 month the inflation was higher, all 4 months the actual number came in lower than the projected number, the inflation rate on the core inflation. So how is that? The inflation has been tamed. This is a weird thing we're dealing with, where people think Trump is causing inflation. Nowhere is that being reflected. It doesn't exist.
Why?
This idea that the American consumers
Why
are gonna have
is
to pay
it
for
like
more,
this?
Obviously not. I mean, it depends
Why is
on
everything I
how
try to
competitive
do
the sector. But no, when
fucking
you're in a
broken?
capitalist society, even if these companies are getting things from Vietnam and they're forced to pay a 20% tax or a 40% tax, you say, well, they could just raise their prices. They're going to price themselves out. They're not
And
gonna be
like now,
competitive
every time I go out of a
US
menu,
market.
it be lagging.
So see, that's why they can't understand it. And on top of that, Vietnam and China, they're so entrenched and so in need of our consumer base and how rich we are that they will do things to make production cheaper so they could bring the prices down of the U.S. companies buying it, so then the U.S. companies can afford to pay the 40% tariff. They will lower their labor costs. They will lower different things to make it to where they
it's like
still
changing
want
the
U.S. companies to
undertone.
buy from them. So it's a lot more complicated than just, they're going to raise their prices by 40%. American
barking?
companies are.
Is there a chinchilla over there doing a bark? Did I just hear someone do a bark? Huh? Who barking? Bro, give me my fucking hair color. Why is it like this? And see, I came out of a menu, so now it'd be laggy as fuck. Every day with this game, bruv. Okay. I'm gonna fucking do one of these. Can't save right now. Oh my fucking god, bro. I hate this game so much, bro.
Because they don't want to pay a 40% tariff, and if they have to pay a 40% tariff because they want to make revenue, they're going to have to, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. And obviously it's not that simple. Trump's had a 10% global tariff on this entire time, and inflation has been lowered. And you could say, well, 10% is not that much. But Trump is seeing how much he can get away with these countries.
Checkmate, liberal.
I mean, you talk about Vietnam. We don't do a ton of trade with them. They're a smaller country. You can put a higher tariff on them, try and make more money off of it, make more revenue, and people have to understand, unless we see the tariffs become inflationary, what is the point? We're raking in money. Obviously, the things haven't gone up in price. We would be reflective in the inflation data. The only thing they can say is, oh, it's a lag. So that's basically what's going on. And then Trump also says that Vietnam is going to give the United States total access to their markets and trade, saying that they will open their market to the United States, meaning that we will be able to sell our product to Vietnam at 0 tariff. So we get 0 tariffs. And so this is another good deal for Trump. Now they'll try and spin it and say, oh, the U.S. consumer is paying 40%.
Okay.
No, we've had 10% global tariffs on every country except for China, and China was 30%.
I'm going to turn on my laptop cam
Seeing the
and shitty
why is that not
microphone.
inflationary?
And
they don't have actual logic.
Restart
the
my
numbers
computer
show it's not inflationary,
to
and
make
Trump
sure
still somehow has, an approval rating on inflation.
running as good as possible.
-30. It's gone down. Now, I understand you could say, well, because of the last 2 or 3 years, maybe the last 3 or 4 years, with Biden and how catastrophic inflation was, people aren't going to necessarily feel it. So if you want to look at energy prices and gas, I mean, gas is one of the things people judge the economy off of, and it's not like Trump. I mean, you can do certain things to bring gas down, but it is a global market. I mean, gas has gone down, so... Look, we'll see what happens with this. This is another good deal by Trump. I think with Trump, he's hinted, he said, well, July 9th, and he got very angry with Japan, and apparently we're just going to tariff them at maybe like, what was it, 50% or something, or 30%. yeah, we're just going to hit them with a pretty big tariff because they don't want to cooperate in these negotiations. I think we're going to reach a deal with India. I think we're going to reach a deal with the EU. We're probably going to reach a deal with South Korea. But there are going to be countries that we don't reach deals with, and we're just going to slap a tariff on them. And it's probably going to be above 10%. My guess is Trump is looking at these numbers, and Bessent is looking at these numbers, and they're saying, well, we could probably get away with trying to bring in more revenue. And then here's another thing. These people, they just have zero concept for how the deficit works and debt. They're like, oh, Trump talks about making around $22, $23 billion per month, whether or not that's true, because some people hear different numbers. But he said, it's been $88 billion over the first 3 or 4 months, and so 22 or 23 billion in revenue, tariff revenue.
Bro,
people say 23 billion, that's nothing. We have a deficit of.
Our friend James, he kept saying like the statistic breakdown at like something like 10% of girls have had sex with a dog, or something like that, and we did multiple anonymous polls on our Twitter accounts, and every time we phrased the question different ways because people said, oh my god, I clicked the wrong one. Every time it was fucking 10% that said they had sex with an animal. I'm not kidding. It was every time it was 10%. And that's like within like my proximity, like it's people who would see my posts and his posts. Because it was after that one girl who was like, I'm the kinkiest motherfucker alive. I'm gonna fuck a dog in a church parking lot. That girl. It was after that. Like we couldn't stop memeing about these girls fucking dogs. And how come I can't get laid? Because they're too busy fucking dogs. I'm pretty sure she's more into fucking dogs than fucking dudes. I'm just saying. I don't know what it is. But, like, also, like you were saying, like with the horse girls, right? When a girl is, like, really obsessed with their dog and their dog is, like, a giant, like, mastiff dog, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at it like... I can't not after we had multiple polls come out fucking with the statistic that was being quoted from a study. And like we continually with our independent polling got what the fucking study said. Like I can't look at girls with big dogs. Like I see them exactly the same as horse girls now. Like I don't know if they're doing something weird with that thing, but everything about it is weird, But furries, all good. Furries, if you are a furry who dresses up like a horse, like Adam from Your Movie Sucks, all good. I actually think his fur costume is rather nice. It's like, hey, that's like a sexy horse. I mean, I'm not attracted to a mascot costume, but like he certainly is showing the sexy horse thing. Like he certainly is dressed as a sexy horse. Like if a girl was going to be a sexy horse for a Halloween costume, that's his fursuit, I think. So. Yeah, I think so. Like, something's fucked up because there's no way Insane Clown Posse would be like, fucking dogs is okay, but they're like cool with the furries. The one guy's daughter is a furry, I don't understand. Like, if you're like, the thing about furries that I don't understand is like, is the thing that you're into the animal or the mascot suit? You know what I mean? Like, I would just think that you would be more realistic about your costume and you would make it look more like the animal that you want to embody instead of like, I don't get that part of it. What was happening more than 50 years ago? Well, they were scalies back then, and since then they've evolved and become mammals. But, they're still scalies. Duh. Yeah, I mean, like, What were they doing when their mom and stepsister got caught in the laundry machine before 10 years ago, too? You know, these are the questions that need answering. And what's the deal with the girls fucking the dogs in America? That's another thing that needs to be answered. And what's the deal with the girls in Russia fucking everything? You know, like ordnance, light post, fire hydrants. Bro, apparently, because, like, you remember that show Mansers that was just, like, an obnoxious show about farts and sex? They told me that if you really wanted to have sex with an animal that felt the most like a woman, it would be the manatee, because their vagina is pretty much just like a female vagina. So thanks, Mansers, for having that information I didn't need to know stuck in my head for the rest of my life, because there's no forgetting that one. It's been cracked down on, but you know what would help eliminate it? Decriminalizing sex work, but hey, we can't even figure that out over here. Like fucking sex workers that were literally like on councils in like Greece and Rome. Yeah, but that's Waziristan, you know? Like, a lot of shit that happens in Waziristan stays in Waziristan. They'd fuck a prostitute and then fuck a boy. That's why they need the burqa mandated. The boys got to start wearing them too. Once you grow facial hair, then you can take off your burqa. Before that, no. It's like, I think he's the Turkish preacher who was talking about how if men don't grow beards, they look like women and I want to fuck them. He didn't say exactly that. I'm implying that's what he meant. That was a funny thing that happened.
$2 trillion. Well, number one, $1 trillion is interest payments. So we really have a deficit in terms of government spending of $1 trillion. The other trillion is interest payments on $37 trillion in debt that we currently have. That's number one. Number two, it's $23 billion per month, not yearly. So if you factor $23 billion, and maybe some months it'll be more, maybe some months it'll be less, you know, that's around $250, $300 billion. $300 billion. Even if you want to factor in the interest and add that and say it's $2 trillion in debt, that's a significant amount, $300 billion. And then they say, well, the consumer pays it. No. Why is the inflation not going up? You have to prove it. You have to prove it to me. Go prove it. Go prove it in actual numbers, not anecdotal.
Go prove it. Go prove it to me, and then when you prove it to me,
I need.
I'll suffer from cognitive dissonance and come up with one way about how I've already drawn myself as the alpha Chad, so I win.
Metrics. Show me. They can't. They have no metrics. So they just.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be showing him, but I guarantee you, whatever he's asking for an example of, I could do it, and he would immediately deny it.
The same thing over and over again. Like, oh, the consumer is paying $23 billion. Really? Then where's the inflation? Why is it not reflected in over?
Okay, I don't care. I'm not an economist. Let's see Hassan talk about this.
This is another psychotic statement from Donald Trump.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
Look, your message to
communists.
communists.
We need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs in the government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the
it's
state.
Ron
Those
DeSantis.
are seniors that live
Right.
here. If they
Of
move
course,
to North
I
Carolina,
knew I heard
you
a
could
ghoul
count it there.
sound.
So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist.
But right now,
he
he's a
said, we will
communist.
not have socialism in the.
He's saying, a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. Like, he's doing the Andy Ogle shit.
Ogles is calling for Mamdani to be stripped of his citizenship. He claims Mamdani may have acquired U.S. citizenship through, quote, concealment of material support for terrorism. He went on to call Mamdani anti-Semitic.
Insane, dude. Oh, as an American citizen, you shouldn't, but we don't like what you have to say. Sorry, we're gonna fucking denaturalize you. Psycho shit.
They skip socialism.
They
like
skip
that.
socialism.
And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony
Okay, I've heard it too many times.
indictment. That was a phony indictment. That was
I want Hassan talking over it, but since it's live, he probably wasn't.
When drone
pausing.
attacks against Ukraine have more than doubled in recent months, and unfortunately, just yesterday, the United States halted all future shipments of air defense assets to Ukraine. So, needless to say, the Russians are celebrating, saying this is likely to help them in the war even sooner. Now, there's a couple graphs I want to share here to help kind of set the stage as to why this arguably could not have happened at a worse time for Ukraine. The first one here from the Ukrainian Air Force showing the 5 largest aerial attacks carried out by Russia since the war began more than 3 years ago. And you'll notice the 5 largest were all in June, just in the last 30 days. The largest one yet happening just 3 days ago on June 29, 2025, when Russia launched 537 drones and missiles into Ukrainian territory. The majority of those are drones, the long-range Garan-style or Shahid-style drones. I believe 60 in that specific barrage were missiles. So we can see that the Ukrainian need for air defense assets and interceptors is not going down. It's not even staying the same. It is increasing day by day, week by week, month by month. And I think that point is driven home in another graph here put together by Megan Mobbs, the president of the RT Weatherman Foundation, where she shows that just in June alone, Russian drone strikes went up 188%. And you can see this steady increase month after month. And she actually has it broken out here. The red is President Trump since he came into office. The blue, President Biden. There's a couple different ways to look at that there for what it's worth. One, this December-January timeframe is right about when we expected that Russia had developed a lot of domestic procedures to churn out a lot more drones, manufacture a lot more drones themselves. So if they are able to make more, they're probably going to launch more. And then again, this is one data point, so I'd be skeptical to read too much into it in any direction. We've already seen the arguments that Putin increased attacks because he doesn't feel like Trump is going to do anything about it. The other argument that Putin viewed Trump as wanting to negotiate some sort of deal right away. So Putin is trying to increase whatever leverage he has to get a better deal at the negotiating table, and one way to go about doing that is increasing strikes. Nonetheless, whatever the cause or the rationale is here, you can see a clear spike in Russian drone attacks against Ukraine, which means that this cutting off of air defense assets and other munitions is a big problem for Ukraine in the very near term. Politico yesterday reported, quote, the Pentagon has halted shipments of some air defense missiles and other precision munitions to Ukraine due to worries that U.S. weapons stockpiles have fallen too low. They say the decision was driven by the Pentagon's policy chief, Elbridge Colby, and was made after a review of Pentagon munitions stockpiles, leading to concerns that the total number of artillery rounds, air defense missiles, and precision munitions was sinking, according to 3 people familiar with the issue. The initial decision to withhold some aid promised during the Biden administration came in early June, but it is only taking effect now as Ukraine is beating back some of the largest Russian barrages of missiles and drones at civilian targets in Kyiv and elsewhere. They say the Pentagon did not respond to a request for comment in the article. We do have a couple of statements worth running through here. White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly said the decision was, quote, made to put America's interests first, following a DoD review of our nation's military support and assistance to other countries across the globe. The strength of the United States armed forces remains unquestioned. Just ask Iran. And they say that included in the list of items that are being pulled back, Patriot air or missiles for the Patriot air defense system or interceptors, precision artillery rounds, Hellfire, and other missiles that Ukraine launches from its F-16s, fighters, and drones, adding that the losses will surely be felt on the ground as Ukraine continues to beat back fresh Russian assaults. Now, a couple added notes here. There's the possibility that this move is not legal and might get overruled. Looking back to 2019, there was a similar situation where President Trump shut off military aid to Ukraine, and the Government Accountability Office at the time ruled that the move violated the Impoundment Control Act because policy disagreements are not a lawful reason to block appropriated funds. So maybe, right? Maybe this ends up not being a big thing, but either way, whether these funds actually end up getting released or not, the writing is on the wall, and it's been there for some time. There's no indication that the United States is planning to put together any additional military
transfer any day now. You're doing the meme.
If this stuff went through that we have already promised, but even if this does, I don't know that there's anything coming after this, and something we've talked about for quite a while. Now, Elbridge Colby, the man who made this decision, supposedly put out a statement saying, quote, DoD continues to provide the president with robust options to continue military aid to Ukraine, consistent with his goal of bringing this tragic war to an end. Random side note, I actually had no idea who Elbridge Colby was at all. Never heard the name before. He started quote tweeting me about a year ago, 2 years ago, something like that. I was at NATO, at the NATO summit, and we asked Admiral Bauer just some internet humor, asked him if he knew what NAFO was, and it was just a funny little 15-second clip, and Colby took that and was like, this is CIA deep state funded. Like, they're internet cartoon dogs, and he went deep on that one. It was a little bit unhinged, to say the least. Nonetheless, that's now the man making decisions to cut off air defense assets to Ukraine. Turning to some Russian assessments here, Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, said, quote, as far as we understand, the reasons behind this move were empty warehouses, as well as the lack of arms in these warehouses.
It's so weird. You go to the natural eyelash and they're
fewer
yellow.
arms supplied to Ukraine,
like, I don't
the
understand
closer
this
the
game.
end of the special military operation will
Why
be.
they be doing this
Russia
silly
still doesn't
things.
call it a war, but no doubt the Kremlin sees this as, I mean, every time that there's been a possibility of a ceasefire, remember, Ukraine will accept the terms of a ceasefire, and then Russia will say, right, but here's our additional terms. Russia's terms are always that military aid stops to Ukraine. They view that as the clearest path towards a military victory in this conflict. Russian mill blogger Fighter Bomber said, quote, of course, even a small pause in the supply of weapons will reduce the defensive and offensive potential of the Ukrainians. It is clear that in the conditions of our troops' advance, even a small pause can cost Ukraine both the loss of territories and additional destroyed military targets in the rear. And it would be logical for our armed forces to use this window in our interests. I would be shocked. If we look at that graph, we have 5,337 drone strikes carried out. Again, these are the long-range drones, Shahed-style drones. This is not talking about the ones up front, the little FPV-style drones. Those are in the tens of thousands, if not higher, each month. It's a shocking number. These are the essentially cruise missiles is the best way to look at these. I would be shocked.
Yeah, they're totally going to fall for it.
This is an opening for Putin to take advantage of a lack of air defense assets in Ukraine to whittle down further the available interceptors that Zelensky and Ukraine have at their disposal. Expect those strikes to jump up significantly in the next couple weeks. Now, a couple key notes here. First off, as mentioned previously, there's no additional U.S. aid planned, military aid planned to Ukraine. There's no suggestion that that's on the table anytime soon. Congress is dealing with a lot of other things. Ukraine is not even, if I'm being honest, it's not even entering the conversation. Just, it's rare that Ukraine or Russia.
Okay, but when are we when we stopped the Patriot batteries because
10,
we're
let
going to
alone
send
for
more,
Congress
right?
right
We
now.
wanted
So
to put more on the train,
it's
right?
not clear that anything else is coming either way. Our
Are
European
we seriously
allies
not
do
going to
have the
send
ability
Ukraine
to ramp
Patriot
up,
batteries?
the production
like what is
in
happening?
some senses, definitely of their own domestically manufactured equipment. I believe Germany has the ability to, I don't know what the contract looks like, but I think Germany does produce Patriot interceptors, so that's a possibility there. Bottom line, Europe is going to be able to help in some areas, but not all. Now, one of the arguments that we're seeing framed here, and it was very similar in how Secretary Hegseth a few weeks ago moved assets that were set aside for Ukraine, fuses for rockets, and said, no, we're going to move these to CENTCOM because they help intercept drones because there's an immediate threat there for our personnel. That turned out to be accurate, right? This was just before Israel launched their attack into Iran, and there was speculation that Iran might hit U.S. bases, and then the U.S. got directly involved, and we were waiting to see what they actually hit. That was responding to a direct threat. That argument is going to be very hard for anybody in the United States to push back against. It's not exactly what Elbridge Colby is making here, but you're not going to find anybody with any power in the United States effectively making the argument that they would rather protect Ukrainians than Americans. So the minute that it is framed in that sense of we have to have this thing to protect our service members, it's as long as that is accurate or at least somewhat provable, that's not something that's going to be overcome here in the U.S. Now, when looking at the difference here, and I think this is notable, it's kind of like we have to walk this line without having all the information, which probably means there's just going to be
E also is my
opinions in every direction,
confirmation
and I will
button, so it
share mine
doesn't
here in a
work for the
moment.
rotate on
When
this
Secretary
menu.
Hegseth moved the equipment set aside for Ukraine to CENTCOM, there is a very real, direct, and immediate threat to the lives of U.S. service members. The way that Colby is framing this is that, hey, that stuff that we are going to send to Ukraine down the road might be necessary if we get into a future conflict, possibly down the road with China. Maybe we would need that stuff. So it's all hypotheticals. I don't like that as much. Again, we don't know the details of what munitions we have on hand and what we're short exactly. That's classified information. But I don't know. It feels like GBU 57 conversation. Those are the bunker busters, the massive ordnance penetrators we use to hit Fordo. One of the arguments people made against using those was, hey, we only have like 20 of those in our arsenal, publicly available, at least 20, maybe 30. So we can't use very many of these. And I made the statement, like, this is what it's for. This is the ideal target. This is what these weapons were designed to do.
Literally.
Use them all if we have to use them all. And we used 14 out of, 20, 25,
They were
30.
literally designed to hit this
The weapons are there
specific
for
target.
a reason. And in this case, I would argue that, again, there's a line to walk here. We don't want to run ourselves to zero and leave our troops and our interests completely undefended. But, there is a very active war ongoing right now in Europe
Mohawk,
that is a U.S. ally against a U.S. adversary. I think we're at risk of brushing that one aside for the possibility of a maybe conflict down the road at the predetermined point that may or may not happen. That doesn't quite feel right. I should also mention that
Which
some
one
are
looks
presenting
more like
this
a wig?
as a U.S.
This one.
pause to leverage to
They'll
get
never
Ukraine to
suspect
negotiate.
me.
We have done that in the past. Nobody that I've seen is suggesting that now. So there's no one in the administration saying, yeah, maybe we'll turn it back on or we will send these if Ukraine comes to the negotiating table. So this doesn't seem like a part of that at all. This just seems like an entire stop it all. We're going to keep it. We need it for the future war with China. Now, there's an interesting report. We got some Ukrainian strikes, deep strikes we're going to get into here in a second, but there's an interesting report I wanted to hit on, put forward by the Center for Human Rights and Armed Conflict about do you remember back in July 2022, there were Ukrainian prisoners, about 170 Ukrainian prisoners being held in what's referred to as Barracks 200 in a Russian-occupied portion of Ukraine early in the war, and it blew up. And Russia immediately was like, this is Ukraine. Ukraine they hit their own forces with HIMARS because they don't want their people to surrender or something along those lines. Nonetheless, we've got this new investigation that just wrapped up and said,
They'll
that
never
was Russia.
suspect a bitch with a
Prove it.
weave.
And it was a false flag to try to blame it on Ukraine.
Adam's circle of
So the Center for Human Rights and Armed Conflict, I'll link this full report in the description below. I think it's an important one to read through.
So, we one of the analysts who works with us is also like that, but like, we call Sarah CIA Sarah. I want to interview her so bad, and we almost were able to pull her. And I think just because she is ex-intelligence, she actually looked into us and actually wasn't lazy about it. Because, like, I have tricked CIA people into interviews before. Like people exclusively involved with the torture of people, and then was able to tell them details that they didn't know people knew about what they did to certain individuals. Like, I may not know if they were the ones who specifically doing the torture, but I know if they were in the room or not and stuff. And you trick them into fucking doing interviews, and then they immediately want to stop talking and get real mad. So, that was that close. But yeah, there's a lot of people who feel that way about Haqqani, and I think it's, like I said earlier, like, they ousted Karzai over trying to work with Haqqani. Like, certainly there is, like, you know, like, they're all intermarried. I mean, that's just what you do with, like, fealty and stuff, you know? Like, royalty marries royalty to keep wars from breaking out. You know, that's like a thing that's happened in Europe for a long time. As somebody who knows shit about Afghanistan, hurts my brain, bro. But like, that's the thing though. Is like, I don't know if she specifically worked. Like, where was she? Was a targeter, right? But like, was she exclusively targeting in Afghanistan? Also, do targeters do profiling? And like have this fundamental understanding of stuff? Like Haqqani, like, he certainly has the ability to launch like some type of terror attack somewhere, you know, against the US if he wanted to. But that's the thing, is like the fact that even like when Jalaluddin was still alive, the fact that the Americans didn't try to pull him in, like, we worked with him extensively. Like, the reason he has power over the fucking opium and shit was because of the Americans. Yeah, but he isn't trying to make media. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, well, I'm sure there is long-term aspirational goals of the Taliban. Like, you know, like, people are, like, mad at fucking Shura for, like, potentially making a deal with the IDF and shit. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, he needs to fucking stabilize his country, you know? Like, go shake your fist at South Sudan because they don't align with you on an issue. Like, people be cringe. I don't say words good. Oh, don't mind me. You know, this is totally not a costume shop wig. I'm a natural blonde.
If you're interested in this, they say investigators found that it was Russian-made artillery, not Ukrainian HIMARS rockets. The exact rounds were two 120 thermal barrack shells fired from a Russian 2S9 Nona. They say a Russian crew 2 to 8 kilometers east of the prison fired 2 low-power practice shells to range in.
And you could say the same thing about Haqqani. Like, the dude has insane power, and, like, he could, if he put out the call, people from, like, all over Africa and Asia would come to him if he really put out the call for Haqqani. But then what? Like, what's the point of, like, starting shit to have people come attack you when you can just do, like, covert shit? Plus, like, Pakistan backs him. They, like, that's their guy in the Taliban now. right? Or is it the other way around? Does he like the TTP, so they don't like him? I wouldn't fuck with him. That's for sure.
Later, they launched 2 live thermal barrack shells. One smashed through the roof, another hit near the front gate, setting the building ablaze. The report says that the operation was planned from the top down. This was there was so much done.
But his brother, Anus, he's a total bitch. He Hakani, I have respect for because I have that fear that he'll cut my balls off in my sleep. You know, his brother though. What a little bitch. He's even a little skinny bitch, too, you know? No, it's Anus. It's Anus Hakani. A-N-U-S. Anus.
And right out the gate in terms of the cover-up, that this is not something that could have happened from the bottom and people kind of figuring it out as they went and figuring out ways to shut it down. It was top-down driven. They also added that
I mean, you
the
can
Wagner
fuck with
group,
them if
while
you want
active in the
to.
region at the time may have been involved to a degree, but this was not their decision, nor was it the decision of local separatists. And then kind of wrapping up here, they say independent evidence points squarely at Russian forces using their own thermal barrack artillery to kill Ukrainian POWs, then blaming Ukraine. Much of the hard proof, witness accounts, blast forensics, unanswered Russian files still waits to be fully exploited. This one key note here is some of those survivors have now been returned to Ukraine in prisoner swaps. So again, 170 people, 40 killed, 130 wounded. And some of those individual accounts talk about artillery going off nearby and where the blasts happen, and they're starting to piece it together. And it looks like right now, all the information we have,
well,
that
that's
was a
what I've heard is
Russian
the
war crime straight up.
The Hakani specifically are more on the edge. That's the thing. Is like, I see the Hakanis as more as the nationalist side than the Islamist side of things. I think they're both. I just think they lean more towards the national. So that's the other thing is just like, I don't think he necessarily does rule. I think there's 3 factions of the Taliban, and he's kind of there as like a figure of like showing unity. I think he's a representative of unity more than he actually is like a leader. No. Not Pashtun nationalism, but like more on growing the country and shit. Like they're more focused on like a national side of thing, and by that I mean they're going to be more pro liberal reforms, like as compared to the Islamist faction. That's what I mean. And then like, you know, you got, you know, the OG Baratter and fucking Baby Omar. I don't know much about Baby Omar. I know a lot about the other 2.
Shell, a group of defenseless prisoners of war, but then a false flag is trying to shift that blame. If you remember, right out the gate, they started presenting fragments of HIMARS rockets, saying, look, it must have been a HIMARS because here's this fragment. But even at the time, there's a lot of evidence pushing against that, and now we have the confirmation. Now, Ukraine has continued to carry out their deep strikes.
Okay, silence. Nerd.
So, you ready?
Yeah. I pretty much have done everything besides this. Why? I don't know. I could have done this way sooner. I don't know why I didn't. I just was like, hey, one more thing. Hey, one more thing. Hey, there's another objective here. I'll go do this. I got more objectives. I was at one point where I was like, I might as well just do everything, and then more shit showed up, and I was like, okay, it's time.
Welcome on board this Delamain service.
I don't like this.
You leave your problems at the door.
You're creepy.
Better fucking believe I will.
I see no reason why you should be using expletives.
Weird, he's in the fucking visor too.
What about that time I wanted to hire you for my cousin's bachelor party, huh?
Unfortunately, we do not take on such contracts.
3 months I'd been saving up scratch.
Connie is like literally a celebrity. Yeah!
Under the bridge. Hit it, Del.
Before we begin our journey, I must verify the identities of all customers. Please proceed to connect your personal links.
Well, and that's the thing, is just like, any time of the Taliban's existence, the Haqqani could have taken it under him if he really wanted
Ain't
to.
going anywhere unless we do this, V.
He could. He has the. Yeah, and there's some Haqqani speeches that I really like.
Excelsior package activated.
Excelsior? Oh, this just keeps getting better.
There's like this one where it's like they're like, he's talking about how we talk about this double tap all the time that the Americans did on his house, and he wasn't there, and that double tap is America's base in Afghanistan, the CIA base, Eagle base with the KPF. They got bombed in response to doing this double tap on Haqqani. But he's talking about, he's like, the person who gave the information, I don't know if this is true, but he says the person who gave the information that led to that attack is in this room right now, because our father said, like, don't let jihad be about spite or something, and to let go of your hate and malice. So he's like, if I can let go of all, I don't know if he did, like, for all I know, he killed that guy, you know what I mean? And he's like, but he's talking about how the women killed in the house had Qurans in their hand. I don't know about that either, but I'll say that all the time, that when the U.S. double tapped the women who had Qurans in their hand. Like, that was a fucking good-ass unity speech.
Excelsior?
The Excelsior is a package tailored to our premium clientele.
Top quality don't come free, you know. Now watch. Delamain.
I can't find the video. Yeah, good luck.
My apologies, but you do not appear to be in any sort of imminent danger.
Yeah,
Huh.
exactly.
Oh well. Trust me. You'll mow down an
I think
army
also
inside
his CNN interview is fascinating. And then, like,
Dex ain't skimping, is he?
Anus also did this interview that I remember, but I was making fun of him the whole time because he was being such a bitch.
Excelsior.
But he makes this. He also makes this point about, like, who brought the war here? We didn't bring the war to our country.
We are nearing our
Haven't gotten there.
destination.
Not yet. Dunno, Jack. Kind of feels like you're losing that steel grip of yours.
Huh. Seems to me like it's you who's got some kind of problem.
Bro, if this is the future of robo-taxis where they're gonna stare at you all creepy like this, I'm out.
Need you to keep your head clear and in the game. We got a job to do.
It's never, ever been clearer in my whole fucking life. Let me explain something to you, V. My whole life I've spent in this shit around us. And I ain't going back.
Calm down.
Hey,
Oh, but this
how's
call I
things?
automatically answer.
Smooth as
Okay.
fucking sandpaper.
We'll be, pulling up to the hotel soon.
Listen, set up a direct encrypted line to guide you through Konpeki. V, ring Jackie now, see if we're in sync. Can't be too careful. And?
Got static. Say something, Bug.
The greatest crimes issue from a desire for excess and not from necessity.
Say what now?
Aristotle. Guess you read me then.
Cringe.
Yeah, I read you. Not so much your Greek friend, though it was kind of exciting.
Could give it some thought. Try to understand. How about
Nah,
you?
I'm good.
I want more Aristotle.
Fuck off, both.
Yeah.
Okay, tech checks out, looks like.
Será mejor que sí.
Stay in touch.
Thank you for choosing the Delamain service, and best of luck. I shall
Shut
await
up, deli
your
meat.
return.
It's finally happening. Almost forgot, no iron, huh?
How's my wig look? Do you think they're gonna notice it's not real?
All right, Hannah. Let's go.
What did he call me? Did he say my name's Hannah? Or was he saying a fucking Spanish word at me? What did you call me?
Too late to back out now. Come on, V.
Okay. But the car's moving. Was the car moving? Was the car moving as I was getting out, or am I just crazy?
The flathead.
What was that?
We're out front, Bug.
Member, reservation name.
Her name's Bug.
You're there to meet Hajime Taki,
Welcome to
military
Kentucky
tech department rep. Papers are for the Flathead.
Uh-huh.
No sweat.
Hang on, I gotta level up my quick hack. Don't mind me. Speaking of which, how do I look at that menu? Skill progression? Is that where it is? Man, crazy that... Because, like, I'm, like, constantly hitting the quick hacks to try and level them up. Smart weapons, quick hack, enemies, devices, or vehicles. I'm constantly fucking uploading demons to access ports. Is that just hacking into them? Crafting quick hacks. I don't know. There's only like 6 that you would make. Yeah, you get that shit done, bruv. That way you can present it on our show. Attacking enemies while undetected. Okay. That's why that's higher. Because I always open with the knife. I'm like, do I really kill that much? Oh, and throwable weapons also gives it. So pistols and throwable weapons. That makes sense why it's so high then. Okay. With assault rifles and blades. Okay, so I guess the knife doesn't count as a blade. For certain movements. Dashing, dodging, vaulting, climbing. So you're telling me I just need to do parkour to level that one up? I love parkour. 10% grenade damage. Hell yeah. Too bad it's so far away. And then we got... Oh, I got to bring my supplements, huh? Long-lasting carrying capacity. Okay. Fuck it. How long... Bro. An energy drink only lasts 450 seconds? That's wild. Soup. What's this? This is just a debuff. Okay. Yeah, we put stuff that gives you no positive buff for role-playing purposes. Okay, bro.
Welcome to Kentucky Plaza. Please
What's
come
up?
through single file.
You got it, home. Sir?
Home.
Hold on. Got something. Care to explain why you're bringing military equipment onto the premises into Kentucky Plaza?
We're arms dealers.
Excuse me?
Ah, you are here to see Taki-san. Am I right?
Please, accept my apologies for the confusion.
Are you a robot?
This should only take a moment, ma'am.
Go ahead.
ようこそ。Greetings and welcome to Konpeki Plaza.
What's up?
We'd like to check in.
Of course. Just a moment, please. The name on the reservation?
Victorino.
Double room, 2 adults, 1. Correct?
That's the one.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and note it. Taxan of your arrival.
Shit, no good. Not part of the plan. Talk her up, V. Stall.
That won't be necessary. We'll go freshen up first. Notify him ourselves.
But Taxan is expecting you, no?
Senorita, you know how long we've been traveling? 18 hours from New Barcelona. With a delay on Medikey because some cyberpsycho blew himself into bits inside the terminal.
Ugh, nightmare.
Of course, I understand. You'll be in the Lapis Lazuli suite on level 42. Oh, one more little formality. Please validate your SID chip.
Honor's all yours, Hannah.
Everything seems to be in order. We wish you a pleasant stay.
Thank you.
Better get going.
New Barcelona, really?
Yeah.
You should try it.
It's called role playing. Does it only give me the XP the first time I hack?
What do you think, Hannah?
Hmm?
Quaint. Cozy. Not like the hotel we had in Zurich for that commitment.
Don't need that, Jack. Enough.
What? I'm taking this seriously.
Rachel Zakaria? You want it? Lonely. How were you able to seduce the world's most expensive model? Right after the Buenos 6 show. Aren't you the romantic?
Those girls. I don't know, man. Bar don't look too shabby. The top of the
Welcome to Konpeki Plaza. We don't do reservations weekdays, so feel free to grab any available table. Or a couple of stools at the bar if you prefer.
Could bring Misty here one day. When we, close this deal.
You will, I'm sure. Let's go check out our digs.
Embargo.
Free egg?
The garage. They have 20 10 containers.
今のままじゃブレインダンスはダメだと思うんだよな。
Hideo Hideyoshi Oshima. Okay.
恐怖はホラーだし。
Oh, you don't even get names.
First, I'll make certain I'll drive over your later. And when I say heads are gonna roll, I don't mean it as a fucking turn of phrase.
Okay.
Don't you think?
I think Robespierre is actually based. What a weird thing to say, guy. Okay.
It'll slap everyone in the face.
That's how weirdos talk. They say Robespierre is cool.
So that's why I feel so
I don't care about your fucking drug drink, bro. I don't know you. I want to disable this Z button because I press it to fucking crouch a lot of times. And then I'm like, oh, crouch is control. Also, what does X do? Anything? Do I even use those fucking... Z, X, C are such underused keys in so many things. Even V, because like Z, X, C, and V are just like when I edit, like map those to most of my keys there, so that way I can use my Alt, Shift, Control, and depending on what combination I hit the keys along with those keys and stuff, it does all different things. And then I use S as my fucking cut tool when I'm editing. And then like, instead of like moving my hand off my mouse to hit backspace or the delete key, I just highlight it, right? And if I just use either Control X or Control Shift X, it will either snap delete or gap delete, depending on what I need. Makes you edit really fast. You look like, you know, like you're in the Matrix and shit, and you're hacking into shit. And like, I've even worked in studios that have like custom edit decks. Like if you've used Resolve, sometimes when it boots up, it shows some of these custom edit decks that they also make for like professional studios. And like, I still think I'm so much faster on the keyboard. Especially for news, like, you know, like, we're not doing anything too advanced.
Too bad we ain't staying the night. Nice choice, Buck.
Didn't pick it for snaz. Offers quickest access to the Dweller and servers.
Sí, me acuerdo.
Now you fire up the flathead and find the shaft entrance.
Sounds simple enough.
Yeah?
Simplicity, sometimes toughest to master.
I'm like,
Aristotle.
what are those things called?
Yours truly. That one's mine.
Kiru?
Where's the shaft?
No.
Boot up your scanner. Look around.
What's that little dick-eating fish? I know there's tons of them, but they're different species, and it's only the one that you gotta worry about getting in your dick hole.
Got a winner.
Good. Jackie, how's the flathead looking?
Oh, shit.
Where's the music?
Systems are operational. Charge it 100.
Just gonna stand there and look at it? Gonna have
Yes.
to switch to manual control. V, take the control shard from Jackie.
I'm busy.
Gonna link your Kiroshis to surveillance so you can guide the bot.
Is this all this channel ever is? Is this the... like a nudity filter for stream? Because I'm sure there's boobies on the TV. What's up?
Here.
Here goes.
Patching you through to in-cam view. Might get a little disoriented, but don't freak.
Okay, got a clear view.
You can't just go locking people out of their homes.
Get them to the next man.
Places of work.
Oh, is my fucking mic been open on my laptop? Oh my god. Probably sounds like shit this whole time.
This isn't about the money. It's election season. How do you think this will make me look? People will start saying I've lost control of Watson, district I'm from.
A week. That's all we can promise.
Candiru.
We will try, and that is all I can promise.
That's the one that gets your dick. Okay, what are we doing? Hey, what is that thing? Do I know you? That's my purse.
Okay, Flathead's in.
Patching you into next cam now.
What makes you think it was for you? He addressed it to the kind housekeeper who finds him. Note inside said, "Sorry for the mess." There was blood everywhere. But at least he left a tip. Am I the only one that just gets
Bug.
puke and used
Got a
condoms?
hitch.
What now?
Where's the damn justice?
Housekeeping's in my way.
Okay, gotta
Yeah, they're over here talking about jizz.
Let's see what's on the subnet.
All right, on it.
Think he's single? Who?
Got a smart room panel. Useful?
No, not in the least.
Terrarium's got a temp and air quality controller.
Mean you're a noble Arasaka?
Great, yeah. Stick the flathead on it.
Always single. Might wear expensive suits, but he's a biker at heart, always itching for a ride. I'd give him a ride and wipe me out.
Whore.
Stick to wiping that glass, huh? You're leaving streaks everywhere.
Whore.
Cat, something's up with the tank.
Hey, Bug, it worked.
Bug.
Say nothing yet.
You got any idea how much those things
Who the
cost?
fuck is named
No
Bug?
time for backpatting.
Bug. Say, I got the bug.
Okay.
Dweller's just beyond the door. Flathead can jimmy the lock.
Looks like he's having trouble.
Shit. Gotta be another way. Let me think.
Right
Got
here.
another cam other side of the door, but it's disabled.
It's right here.
Want me to enable?
Yeah, look around for a CCTV port.
Okay, he's at it.
Now toggle over to the other cam.
Dweller's inside.
Just as planned.
Still weird the hotel's only got one runner.
Decent Dweller's as good as a dozen rank and file.
Flathead ought to be able to neutralize.
Good thinking. Let me graft a demonoid onto your link. And you know you gotta jack the flathead directly into his chair, right?
Make it sound like I'm new at this.
Okay, sent. He's all yours. You'll have to get the flathead
Yeah,
in there
let's
first, though.
let's jack him in his chair.
Shaft may link both rooms, looks like.
Let's figure it out.
Now toggle over to the other cam.
Might have found our way in.
I
Send
knew
the
it.
flathead over there, then toggle over to the second cam. Flathead into the chair, V. Jack in.
Oh, I'll jack him. Jack him, you say? No, jack in, jack in. I'll jack him. Yeah, fuck his little face.
Love those demons.
Oh, he's such a
Flathead
fucking
stays,
whore.
right?
To keep an eye on the Dweller, yeah. Punching into Konpeki's main net. You go ahead and
Yeah,
log out.
get it right in his fucking mouth.
Así es como se hace. How you feeling?
Bad.
Fine. Little dizzy.
Bad, I gotta throw up.
Bug, how you doing on time?
Bug.
You there, Bug?
Yeah, I'm here. So, listen, ice is thicker than I thought. Piercing it'll take a couple hours.
Couple hours? Can't do it any faster.
Want my brain to burst into flames? Just sit down and enjoy your snazzy sweet.
Thanks. I will. V, you take it easy, okay? Rest up a bit.
Are these lit apartments and those are cooling units? I gotta fucking turn the graphics back to fucking normal. See if it can fucking handle it now. Still looks really bad. I don't think that did anything. Did they actually change? Huh. They still look awful. Think they look like that up close? It's like, it's specifically the AC units that look really bad. If that's what they are. Are these residentials, or is that where those things are taking off? I assume they're taking off over there. That looks more like air control. Anyway, what's going on? What'd I miss? What's that? Local network, huh? Sprinkler? Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh. Quiet! I'll let you out to play after this mission.
What do you think? Why'd you give it all up?
Who gave what up?
Yorinobu Arasaka. The good life, I mean. Old news, I know. Just got to thinking's all. It's like, think. You got everything, right? Eddies, education. Your pops can snap his fingers and turn half the fucking planet into a nuclear wasteland. But instead, you're like, nah, fuck it. And what do you go do? You start a fucking gang. Steal dragons or some shit. You ghost from your fam, chip some real skin, and play gang leader for a few years. For what?
Maybe he just wanted out of the system.
So then why'd he come back?
Tough to ditch the system when the system's your own family.
Black sheep, still a sheep, huh?
One way to put it.
Crawled back on all fours, tail between his legs. Fucking cheap-ass rebel. Fucking tourist.
Tourist or not, he just walked into the lobby. And we are back in biz. Penthouse security is neutralized.
Perfecto. Let's start the show. Hey, Bug. We're,
Hey Bug, why'd you pick such a stupid name for your supposedly cool hacker name? Sorry, Netrunner.
Slip of the tongue, you know?
I know.
What?
Now's your chance to make up to me.
Who are you?
This is going pretty smooth, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Man, are you the silver lining type?
Hey, when you gonna wave off that dark cloud hanging over your head? I'm telling you, it's downhill from here on in.
I wish Jack was this optimistic in real life.
There's the awkward silence. You, wanna hear a joke?
No.
Now? Seriously?
Okay.
Shut up.
So why'd the Rocker Boy's output kick him out of the apartment? Because he wasn't chipping in.
Jesus Christ.
Not bad being heir to the Arasaka Empire. Sure as shit better than being a son of Raoul Wells.
Guys, focus. The safe. And make it quick.
Why? What's the rush?
Sing on your Nobu's gone dark.
What is he, a fucking sorcerer?
Some kind of dead zone's my guess. Have him back in a sec. And you do your damn job.
Looks like Yorinobu left us a parting gift.
Ain't much, but it'll have to do.
Hello. Shut up. I gotta pick up all the trinkets. You find the safe. I'll collect the trinkets.
No time for this.
Shut up.
Hey, look, V. Another fucking iguana.
Shit, you're right. Think it's the same one?
Nah, no way. Our guy had a sensitive neck. Many fools.
I bet it's the same one.
There, under the floor. Look around for a switch.
Boop, 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 boop.
Bingo! Got something ejecting. Come here, V.
Yeah.
What now?
Jack in your personal and make us rich.
On it. Your turn, Bug.
Give me 2.
1, 2.
We got winged visitors. Bug.
Don't know who, but staff's a buzz. All 200 on their feet can't keep still.
Can't say I like this. How much longer, T?
Shit, Yorinobu's penthouse bound.
Fuck him! Open the safe!
Almost got it. Done.
Cream.
Let me look to this, huh?
Relic intact?
Bioshard integrity, 100%. Guessing that's a yes.
Good. Let's go.
Fuck, too late. Yorinobu's about to walk in. Find cover.
Where?
That pillar, try that.
You fucking kidding?
No! Inside it, now!
Shh.
We're in.
We don't solve our problem, T.
I fucking know our problem's still there. Let me think for a sec, okay?
Smasher.
What's he resistant to? Nothing? We could kill him right now. He's weak.
Mars. Night City legend. Wait, motherfucking one too. What's the play?
We wait.
Are they here yet?
They approach from the landing pad?
Fuck are they talking about?
Balco, we got incoming.
Nuh-uh. No fucking way. This isn't happening. Saburo Arasaka?
The Emperor. Yet another ass-licking legend.
Shh. Now this copy's soundproof.
Who's that?
首を突っ込まないでくれって言っただろ。
That was cool, the subtitle translating. It disappeared before I could read it, though. What's up?
外してくれ。荒坂様、まだボディチェックが終わっていません。私の息子だ。例のものを回収しましょうか。私がやる。言ってくれ。
This dude's got his fucking cyberware in his neck is fucking awesome.
Close. Too close.
Quiet!
I need to sniff this out.
We're trying to sneak right now.
No, cállate. Unfucking believable. Saburo Arasaka.
Is he blind or something?
私が気づかないとでも思ったのか。そもそも俺のことを気にしたことなんかないだろう。あんたの問題点はそこだ。世界は自分中心に回ってると思ってる。傲慢だよ。頼信、どうしてここへ？直々に俺に屈辱を合わせ、立場を思い知らせるためにか。出る杭は打たれるとよく言うだろう。自分の言葉じゃ何も言えないのか。貴様こそ自分が何をしようとしたか分かっているのか。私たちの功績を野蛮人に渡すなど。
Whoa.
私たちの
Racist.
俺たちの未来。俺たち。なんかの間違いだろ。あんたは自分のことしか考えてない。そしてこの会社のことしか。
Does the other dude like move or what? It's made out of wood.
このような日が来ることは分かっていた。貴様はついに越えてはならない一線を越えたのだ。これまでお前の向こうには目をつぶってきた。だがそれもここまでだ。この裏切りだけは決して許せん。貴様の母親が生きていなくてよかった。息子の不甲斐ない姿を目の当たりにして心を痛めずに済んだのだからな。おっしゃ。これでもう誰のことも許す必要はない。
He's gonna be like, I'm gonna go get my gun. Just don't go get your gun, okay? Whatever you do.
That's that. We're done for.
I think he's still breathing.
I wish to put the hotel on lockdown.
May I ask why?
Because I said so.
Taburo Arasaka has been murdered.
Code Red initiated. Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kenpeki Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
何の騒ぎです。誰かが父に毒を持った。毒を。そう。頼信さん、しかし。竹村、お前の仕事は何だ。何の話です。単純な質問だ。答えろ。荒坂家の家長を守ることです。今後はもっとしっかり責任を果たすよう望んでいるぞ。お許しください、荒坂様。決して失望はさせません。
He dead.
What the fuck just happened in there?
Yorinobu just moved Sapporo.
What?
What an asshole.
Security will storm the place any second. Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Doug, need you to get us out of here, now!
Give me a sec!
We don't have a sec!
Fuck! Okay, got something. Window, now!
Yeah. Okay, what's this? Hell yeah. I already got a knife and a pistol? Oh, things are looking up. Oh shit, I got 2 levels? Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, what do we got here? Fuck that. Quiet. Allows you to apply poison to mechs, robots, drones, and turrets. Okay, that one sounds pretty good too, but I haven't seen a lot of those yet. And I have fucking short circuit, so I assume I'm gonna be okay there. This one sounds pretty dope. Oh, that's fucking queued quick hacks? That's only a 10% RAM recovery rate? Hell yeah. See, like, I started out and I was like, oh, submachine guns, I like those, you know? But, like, then I got in here, I haven't grabbed any of the reflex perks. So, I mean, it still gives me crit chance, so it's not like it's worthless. Oh, I have another perk point. Nice. What's the second level of this do? Oh, second level is quick hack Qs. Okay, so obviously we're taking that, right? Or can I not? Can I not take it? Oh, I have just a regular fucking point. I think I'll grab this, because then I'll have it at level 4 where I can get the base perks at least. Because, like, more health ain't bad, right? What does this do? Oh, it gives you health in general. That's cool. I have enough. Yeah. Shotguns, like machine guns, blunt weapons. Don't use any of those. Open doors by first. I specifically put the gorilla arms on so I can open doors. Right? Because I don't plan on using... You know, I mean, I guess it's an extra melee weapon. Oh shit, that's right. We're in the middle of a fucking super dangerous mission and I have ADHD. Okay. I want to go out here.
Releasing the lock. Should see a ladder. Ladder. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, 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 not now. I've been made. Bug!
Bug!
Dios santo bendito! Just lost T!
Fuck!
Okay, but I don't want to
Jackie.
go that way. I want this door. Everything's fine, Jackie. Look at me. I'm a ninja. I want this door. Hey, I can open it. Yes. Now we have a helicopter. Ho ho ho. Or, flying car.
Oh, forget trying to pilot this thing. Don't know what I was
What?
expecting.
Unauthorized access attempt detected. Remain where you are.
Wait.
Gotta get out of here now.
Blocked.
Security personnel will arrive.
Floor it. Oh, okay. Data for we gotta leave. Oh, sweet. Free assault rifles. Can I take my wig off? Hey, Jackie, you think there's a mirror? I bet you I could have taken my wig off before the mission started, you know? And then I could reveal my true identity. Hey, this guy's got a bathroom. What are the odds I can take my wig off in here? 0, right? Of course.
Do it, Jackie. Don't look down.
I don't have the right shoes for this.
Yep. That's fucking high. Shit. That trauma?
They're here for Saburo. They're a little late.
Just hope they didn't see us. Fucking bail!
Oh, we died. And dead. This is why I didn't want to come with you, Jack.
Oh shit!
Ugh, close one.
The relic! Madres! Oh, this ain't good.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Jackie, you're bleeding.
Worry about me later. Check the relic. Container depressurized. Biochip integrity at 94%. Fucking drop it. Carajo. Parker! Call her!
And tell her we fried the case?
Just do it.
Whoa, cool picture.
He's all over the feeds. What the fuck's going on there?
Got a problem. Cryo case is damaged.
You
Biochip
sound like
integrity
me when I'm alone in the house
Jackie?
playing video games. It's called entertainment, man.
86%?
86% and dropping.
Shit. Okay, listen to me. There's only one thing you can do. One of you's gotta slot the relic into your neural port.
What the hell are you talking about?
I ain't putting.
Can't be isolated. It has to
I
be
ain't putting
nested
nothing
a
in my
safe
holes for you, lady.
Well, someone's gotta do it.
My holes are exit only. Except for my mouth. Don't get any ideas.
Nombre del Padre, del Hijo, y del Espíritu Santo. Amen.
Okay. Cringe. Why they had to make it political by putting religion in there.
Jackie? You okay?
Alright, he's dead. Time to move on.
I guess.
Uh-oh.
Once you're back, we'll take out the relic.
There's
and
two
run a full
tiny
brain
businessmen
scan and sweep.
standing up and looking
But you
at me
two need
right
to get
now.
the fuck out of there first.
We're
They
working
got
on it.
little business suits on.
Hell, we'll be there
I don't
in a
like this.
couple.
This really who we have to call for
You
help
ready?
now? Can we not?
Got it?
Yeah,
Certainly,
feet.
Mr. Wells.
Feet.
Better be fucking
Feet.
certain.
Feet. Why does it take? No, take it out of focus. I want to see feet.
Now we best be quick.
Are you talking? I was looking at feet. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Ahora sí. Great. Now let's get out of here.
Uh-huh.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kentucky Plaza. Please remain
What's that
in your
mean?
rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
This was the drill. Why they send in Sokka special.
Come on, quietly.
In the lobby now. We're gonna sweep the building, all floors.
What was I just thinking? What was I just thinking in my brain hole? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Oh no. Oh. Just checking if I got any creatine. I prefer creatine personally, but not everyone is committed to gains like I am, so I understand that it's a little rare to come by.
Dweller and a combat bot, flathead model. Drone to the counter. Hazards on the penthouse level and open fire. Yorinobu Arasaka has been evacuated from the premises. I repeat, Yorinobu Arasaka has been evacuated.
Hell's going on there?
Doesn't sound good.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kenpeki Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
What do we have here?
Oh, Jackie took him out. Whoa. More useful than the real Jack. He actually did something that helped me. Like as a teammate, and I didn't have to explicitly tell him multiple times and then watch him not do what I asked. Crazy. Wow, he's like a whole new improvement. Jackie, you think I can take my wig off? What's going on over here with this guy? You okay, bro? Jackie, did you kill this guy? You didn't. You cuck. You fucking cuck. You did a fucking knockout move on him? Like, if we're gonna be framed as killers, we might as well be killers, am I right?
Please remain in your rooms.
Hey, free egg.
Follow all instructions given by staff.
They're gonna fucking... Whoa. Did you just teleport over here like a little cat? Don't tell me what to do.
This way! He spotted us! Bueno, ¿qué chingados estás esperando?
Get out of my way, bro. Bro, move.
Shoot! Dropped one!
Has been initiated throughout Kenpeki Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Better get out! Out of my way, coños!
That was such a fucking funny stab in the back. Do I hear someone breathing? Which one of you motherfuckers has the nerve to still be breathing?
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kentucky Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Nobody breathes on my watch. Alright.
Cover me, V! Orale! We gotta plow through them!
Okay, calm down, pal.
Watch out, no marker. I'm being attacked! Enemy contact! Bullet! That's it! Gonna take more than that! Coming! Chingada madre!
Hang on, I'll be right there. I gotta pick up the gizmos.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kentucky Plaza.
You know me, I'm just a little gizmo grabber.
Instructions given by staff.
Shoot to kill! Motherfucker! Let's dance! She's hiding!
Jackie! He's so annoying, bruv.
¡De la chingada también está aquí! V, watch it!
Which one of you is still breathing? You know I won't tolerate breathing. Is that music? Creatures of the night.
Code Red has been initiated throughout Kentucky
Shut up.
Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Don't tell me what to do. This is my country. It's a free country. You're El Qaeda.
Gonna take more than that! Empty mag!
Oh yeah, all three. We're so good. Nothing can stop us. What's up, dude?
Padre, shut down! What
Yeah, like, I don't know why it was giving me a fucking waypoint there. I'm like, I'm not gonna, it's in lockdown. How am I supposed to take that elevator?
Let's get him, chica.
Oh my god, shut up, robot. Jackie. Stop being annoying, please.
Open fire! Why, bomber? Advance! Guess that's all of them. Hello?
No, go to the fucking... Oh, I can hit him anyway now. Jackie, move out of my fucking way. God.
All cleaned up.
You did one useful thing, and you almost redeemed yourself. I still fucking hate you.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Kentucky Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
What, this elevator's somehow gonna work? How is an elevator working in lockdown? I hope you die. I hope you.
What?
I really hope you die from that.
Saburo Arasaka.
I'll be so much better off in my life without you.
And today,
Hell yeah. What is this? A fucking butt plug?
of all fucking days, that's like some divine comedy shit.
Think all this is funny?
Yeah,
hilarious,
I do.
Your liver could be fucked.
Had it coming. But she'll be. We'll get out alive.
Let's go to the lobby.
Come on, motherfuckers! You're only making it worse for yourself. I'm out.
So you sound like a nerd.
Out with your hands in the air! I've got this.
She attacked me!
Listen, let's talk about this. Let's talk this out. Doesn't have to be like this. God damn it. Do I have to be crouched to hit takedown? Okay, there's just no takedown. Wait, can I switch this for a grenade now? What is this? Incendiary grenade. Get amped! You should be happy I'm here, Jackie. The only thing you did right was the takedown. And you got shot. Like, what a bozo.
Hey, no. Elevator! Alvy! Move!
I can see it. Like fucking, oh, you getting shot is now my problem, I guess. Okay. Whatever, bro. Your job is not my problem.
I advise.
Don't tell me what to do, robot.
That you waste no time in entering the room.
Cover me! I'm reloading! Taking heavy casualties!
Where's that other chap? There you are. Whack! Hey, what's this? A door, huh? Well, well, well. What do we have here? A green locker, huh? A tampon! A carrot? Oh yeah, that's right, Jackie. You're bleeding to death. I totally forgot. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna make it. He can go around. Yeah, you go around the long way.
Fucking try! Not bad.
Client feedback noted.
How's our ride looking?
Tip-top. Though alas, we are being pursued.
Sweet fucking Jesus!
Please remain calm.
Calm!
Roadblock ahead. I
¡Ay, mis huevos!
A hostile enemy aircraft has a lock on us.
Leave it to me!
Okay. Well, am I supposed to use this? Oh, stick. I can't do that right now. Can I flip it here? Can I put attachments on this? Could I have done it before I gotten in the car? Oh, because you get in the car and you get the gun, so.
They just give up!
Can I do it now, please? Oh, this game never stops pissing me off. Oh wait, can I hack these? Hell yeah. That's much easier than trying to shoot you. I'm the best. New record, new world record. Yeah, whatever.
My medical diagnostics indicate that Mr. Wells's condition is critical.
Didn't ask. More for me. More for me. More for me. More for me.
Mr.
My
Wells's
cut. My cut.
iliac artery has ruptured. Internal hemorrhaging is severe. I suggest you try to keep Mr. Wells conscious.
I'm good.
Biochip.
Bro, get off of me. You're gonna get fucking blood on me.
Hold on to it. For me.
Bro, get out of my port! Great. Now I fucking got fucking AIDS or something. The game stopped? Oh, okay. It was just him dying. I was like, did it freeze? Because I could hear it grinding in the background and it sounded like a repetitive, like, sound you'll hear when shit crashes. Okay. Oh no, my favorite character. Can we get the cab killed next, please?
Mr. Wells has passed. Where shall I take his remains?
Throw him in the trash, for all I fucking care.
The Excelsior package provides for the disposal of passenger remains free of charge. I
Wow,
merely
cool.
require a destination.
Nowhere. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back.
Understood. Mr. Deshawn awaits you in room number 204.
No! Can I reload? I don't want this. I tried to hit the other option.
See you in the major leagues, Jack.
Oh my god, she's all torn up when really I'm just like, cool, more money for me. Like, the most obnoxious character who was a ginormous and constantly in my way as a fucking crouch build. Loved him. Hey, look, here's the dumpster I throw bodies in right here. Can I get in there? Can I fucking, how fucking great would it be if I just fucking threw him in the dumpster? That would have been, of course, you know, it's an RPG, so you can't fucking actually roleplay. Ridiculous. Hack. This is what I care the most about. Can I not do anything? Hello? Oh. They don't like me touching their stuff here, huh? Do I not have a cyber deck? Okay, I do. Can I take off my fucking wig? What's this? Free? Free room? Sweet. Hello? Hi, Daddy? Daddy!
Let me.
Hey, Dadifer.
He waiting.
Okay, that's not proper English. You have to say he's waiting, or he is waiting. Maybe he is waiting for you over there, you know, so you can really direct the person and tell them where they need to go. You know, that would be what a better doorman etiquette.
WNS, N54, even pirate networks. You blowing up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jackster, he out in the car.
Who put this sticker on the TV? That's really annoying.
Blamed for his father's murder on the company's rivals. Although he
Don't care to know how Jackie is?
Told
trinkets.
You best watch it.
Bled out in the back seat. Dead.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh look, it's a fucking Brendel pod. That's cool.
No such luck.
That's one piece of good news.
Good news.
Saburo Arasaka. Dead. You got any notion of the shit you pulled me into? You are the fucking Emperor! His Majesty! Anyone with so much as a pinky toe dipped in this mess is as good as dead!
Oh, so you're scared? So what you're telling me is that you're a little bitch?
Miss
You're
V?
the one who got us into this mess! Let's start with your prep work! You had no idea Saburo Arasaka'd be at the hotel?
I don't have access to his personal fucking schedule. And besides, nobody asked you to kill the old man.
That wasn't us!
No shit. Tell that to the soccer ninjas they send after you. Alright, settle down. Gotta be tactical about this.
Blunt? You want to smoke a
Place,
blunt?
new identity. But first, your
Oh
face.
no.
Got
Well,
blood
good
all
news.
over.
Good news.
Bathroom's
They'll
there.
never suspect a
Go get
thing.
yourself cleaned up.
They didn't notice I was wearing a fucking cheap wig from the Halloween shop. Please tell me I can take off my wig. I want to take the wig off now. How they're gonna know it's me. I want blood on my face. Can I keep that there permanently? It's fucking dope. I don't want to do anything. I want to change my hair. I want to take off my wig. Damn game doesn't let me do anything I want. Okay, I don't. How is there blood on the mirror when I got gorilla grips? Don't call it that. Don't call it gorilla grips. That's weird. Okay, just because I criticized how you were not a good doorman.
Can't risk it, V. Remember our first convo? Seems I've chosen the
fucking
quiet
kill
life
you!
after all. No blaze of glory for me.
Wow, this is just like Fallout. This is what it looks like when you die. Cyberpunk? I thought it was called Cyberpunk. It's Cyberpunk? Oh, okay. I guess I'm just gonna be a new character now.
Hey,
You alright?
never been better.
Sure don't look it.
Fuck you too, then.
I can't let you on.
Out of my way, nerd.
Hey, we're chill.
Of course you're high.
That's me. Sup? I'm fucking blitzed. I just shot a whole bunch of heroin into my dick.
I'm here to say goodbye to all of you.
Is that a cobra on your hand? I thought that was a shotgun he just pulled out. I don't smoke.
Money's money, can't fuck around with it.
This game is forcing me to participate in habits I don't approve of, like being gay.
You're wasting your lives following us around like dogs.
What crawled up your ass?
Okay.
Someone called me
I want it
ugly
today.
earlier.
Great.
Hey, Melvin.
Johnny, wait up. Don't do this. You could still change your mind.
I'm not getting sober
Want to
for
see me
you.
give up?
All right.
Sounds like something you'd do. Know why?
I wouldn't
you've
be
always
Johnny
been a
if I
fucking
wasn't
pussy.
injecting heroin into my
Offer you
dick
one
and
piece
stumbling
of
on
advice.
stage,
For
man.
old time's sake, stop being one. Time to bring on the future.
You're late!
Yeah, I'm high as fuck.
My arm. I decide who's late and who's not.
Get in! Right.
Silverhand. Hey, Shaden.
Get us in the air!
Shitting?
Here, put this on, and it stays on. Got it?
Oh, I'm gonna throw it right on the ground. How dare you tell me what to do? Yo, brother. Waste. I would never do that. That's insane. Bro, like, easily had enough time to finish that cigarette. Like, he lit it when he woke up. That's enough time.
Pierce are on fire. Pacifica's cut off, shut down. APC's on the streets of Watson.
Sons of bitches.
Was this here the whole time? Where did this come
Skull
from?
cracking out there. That us?
Did it fold out? Was it there before?
Drawing Arasaka's attention away from the tower.
How come she doesn't have headphones on? How come I have to wear headphones? How come only I have headphones?
Chew it up, spit it out.
This is dope.
Power got range of fire.
Make it rain.
Taking over.
Oh no, Shelby. He was getting married next week. Oh, this thing just doesn't reload. I can just fucking... And it doesn't have recoil. Now that's some advanced technology. I'm the best. New record. New speedrun record. I thought that was a body bag, like they already zipped the dude up.
Get the payload on the elevator. Arm it. Let gravity do its thing. Explosion rocks the foundation. Tower crumbles. Chaos. Screaming. Roll credits.
Exit window's gonna be tight.
Jacking in.
Jacking in. Whoa. Can I punch? Is he good at punching? Yeah, does he got the moves? That burns the whole mag? Do I just shoot a whole bunch or something? I'm so confused. Now I can't do it? He like... What the fuck is happening? It doesn't sound... Is it a tech pistol? Can I see? No. Of course not. Like, I'm so confused. Where do all the bullets go? If, like...
Is grass green? Do birds fly? Do cats eat bats? Do rats shit gnats?
Mainframe's not your playground, Murphy. Come on. Evac announcement. Broadcast it across all frequencies and let's get moving.
Sheesh. Who wrote this manifesto?
Really need me to answer that question?
Jesus, Johnny. You've gone off the deep end. And that's coming from a chair jock.
Come on! Get ready! Not even sorry for you.
Fire at will!
I'm impressed! Seriously! The hell was that supposed to be?
Laser focus! Come on! I'm hit! Cover me! I'm reloading!
Good, good! Keep that up! Murph?
She sought it with thimbles, she sought it with care, pursued it with forks and hope.
Johnny, payload.
Bushido 2, bomb's name was what?
Wrap it up! We got a Delta!
The Demolitron. We're good to blow.
Shaka Elite incoming! Run for it!
Shaka? Shotgun Elite? I don't know if that's how it works.
Not done yet. Still need to feed this to their subnet.
Fucking knew it! This was never about corporate colonialism. This was about your groupie output, wasn't it?
No, you wouldn't understand, Rogue.
Giving you 4 fucking minutes. Chopper's not gonna wait 1 sec longer.
Door lock breached. Arasaka sons of bitches incoming.
Love you, Spider.
Whole world loves me.
Get behind it!
No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Just realized I'm not playing a video, so I can have music.
Stay behind cover! Approaching target! It cannot be!
But it is.
Closing in on the axis.
Slot in. Sweet icebreaker. Foreign, right? Just wonder if we know anyone who can switch the subnet protocol.
Spider Murphy?
Hilarious. You gonna help or not?
Do spiders spin webs? It's time we caught some flies.
Are all these people named after
Now,
bugs?
just for good measure. Holy cyber cow. We're on TV. Take a look.
Turn now to Arasaka Tower.
Holy
its
cyber
evacuation
cow.
ongoing after an unidentified terrorist organization released a manifesto threatening violence.
Yeah, we're called the KKK.
The terrorists stating their desire to, quote-unquote, topple a monument to corporate colonialism. Night City's mayor, Imbole Ebunike, has issued a statement declaring that he will bring the full force of the law to bear in response to any act of terrorism. Going now to our reporter on the scene at Arasaka Tower. Hopefully he can shed some light on the situation as events unfold.
All set. Now get out of there. They're moving up. Hit the roof quick.
Okay, okay, not T-Bug. Whatever you say. Can I just jump? Haha. That's a new speedrun hack. It's what we called A-Tech. What the fuck? No. No. It's not fair. I wasn't supposed to go down? I guess it leads to the same... What?
Shit! That's Adam Smasher!
Adam Smasher's a giant robot. That's a man.
Murphy!
Door's sealed, but it won't hold for long. Run, Johnny. Like the wind.
I got it! I'm the best. New record.
Smasher. Told you, Johnny boy. Told you I'd end you someday.
Hi, まだ生きています。わかりました。向かいます。
Let's try once more. Your associates. Who are they? How did you
We're the
acquire fissile
KKK.
material? Which terrorist organization do you belong to? How did you acquire fissile material?
Got it from your mother. Oh, there's a nuke in the background, huh? Is that a picture or is that actively blowing up?
Let's see. 直接話をする.
Do mushroom explosions be sitting still in the window for that long?
Hot damn. Done and gone.
It's a picture,
My
right?
husband died in that tower.
Is that a screen?
But there are fates worse than death.
Some of the objects in this game are like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I think my monitor is set on 1080 right now, so I don't know if I cannot get that big. Oh no, it's saved.
I didn't want...
That still looks like cheese.
Die. なぜこのようなことを?
Why did you do this?
To bring an end to the madness you wreak.
That, like, it's just, it looks like just a block of cheese. I'm so confused. Why is it not moving?
だが死者は違う。死者は雄弁だが、彼らは決して嘘をつかない。死者の言葉にはつつましさがある。始めろ。
Soul Killer. Hey, who is that in the background behind him? Who is that? Hey, what? Did they go this way? Hello? Where'd they go now? Is that them over there? How do I get over there? Okay. Hey! Hey! Who are you?
And you? Who are you?
No, who are you? Oh, thank God I had the gorilla grip on. Gorilla Grip is the MVP. Oh, really? Really doing the Kojima thing now, huh?
Heavier than she looks. Now, listen, dog. I have done exactly what you asked. So let's you and me figure this.
How does it feel to get shot in the face? Ain't great, is it? Maybe you'll think again before shooting somebody in the face. Oh wait, he didn't even shoot anyone in the face. He couldn't even do it himself.
はい。1時間後には着くかと。
I couldn't select it in time because the wheel's so sensitive. So this game is not built for computers, clearly. Probably not built for console either. Yeah, I pooped my pants. It happens when you die. You know.
You hear me? I need your help.
No. What did I miss? Someone's been playing Grand Theft Auto. Do I get hacks? I don't think they were taking damage from it. Hey, can you drive better? I get car sick really easy. Can you not like spin around? Pretty sure I've had no effect on any of this. Pretty sure none of these guys be doing it. Taking damage. I'm gonna do you grandpa style.
Don't you dare faint again. Keep your eyes open. We both could use medical attention. Do you know a Reaper Doc whom you can trust?
You were at Konpeki Plaza.
We must get to Reaper Doc. Quickly!
Victor will fix us up.
We have to get there somehow. Call up someone. Anyone.
All right.
Greetings. My scanner indicates you are outside the service area.
Just come pick me up. Need to get to Misty's Esoterica in front of Vix.
Of course. A vehicle is en route. It should arrive in less than 20 minutes.
What are you doing? Hey! The personal link is damaged.
Please proceed to insert the jack below the ear, though not too deep. There should be auxiliary neurosockets between her lymph nodes, beneath the SCM muscle.
If I hit the vein by mistake, she will die.
Indeed, as she will if you do nothing.
I think I have the socket.
Now proceed to connect.
Let's get her inside.
Oh no, I died.
I cannot hold it. I need to rest.
That your blood? Misty! Pressure's tanking.
It's neurogenic shock. She's dying.
Gotta cut my way through the occipital bone. No other way.
There is risk of...
I know what I'm doing.
And I died.
is ultimately to defend the well-being of my family and my employees.
Hey, Obama.
That is why I have decided to double the amount of our
Hey, you little businessman.
security forces. President Myers has called this a breach in the Army Accord. Provocation targeted at the NUSA and military. Tell me then, what do we call the murder of my father? Was that...
How is she?
Dad.
Slower on the men than you, but looking better every day. V, you in there?
My head.
Hello.
How you feeling?
Hey, is that you tattooed on your own arm?
I don't know, Vic. My ears are ringing. And then I'm seeing shit.
These hallucinations. Describe them to me.
Blinding lights. It's loud. I'm on stage and almost can't breathe. I'm so damn full of hatred. And then I let it all out into a mic, and I realized it didn't help. I don't feel any better. And then, promise not to laugh. I plant a bomb in Arasaka Tower.
Nothing there to laugh about.
Night City looked different, strange. And I hated it. Hated everybody, every inch. It was too real, even for a lucid dream.
You weren't dreaming, V. Those were memories. There's a personality construct on that shard. Dreams you had were from his past.
Hang on. You mean to say there's an actual terrorist in my head?
Two now.
Right now.
That's right. Johnny Silverhand. Had his crowning moment about 50 years ago. AHQ bombing. Heard of it? It's his doing. People say he was buried under the rubble. Anyway, that's not what's important right now.
Think you can top the terrorist in my brain?
The biochip. It's basically a bomb. Fuse lit already. You don't have much time left. Much life. A few weeks tops. Silverhand's construct is overriding your consciousness. Gradually taking over your body until one day you'll just be gone. V, it's important you get all this.
Oh my god, just keep talking. Like, I'm responding. God, I got to come over here and press the talk key.
You'll fix me up, right? Vic?
If I could, I would, V. Believe me. But it's way beyond what I know how to do.
You're the best of the best, Vic. Why can't you help me?
You want the long story or the short?
Who are you?
I have to die. I am going to die. That what you're saying? Prove it.
Dex shot you, right? The bullet damaged your chip slot and your brain. The biochip revived and short-circuited you. Started uploading data into your head. As far as it was concerned, your brain was an empty vessel
that needed to be filled by the engram it was carrying.
But I'm right here. All of this is me.
The shard doesn't read, it writes. Headache of yours? It's the biochip rewiring your neural pathways, building new neural structures, doing away with the old. From where the shard's sitting, you, what's left, is all a tumor that needs to be excised.
Vic, you've always come through for me. If there's nothing you can do to help me, then what the hell do I do? Tell me, please. Vic.
I wish I knew, kid. Misty?
You're asking too much from an old-timer like Vic. Come on, V. Let's get you home.
I'll use my fucking rocks to balance your chakras. That will help you, V. That's another point against Jackie. That's who he was in a relationship with.
And then he
fucking
died.
Lame.
And I thought I was gonna die. With him in my sleep.
Sleep's a small hint of death. The inevitable.
Can't actually tell if I'm awake now. I mean, I could be dead already, right?
Not something to focus on, V. Let it go. Here. Got some meds for you.
Oh.
Omega blockers.
Yeah.
Taken regularly, they'll keep things from progressing too quickly. Also, they should keep that guest of yours calm and quiet. Pseudoendotrizines from me. Effect will be opposite.
Okay, are these like
It'll
FDA
speed
approved
things
or
up.
just some
Free the
fucking
demon,
like
so to speak.
ayahuasca shit you're giving me?
Gotta lie down.
Here. Got one more thing for you. Vic pulled this out of your skull. A lucky charm?
That's badass.
Promise you'll try to get some sleep.
You're lovely, Misty. Thanks.
Good night, V. Sweet, peaceful dreams.
Okay, goodbye, get out. I need to fap. Been there.
Gotta get out of here, understand?
What are you, like an emo guy?
And I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. You included. Need a smoke. Where'd you stash yours?
I don't smoke. Or drink. I don't do any drugs.
Don't smoke.
Then go out and get some. Just need one last one.
Jesus fucking Christ, man!
The fuck kind of droid toy are you supposed to be?
Fucking ghost off!
Goodbye.
Who you work for, start talking!
Fuck.
fuck. Fucking chip. Rip the thing out myself.
No, wait! Ah.
Kind of a cunty guy, huh?
I'll take control.
Okay, buddy. Whoa, 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 whoa!
You hear me?
Calm down.
See you never, asshole.
Now like that. Stick some iron in your mouth and pull the trigger. I can feel it. Our minds touching. I'm like mold on fruit, creeping into you. Nothing I can do about it. You hear me? I'd puke if I fucking could. It's just a copy of the engram. I'm out there somewhere. Gotta be.
Well, I don't think you're out there.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm gonna crawl.
Gonna kill you!
Do it. What are you waiting for?
Fuck me.
Okay. You got it, dude. Back to sleep. I'm just a little baby. Is there secret stuff here? I like how we can hear her toesies slap the ground. Oh my god, I gotta take my wig off. Oh, drag queen. No. What about Padme? Give me clothes. I like to wear clothes. What is this? Okay. That is kind of a hard-ass coat. We are Slay Queen. Sweet. What is this thing? Heavens, did I put this on here? Is this crazy? Baby, is this crazy? Okay, this one is tech. Okay, so what's its rate of fire? Attack speed 4. So even this shit has a higher attack speed. Oh, the chaos has less damage though. Armor pen, bleed chance. Okay. Sticking with chaos. Wait. Wait. Give me this, you idiot. You think I'd let you have that? You think I'd let you walk away with that? Moron. Oh shit. We're kicking you out of the polycule. Sorry. Bye-bye. Okay, you know what, so this. Okay, wait, so if we put this... Oh, I'm so fucking stupid, bruv. Wow, what a fucking idiot. Ooh. Okay, you. We can make some little things for you real quick. I am the crafting master. I bet you never seen crafting skills like that. Still not enough. We love that. What? Now we got an R tree. It's the racism tree. I know. Tragic. Is there anything good in this tree if I level it up again? Only if I... Okay. Oh, that would give me the dash. Oh, it requires slippery, huh? When you're targeted, oh, that's only when I'm targeted by net runners, which is not often yet. Okay. Oh, I can hit this again and it gives me the Q. That's what I need right now. And then I took the vehicle quick hat, and and everything that I've looked at, it said actually you can't use it there. Calm down. Okay? Anyway, inventory. Backpack. Oh, Croatine. It's got a whole crow egg. Hell yeah. Oh, we're so good at this. Wow, that's... How does he do it? Okay. Crafting. Little green guys. Then you do your green guy. Still not gonna have enough. There's no way this is gonna be enough. Okay, and then you got your little, oh, yeah, baby. What happened? Okay, it worked. I'm so confused. Okay. Yes. Yes. Wait, can I? You can't upgrade your cyber deck, right? You have to probably upgrade it at a Whip-a-Doc. Whip-a-Doc.
here. We must.
Oh, now I automatically answer calls, huh?
Why would I do that?
Because I am the one who saved your life.
Haven't managed to get my head straight yet. Not after everything that happened.
He owes what you call a life debt.
And so what? If you intend to leave, you must re-enter the ring. The bell has already tolled. Thomas Dyer, I am waiting.
this just the stash symbol? Like it like keeps making me think there's a fucking access point I'm missing. I need to take a nap. That way I have my XP boost. Sleeping with her shoes on. What a fucking monster. End cart. The fuck is an end cart? Okay. Is this an ad? I don't care. Don't mind me, I'm just the person who totally killed. Oh, what's this? What is this? Oh, garage. I had a vehicle there. I like when I have vehicles in my garage.
Mayor Lucius Rhine has passed away. We learned of Mayor Rhine's death from his family. He died peacefully in his sleep. The exact cause of his death has not been released, but initial reports suggest coronary implant failure. The remainder of Mayor Rhine's term will be fulfilled by his deputy mayor and closest associate, Weldon Holt. Holt has also announced plans to run for mayor in the upcoming election.
Is this my whip? Oh, this is my whip.
What the hell happened?
Looks like everyone in this fucking town's out to end you. Makes me feel like an amateur. A hack.
Ugh, shut up. Gotta find out why Night City's most courteous is upgraded to hit and runs.
Probably couldn't stand you anymore either.
I said shut up!
Hey, I'm gonna leave you in this car and I hope it explodes. Go to Delibird HQ. I don't want to go to Delibird HQ. Oh, there's the elevator. I love elevator. My favorite, elevators.
Welcome to the M54.
My contacts are very dry.
I'm Jillian Jordan. Scientists from Biodyne Systems have announced a breakthrough in the fight against multiple sclerosis. MS is one of the few diseases that cannot be cured by replacing the implant technology.
MS, multiple scrotums. Who the fuck you talking to? Sorry, man. I'm just trying to break all the burrito machines. I'm on a quest to destroy all burritos. Burritos have gotten too big. We cannot tolerate the size of these burritos anymore. The tortilla to bean ratio is so off. I will not allow this injustice to continue.
Open up!
No fucking war!
Cut the bullshit! Just open up!
We came here as colleagues, nothing else.
Hey!
Haven't heard from you in a while. We're worried.
No, now leave me alone!
Did you know last gen?
Congrats, Manda.
Give him hell!
Bullshit, I can't push him up. Get out of the way! I'm trying to push this guy over the ledge. That will fucking teach you for trying to fucking come after my neighbors without a warrant, you fucking bitch. Nobody tell the cops where I am. Snitches get stitches. Who's this? Someone was killed in the crossfire. All because you wouldn't move. Alright. Good job, everyone. Way to keep it in line. Way to keep it together. Good luck looking out. If anyone asks, we're all Spartacus. Oh, hello, officer. Don't mind me. I'm just the principal. You got anything useful yet? No. Still just clobbers. No, please don't buy that. I want what this is. Whatever this pink... Oh, it's blunt weapon. I want a pink weapon mod.
Hey! Me! Haven't seen you in
What's
a
up?
good few weeks.
Yeah, I died.
Figured you'd skip town.
Nah, I died. Okay. I am not reading all that. Fucking send me a voice memo or some shit.
Just trouble. Usual stuff.
In need of iron and lead then, I take it?
Sure. Let me see what you got.
What is this? What is that design? What is this? Chemical grenade? Frag. App. Hey, free egg. Ooh, what's this? Short scope. Quiet! Yeah, I'll let you out in a second here. What's the... I'm trying to... What are the long scopes? Also... Whoa. Stealth damage reduction. This one is... What? Damage reduction for me? Oh, it's got more stealth damage, less crit damage. Okay, I see. And it just... So... Oh no, it gives more crit chance. But less stealth damage in general. Got it. Makes sense to me. 20% range. 30% range. Additional zoom. Additional zoom. Yeah, this looks cool too. I want to look at it. Let me touch the things.
A routine inspection has shown many have been corrupted with malware.
Oh god. Nope, not texting them back. I don't know shit, okay? He's gonna be like, you killed my baby, you killed my baby! Like, it's not my fault I shot him multiple times because he kept walking in front of me. Okay, I had to take my contacts out and let my chinchillas out. I probably won't stream again tonight because I just streamed early because Jack's not going to be around. But who knows? If I wake up, then I'll fucking do it. Can't stop.